Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1402. Long Xian didn't stop him. This was originally planned. He wanted Long Ding to break through and use Long Seven to show off his strength. He could take revenge for what happened yesterday and also let Long Ding feel the leap in his strength. Long Kuei subconsciously stopped him. No, we have to rush back to White Mountain. Long Xian smiled and said, Elder, why are you so anxious? It's a good opportunity for juniors to test each other's strength. Don't worry, it's just a spar. Don't go too far. Long Kuei was dissatisfied. Brother Xian, Long Seven is the son-in-law of the main branch. His every action is related to the main branch, so he can't just casually spar with others. Long Xian said, Elder, that's not right. What's wrong with the main branch? My White Dragon clan's main bloodline doesn't rely on being reserved, but rather battles. Our prestige is established through battle after battle, and I believe that this child, Long Seven, won't be so cowardly as to not even dare to spar. He then looked at Lu Yin and smiled. Isn't that right, Long Seven? Now that things had come to this point, they had to fight even if they didn't want to. Otherwise, the main faction would be the one losing face. Long Kuei didn't know how to stop him, so he looked at Lu Yin. Don't force it. Don't go overboard. Long Ding's strength had soared by leaps and bounds, and he was no longer the same as before. Although Lu Yin had defeated Lu Lu and the Lu family, Lu Lu still couldn't compare to the current Long Ding. At most, he was comparable to the Long Ding from before, but Long Ding now had the qualifications to challenge Lu Hao. Lu Yin walked out, looking a little nervous, which was the complete opposite of Long Ding's smug look. It's just a spar. Brother Long Ding, remember, it's a spar. Lu Yin emphasized, as if he was afraid of being injured. Long Ding's lips curled up, and a sinister glint flashed across his eyes. Don't worry, Brother Long Seven. It's just a spar. He then pulled out a spear and pointed it at Lu Yin. Are you ready? I can let you attack first. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yin moved his hand and struck out with his emptiness palm. The invisible palm print was something that even the current Long Ding would have a hard time dodging. Even Wang Yi would have a hard time dodging this attack, and even Long Ding would not have been able to do so even if he had broken through the lower realm. Fortunately, Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, and his palm struck the tip of the spear. Long Ding subconsciously used his strength and retreated a few steps before blocking the emptiness palm. He gritted his teeth and looked up. Seventh brother, you're quite skilled. This was the White Dragon swimming steps. Lu Yin's face turned cold. This Long Ding was indeed different from before. He had actually taken on Lu Yin's emptiness palm head-on, even if it was only 200 stacks. Long Ding's spear flickered with a cold light as 9-line battle force was imprinted onto it. Long Ding thrust out with his spear, causing a curtain to form in the air that was torn apart. The might of this spear was ferocious, and it even surpassed the attack power that Lu Yin had displayed when he had transformed into his White Dragon that night. After transforming into his White Dragon, Lu Yin had exchanged blows with Long Ding's Empyrean palm. Facing this spear, Lu Yin could tell that Long Ding's inheritance within the sword steel was not fake. When faced with the current Long Ding, Lu Yin's domain prediction attacks were no longer effective. Long Ding was using brute force to break through his technique. Lu Yin stared at the incoming spear tip, and just as it was about to pierce him, he suddenly dodged. Long Ding sneered. I knew that you knew how to predict my attacks, but what use is that? The handle of the gun suddenly moved horizontally, whipping in the direction Lu Yin had dodged. Lu Yin's domain suddenly erupted, and his spear seemed to have sunk into a swamp. He took advantage of this moment to strike out with an empty palm. Long Ding bellowed, and fine dragon patterns appeared on his body. White dragon transformation. The Empyrean palm struck Long Ding's body. In their previous exchange, Lu Yin's Empyrean palm had injured Long Ding, but this time, the Empyrean palm was ineffective. Long Ding grabbed the spear with one hand and exerted more strength. The handle of the spear viciously struck Lu Yin's shoulder, sending him flying and crashing into the ground. Long Ding did not give up, and he leaped forward with his spear pointed upwards. He stabbed downwards. In the distance, Long Kuei sternly shouted, "Stop!" He was about to intervene. Long Xian hurriedly stood in front of him. "Elder, don't worry. We're just comparing notes, and Ding will not go overboard." Long Kuei was furious, and he looked at the battle in the distance. Long Ding's spear rapidly approached Lu Yin's neck, and it looked like he really wanted to stab Lu Yin to death. Long Xian's back was facing Lu Yin, and even if they did not have the guts to kill Lu Yin, they could still severely injure him. Long Xian could shirk responsibility because his back was facing Lu Yin, but Long Ding would definitely be protected by Long Tian. Given Long Tian's personality, he would not care about Lu Yin as long as Lu Yin did not die. The final outcome would be nothing. Long Ding's gaze was cruel. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Ever since he knew that Long Shi had married Long Qi from the Lianshan branch, he had waited for this moment for a long time. This spear strike was not only to take revenge for the previous battle, but also to vent his anger. There was one more thing that he had not even told his father, Long Xian, and that was that Yu Qin had looked for him after Long Qi had arrived at the Flying Armor Pass. This spear could become a bridge between him and Bai Xiaohong. The journey to the sovereign realm was fraught with danger, and even the junior ancestor could easily die there. Long Ding did not expect Long Tian to completely protect him, but with Bai Xiaohong's friendship, his chances of survival in the sovereign realm would increase. He believed that between him and Long Tian, Bai Xiaohong would definitely be more willing to protect him because Long Tian was the White Dragon clan's junior ancestor. This spear could increase his chances of survival in the sovereign realm, and Long Ding also wanted to use this spear, so he did not hold back. The tip of the spear rapidly approached, and Guoshan stepped forward, only to be stopped by someone. The spear grew closer and closer, and Lu Yin could feel the cold glint. Just as the spear was about to land, the flow diversion diagram appeared, and the spear was completely restrained by the domain and the diagram. An incomparably sharp aura spread out and swept out in all directions, cutting through the ground. The flow diversion diagram dispersed the might of Long Ding's spear, including the power of his battle force. Long Ding was stunned, as he had never encountered such a power in any of his previous battles. Was this a sourcebox array? Who would have thought that someone from the Lianshan branch would actually comprehend a sourcebox array and even be able to block his spear? While Long Ding was still in shock, Lu Yin saw through the flaws in Long Ding's spear battle technique, and he reached out with both hands, bypassing the spear's shaft and pressing against Long Ding's body. He then unleashed a series of empty palms. Long Ding's pupils shrank, and before he could even react, Lu Yin's consecutive empty palms landed on his body without any obstruction. The unparalleled strength of the palms pressed his entire body into the ground. Long Ding could rely on his White Dragon transformation and his ability to break through the lower realm to ignore a long-range empty palm, but it was impossible for him to ignore a long-range empty palm. Lu Yin's empty palm's power had increased to 220 stacks, and even though it had not been fully unleashed, it had already surpassed what it had been before. Long Ding was destined to be unable to counter Lu Yin's continuous palm strikes, as his body had already been injured by the fourth palm strike. His 9-line battle force had collapsed, and the dragon patterns on his White Dragon transformation had become much fainter. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had continuously unleashed more than 10 palm strikes, which was something that no one had ever endured before, aside from Night King Jinwu. No hunter could withstand 10 empty palm strikes at the same time without suffering any injuries, and Long Ding was no exception. The ground completely shattered, and a ferocious force spread out from the surface of the earth and swept upwards. Long Xian turned around, his eyes bloodshot. Stop! He took a step forward and reached out to grab Lu Yin. At that moment, Long Kuei moved from behind and blocked Long Xian's path. Brother Xian, let's not interfere in a battle between the younger generation. It's just a spar, and we shouldn't go overboard. Just as he finished speaking, a strange fluctuation swept through the ground. Following that, a thread of light flickered and illuminated the general's residence. It was a tribulation crystal thread. When they saw it, Long Xian and Long Kuei were both stunned. Lu Yin had actually managed to strike the tribulation crystal thread out of Long Ding's body. Underground, Lu Yin was equally surprised, as he had never thought that he would be able to strike the tribulation crystal thread out again. When he saw it right in front of him, he subconsciously grabbed it. Long Ding howled as his body had been severely injured by the empty palm. His abdomen was a mess of flesh and blood, but he still struggled to snatch the tribulation crystal thread back. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Lu Yin had never thought that he would be able to come across such a thing. Since he had obtained it, there was no reason for him to return it. Long Qi, you dare to snatch it? You're courting death. The Flying Armor Army won't let you off. Long Ding threatened. Lu Yin immediately took out the circle that Long Shi had given him and encircled himself. The ground suddenly split apart, and Long Xian, Long Kuei, and the rest of the people on the surface all saw Lu Yin holding the tribulation crystal thread. Long Xian's eyes were bloodshot, and he reached out to grab it, but his attack was blocked by the circle. With his strength, he could break through the circle's defenses, but that would take time. Long Kuei was also beside him, and he would not allow Long Xian to attack freely. Long Qi, put down the tribulation crystal thread, and I can pretend that nothing happened. Lu Yin frowned, but he did not even look up. Long Kuei did not know what to say. Deep down, he had hoped that Lu Yin would absorb the tribulation crystal thread and break through, but now that it had happened, even he, an elder of the White Dragon clan, was stunned. What should he do? What should he do? One was the general of the Flying Armor Army, and the other was the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline. Long Ding was at Lu Yin's feet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. All he could see was blood, and he glared at Lu Yin. Long Qi, give me back my tribulation crystal thread. Long Xian roared, Long Qi, put down the tribulation crystal thread. Don't make a mistake. If you dare to steal from a member of the clan, the main bloodline will not let you off. He then stared at Long Kuei. Elder, say something. You're an elder of the White Dragon clan, and you know the rules. Long Kuei's lips were cracked, and he looked down. He did not know what to say for a moment, and the bias in his heart made it impossible for him to speak. The Flying Armor Army surrounded the area, exuding a cold, murderous aura. In the distance, Guoshan was stunned. All he could think about was Lu Yin's previous question, can I steal it? Can I steal it? Can I steal it? Lu Yin really did steal it. What a lunatic. Lu Yin stood in the circle and looked up, but he did not look at Long Xian. Instead, he looked at Long Kuei. Elder, the bigger picture is more important. I'm the son-in-law of the main bloodline. If something happens to me, you won't be able to answer to Long Shi or the White Dragon clan. Don't forget how I became the son-in-law of the main bloodline. Long Kuei's heart trembled, and the frigid immortal sect suddenly appeared in his mind. Nothing could happen to Long Qi, or Long Shi would still have to face the threat of Bai Xiaohong. The frigid immortal sect coveted the White Dragon clan's ability to turn the situation around. Long Xian, the general of the Flying Armor Army, is suspected of being a redback. Anyone who helps Long Xian is going against the humble class. I, Long Qi, as a member of the 14th Gate, suspect Long Xian of being a redback. Who dares to help him? Lu Yin shouted. He did not really want to threaten the Flying Armor Army, and he could not do so. They were an army, and military orders were absolute. They would not be threatened by a single sentence from Lu Yin. He was reminding Guishan that he was a member of the 14th Gate, and that he had the status, qualifications, and sufficient reason to deal with Long Xian. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I've been updating for 5 consecutive days. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1403. When Guishan heard this, he was speechless. The mission had clearly ended, and Long Xian's suspicion of being a redback had been cleared, but this brat was still doing this. However, there was one thing that Long Xian was right about: he was from the 14th Gate. Guishan then shouted, Long Xian, you're suspected of being a redback. The humble class is investigating you. Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Even he felt that something was off. The humble class had never asked anyone to surrender. They would either capture them or kill them. Furthermore, Long Xian did not have any weapons. Long Xian was enraged, and he didn't waste any more words as he attacked Lu Yin. Long Kuei immediately tried to stop him, but Long Xian was forced back several steps with just one move. Long Xian's figure flickered as he shuttled between the void and the real universe. Lu Yin immediately absorbed the tribulation crystal thread. Long Ding roared, how dare you, Long 7. Long Xian was enraged. Long Kuei, you've gone too far. This is the Flying Armor Pass. Flying Armor Army, activate the Flying Armor Array. The entire pass shook. Tian Ho leaped out from Long Kuei's shoulder, its body expanding as it roared at the sky. Its 2 large heads stared in all directions. The Flying Armor Army was terrified, as they could not deal with an emissary. At that moment, rays of light appeared around the Flying Armor Pass, forming a square that rapidly contracted and trapped Tian Ho. Tian Ho raised its claws and slammed into the square of light, but it was unable to break through it. All it did was cause the Flying Armor Pass to shake. Within the Flying Armor Pass, countless people fled in shock. However, the Flying Armor Array had been activated, and no one could enter or exit the pass. Everyone could only wait and watch as Tian Ho fought against the square of light. Within the general's mansion, Long Xian raised a hand, causing the void to distort and transform into square screens of light that enveloped Long Kuei. Long Kuei's expression turned solemn. This was the Flying Armor Pass, a place where the 4 cardinal scales competed, so its defenses were naturally not ordinary. Long Xian combined his 2nd Origin Tribulation strength with the Flying Armor Array to fight against a 3rd Origin Tribulation emissary, and he might even have the upper hand. Long Kuei and Long Xian both used the White Dragon transformation at the same time. Fine dragon patterns appeared on their bodies, and their pupils turned vertical. The dragon patterns covered most of their bodies, far surpassing Long Ding. Along with the Flying Armor Array's square screens, a 5-sided battle technique that looked like a token appeared around Long Xian, the White Dragon Heaven's inspecting mirror. Long Kuei, are you really going to help him? I promise you that as long as you stop, I won't hurt a single hair on Long Qi's head. I'll send all of you out of the Flying Armor Pass, and I'll pretend that this never happened, Long Xian said anxiously. His figure became clear. Since the Flying Armor Great Formation was activated, the real universe could no longer be torn apart. Even the star envoys could not enter. Long Kuei raised his hand and a spear appeared. He could not let Lu Yin be attacked by Long Xian. Even if Long Xian had no intention of harming Lu Yin, as a main branch elder, if he did nothing when Long Xian attacked the son-in-law of the main branch, how could he maintain his standing in the main branch in the future? Long Xian, you were the ones who started this battle. Long Ding attacked without any hesitation. Why didn't you stop him at that time? Now, you only have yourself to blame, said Long Kuei loudly. Long Xian gritted his teeth, and his gaze was vicious. Alright, since that's the case, don't blame me for not showing mercy to my fellow clansmen. You won't be able to escape from this flying armor pass. Even if he absorbed the tribulation crystal threads, he'll have to spit them out. As he spoke, a long spear appeared in his hand as well, and he shattered the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror before thrusting it towards Long Kuei. Long Kuei's spear flicked upwards. Suddenly, the two envoys' powers collided above the flying armor pass. Envoys used astral sources, and each collision caused the star energy within the flying armor pass to boil. Countless people were unable to control the star energy within their bodies. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Guoshan looked up. How had things developed to this point? Wasn't it just a ceremony? Wasn't it just a spar? Hadn't they agreed to stop after a fight? Right, Long 7. Lu Yin looked down. Lu Yin was still in the circle, and his entire body was trembling. He had absorbed the tribulation crystal threads and was enduring the same pain that Long Ding had endured. No, it was even more painful because his physical body far surpassed Long Ding's. This was something that Long Ding could not even begin to imagine. The pain that Lu Yin was feeling right now was something that Lu Yin had rarely experienced ever since he had started cultivating. He could not help but cough up blood. Guoshan pursed his lips and looked up. Could he block it? If Long Kuei was defeated, then Long 7 would also be forced out of the tribulation crystal threads. Had Long 7 considered the consequences? Was it even possible to succeed? Lu Yin had never considered failure. Even if Long Kuei was defeated, even if he had to expose the walnut xenogeneic treasure that Master Yuan had created or the Tianhuang formation sourcebox that Heavenly Master Elysium had given him, he had to fuse with the tribulation crystal threads and break through. He did not care, he had to break through. Long Xian and his father had a grudge with the main bloodline, but even so, Long Tian's attitude towards them was still the same. Long Tian did not care about who was breaking through, he only wanted people who could help him. Lu Yin also wanted to go to the ruler's realm, and this was a rare opportunity. He could only blame Long Ding for picking a fight with him. The tribulation crystal thread entered his body and followed the flow of star energy to his lower abdomen. He had never paid attention to that place before, but who would have thought that it was where the tribulation crystal thread was? It stopped there, and it hurt the most, as if it had been completely torn apart. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and the surface of his body cracked just like Long Ding's. Fresh blood flowed from the soles of his feet. Not only did he have to endure the pain, but he also had to be on guard against Long Xian at all times. At that moment, experts from the Flying Armor Army appeared one after another and attacked him. Although there were no envoys, there were still many of them. However, their attacks were all blocked by the circle, thanks to Long Shi. Above him, Long Xian and Long Kuei's battle grew even more intense. The collision of envoys caused the flying armor pass to tremble, and the Hui was trapped by the flying armor array. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and the increasing pain almost caused him to faint. No, Long Kuei might not be able to withstand the flying armor array. The moment he was trapped by the array, Long Xian would be able to attack him. Lu Yin wanted to keep his things hidden as much as possible, as they were all disposable items. Long Qi, give me back my tribulation crystal thread. Long Ding roared as he stabbed his spear at Lu Yin. The attack was blocked by the circle, and there were many experts from the Flying Armor Army around him. Lu Yin looked at Long Ding as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Long Ding, pulling him into the circle. Long Ding's strength had returned to normal, and just like that night, he was powerless against Lu Yin. He was pulled into the circle. The experts from the Flying Armor Army shouted angrily, but Lu Yin ignored them. He looked up and took a deep breath. Long Xian, look at your precious son. He roared, alleviating the pain slightly. In the sky, Long Xian continuously controlled the flying armor array in an attempt to trap Long Kuei. Long Kuei also used the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror to counterattack, but Lu Yin's roar attracted the two's attention. They looked down and saw that Lu Yin had grabbed Long Ding by the neck, his face flushed red. Long Xian's eyes were red, and his face was pale. He immediately descended and glared at Lu Yin. How dare you, Long Qi? Long Kuei was still in the sky, and he stared blankly at Lu Yin. Was this Long Qi? Was this the same Long Qi who had been so submissive that he hadn't even dared to dodge Elder Qing Xing's attack? He was actually bold enough to use Long Ding's life to threaten Long Xian. Underground, Lu Yin and Long Xian stared at each other. What do I not dare to do? I'll kill your precious son. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Even if I return the tribulation crystal thread to you, what can you do with it? Give birth to another son. Long Xian panted heavily, and his killing intent had long since reached the heavens. Extreme regret filled his heart, as he should have been prepared. This Long Qi had dared to steal the tribulation crystal thread and cause a huge battle in the Flying Armor Pass. What else did he not dare to do? Let go of Long Ding and return my tribulation crystal thread, and I promise not to harm a single hair on your head. I can also agree to one of your requests. In the future, the Flying Armor Army will fully support you. Lu Yin sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? Why would you support me? I'm just the son-in-law of the main bloodline, not the junior progenitor. Long Xian roared, what do you want? State your conditions. Lu Yin's face grew paler and paler, and the surface of his body continued to shatter and bleed. He was still enduring the pain of breaking through, and this pain made him want to curse out loud. Long Ding resisted fiercely, wanting to escape while Lu Yin's physical body was being reconstructed. However, Lu Yin's domain was just as terrifying, and he could trap Long Ding with it. No matter what Long Xian said, Lu Yin ignored him. He only wanted to use Long Ding's life to stall for time. As long as he could completely absorb the tribulation crystal thread, Long Kuei would be nearby, and Long Xian would not dare to do anything. Long Kuei descended. Long Xian looked at him, and his eyes flashed. He raised a hand, causing the cloud connection stone to tremble. Long Tian's figure quickly appeared with a smile. What's the matter, General Long Xian? He was shocked to see that Long Xian was in a sorry state, as if he had just gone through a huge battle. Long Xian seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw, and he hurriedly pleaded, Junior progenitor, please save Long Ding. Long 7 has gone crazy and stole the tribulation crystal thread. He's even threatening me with Long Ding's life. Long Tian turned to look at the ground and saw Lu Yin enduring the pain. It was obvious that he was trying to break through to the next level. He also saw Long Ding being grabbed by Lu Yin and helpless. Even Long Tian, the junior ancestor, was stunned. What was going on? Junior progenitor, please save Long Ding. Long Ding forcefully suppressed his realm in order to help you in the sovereign realm so that he can break through to the Enlighter realm more smoothly. Please save him on account of his sincerity. Let Long 7 return the tribulation crystal thread. I, Long Xian, swear that Long Ding will help you in the sovereign realm, even if I have to use my life to pave the way for you, Long Xian said resolutely. His voice was hoarse, and he sounded extremely pitiful. Long Tian's eyes flashed as he watched the scene below. Long Ding, Long 7, Long Ding, Long 7, who will he help? He was the same as Long Kuei, and he naturally hoped that Long 7 would break through. Junior progenitor, Long 7 is just a hunter, and he won't be able to break through to the Enlighter realm anytime soon. Even if he breaks through, he won't be able to help you in the sovereign realm. Long Xian immediately shouted. Yes, this was the crux of the matter. Long 7 could not help him. No matter how great his future achievements were, could they surpass Long Tian's? Long Tian only cared about himself, so he immediately said to Lu Yin, Long Qi, release Long Ding and return the tribulation crystal thread. My White Dragon clan has a rule that forbids you from stealing from someone of the same clan. Do you want to die? Long Xian hurriedly replied, as long as you release Long Ding and return the tribulation crystal thread, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Long Tian was very satisfied with Long Xian's attitude. No matter what Long 7 had done, he was still the son-in-law of the main bloodline. Long Tian had promised Long Shi that he would protect this person, and Long Shi was much more important than Long Ding. Thank you. Big Brother AI Sheng. Thank you for your support. I'll continue to update at 3 p.m. Follow the wind, I'm working hard to write. I'm really working hard, and I'm staying up late every night. Thank you for your support. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1404. Lu Yin lowered his head as he endured the pain and tried his best to break through. As for Long Tian's words, they were bullsh*t and had nothing to do with him. When Long Tian saw no reaction from Lu Yin, he grew unhappy. Long Qi, did you hear me? I said release Long Ding and return the threads. Lu Yin's head was still lowered. Soon, very soon. Long Tian barked, Long Qi, I'm talking to you. If not for the fact that he was hiding his strength, he would have used his Reaper transformation and given this bastard a scythe. He wanted to see if this so-called junior ancestor could block his Reaper transformation. Long Qi. Long Tian bellowed. He was truly angry that this person had dared to ignore his words. Long Xian was nervous, as the scene that he had been most worried about had happened. Wealth could move people's hearts, let alone tribulation crystal threads. Even the junior ancestor's words were useless. He clenched his fists. Long Tian's eyes widened, and he was about to speak again when a pleasant female voice came from nearby. Elder brother, what's made you so angry? Long Tian paused and looked to the side, where he saw Long Shi's image appear in front of Long Kuei. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind, and her amber eyes stared at him. She was as beautiful as a painting. When he saw Long Shi appear, Long Tian barely suppressed his anger. This Long Qi is too arrogant. He actually dares to ignore my words. Long Shi glanced at the ground. She already knew what had happened. Such a huge incident had occurred in the Flying Armor Pass, and it had shaken the entire White Dragon tribe. Only Long Tian had been in seclusion, and no one had informed him. She had not expected Long Xian to find him first. When she heard about the battle in the Flying Armor Pass and how Long Qi had stolen the tribulation crystal threads, Long Shi did not dare to believe it, but she was not angry. Instead, she was inexplicably happy. Who would not want their husband to be an indomitable hero? Even though stealing from others did not sound good, this was a tribulation crystal thread. If Long Qi could successfully use this thread to break through, then his future would be completely different. Not just Long Shi, but even those from the main bloodline felt the same way. Of course, a portion of them also hoped that Long Qi would bring back the tribulation crystal thread so that he could find an expert from his own clan to break through and help Long Tian fight for the origin item in the sovereign realm. There were also experts from the same generation as Long Tian who were about to break through to the Enlightened realm, and Long Shi was not the only one. Unfortunately, there was not enough time, and even if they gave the thread to Long Shi, she still had not broken through. However, the clan had already prepared a tribulation crystal pillar for her. No matter what, the main bloodline would not be biased towards Long Xian. What do you want Long Qi to listen to? Tell me about it, Long Shi said in a cold voice. Long Tian narrowed his eyes. Tell him to return the tribulation crystal thread and release Long Ding. Long Shi laughed. Brother, you're making things difficult for Long Qi. A cold light flashed in Long Tian's eyes. Long Qi is currently breaking through, and his physical body is being reconstructed. How can he hear you? He's currently in pain, Long Shi said. Long Tian's furrowed brows relaxed. That's right. He looked down and saw that Lu Yin's face was completely pale, and there was a pool of blood on the ground. This person was currently experiencing unbearable pain. Long Tian had experienced it before, and he had been able to endure it. However, Long Qi might not be able to do the same. How could Long Qi's physical body compare to Long Tian's? Perhaps he really could not hear anything. Long Xian accepted this explanation and forced himself to calm down. When he thought of this, Long Tian suppressed his anger. Sister, once Long Qi has endured it, tell him to release Long Ding and return the tribulation crystal thread. Long Shi, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Her tone was cold. Brother, are you saying that we should force the thread out of Long Qi's body? Long Tian paused, but he did not refute. If he wanted to return the thread, he would have to force it out. Long Xian hurriedly said, Princess, please rest assured. I won't be too heavy-handed, and I'll definitely compensate you. From now on, the Flying Armor Army will fully support the junior ancestor, and Long Ding will also help the junior ancestor and the princess in the sovereign realm. Long Xian's attitude was very proper, as he was afraid that Long Shi would not agree. Long Shi laughed and looked at Long Xian. Whether or not you support my brother depends on whether or not you're a redback. Long Xian looked up in surprise. What do you mean, princess? Long Shi said, the 14th gate is already investigating you. Don't tell me you don't know. Long Xian clenched his fists. He was not stupid, and he could tell that Long Shi was obviously siding with Long Qi. The 14th gate is only investigating how I obtained so many tribulation crystals. My tribulation crystals came from the legacy left behind by a senior, and they have nothing to do with a redback. Also, why would those monsters be willing to spend such a large amount of resources on me, the commander of the Flying Armor Army? To put it bluntly, I'm not qualified. Long Shi naturally understood this, and so did the 14th gate, which was why they had already removed their suspicions of Long Xian being a redback. However, this was just an excuse, and it had nothing to do with whether or not Long Xian was a redback. With these tribulation crystals, you can help Long Ding get close to my brother. Perhaps the purpose of these tribulation crystals is for Long Ding to secretly harm my brother in the sovereign realm. Using these tribulation crystals to harm a future progenitor is not a big price to pay, Long Shi said calmly. Long Xian was furious. Even if you're a princess, you can't slander your own race just to help your own husband. This will make the White Dragon race and all the other branches bitterly disappointed. Long Tian shouted, that's enough, little sister. You've gone too far. Long Shi said, it's just a guess, but brother, are you sure it's not true? Ask that Mr. Gua. He's from the 14th gate. Long Tian looked at Guashan. Guashan blinked and said blankly, I'm here to investigate. He only said 6 words and did not say anything else, but to everyone present, it was exactly what Long Shi had said. Long Xian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. These bastards were wrongly accusing him. He really was not a redback. Even Long Tian was starting to have some doubts. He had always been suspicious and selfish, and he only cared about himself. If Long Xian really was a redback, then using the tribulation crystal threads as the price to get Long Ding to secretly harm him in the sovereign realm was not impossible. When he thought of this, Long Tian was somewhat uncertain. He was very arrogant and conceited, and the more arrogant and conceited he was, the more he believed this guess to be true. Using tribulation crystals as the price to secretly harm a future progenitor was definitely worth it. When he saw Long Tian's expression change, Long Xian's heart sank. He could see that he had been isolated. The White Dragon race's main bloodline and the 14th gate were all targeting him. Junior ancestor, heaven and earth can be my witness. I, Long Xian, definitely did not have any intention of secretly harming you. I'm definitely not a redback, no. Long Xian shouted, his voice shrill as he tried to get Long Tian's help. Guoshan's heart skipped a beat. If he had said something at this moment, then Long Xian and Long Ding's fates might have changed. However, he was from the 14th gate, and so was Long Qi. He could not help Long Xian. Furthermore, he had not lied, nor had he harmed Long Xian. He really was here to investigate, and there was nothing wrong with that. It was just that he had not said that the investigation was over, and there was no need to say that. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What was the point of telling outsiders about the results of the internal investigation? Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. Everyone looked at Long Tian, as if waiting for his decision. He was the White Dragon race's junior ancestor, and a single word from him could change many people's fates. Only Lu Yin did not care about him at all. Long Tian finally made his decision and looked down. Long Qi, take the tribulation crystal thread and return to Dragon Mountain. General Long Xian and Long Ding should go as well. The race will investigate, and if General Long Xian is not a redback, then return the thread to Long Ding and punish Long Qi. He then looked at Long Xian. What do you think, General? Lu Yin heard this and secretly cursed at how ruthless Long Tian was. If he went to the main bloodline, then what could Long Xian do? This pair of father and son were basically at the mercy of others. The only reason they had the right to speak now was because of the existence of the flyaway armor array. Once they went to Dragon Mountain, the White Dragon race's main bloodline would definitely not let them off for the tribulation crystal thread. It was the same for Lu Yin. Long Tian's goal was simple: obtain the tribulation crystal thread and use it to find the most suitable person to help him fight for his destiny in the sovereign realm. He no longer cared about the lives of Long Xian and his son. Long Xian's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip from it, and his voice was terrifyingly low. Junior ancestor, when Long Ding broke through, he immediately contacted you because he idolized you since he was young and wanted to help you. Long Tian's expression was calm. Don't worry. As long as you are not a redback, no one will be able to wrong you. He then looked at Long Qi. Little sister, what do you think? His gaze was deep, and Long Qi naturally knew what he was thinking. She looked down at the ground and saw Lu Yin's pained expression. Her eyes flashed. Brother, the tribulation crystal thread has already been absorbed by Long Qi, and he's about to break through. With his constitution, if he forcibly expels the tribulation crystal thread, he might die. How about this? If the clan determines that General Long Xian is not a redback, then I'm willing to spend the rest of my life compensating them. Another line of nonsense. Guoshan rolled his eyes. If they went to Dragon Mountain, even if this pair of father and son were not redbacks, they would definitely be punished for other crimes. He realized that the White Dragon race was very good at saying such things. Who had ever told him that the White Dragon race was straightforward? Especially that Long Qi, he was so evil. Long Tian frowned. His goal was the tribulation crystal thread, and it had already been absorbed by Lu Yin. Why would he go through so much trouble? Long Xian smiled bitterly. Everyone was scheming against him. Long Tian, Long Shi, and even the 14th gate were all targeting him. It was useless, and there was no point in counting on these people. He took a deep breath, and his gaze turned sinister. He suddenly pressed down with one hand, and the square light screen that had trapped Ho in the sky suddenly descended, trapping Long Kuei while Ho was still high up in the sky. Long Xian took this opportunity to attack Lu Yin with his spear. Even if he had to betray the White Dragon race, he had to kill Long Qi and retrieve the tribulation crystal thread. Ding He and Ding had broken through and were valuable enough to join the other three forces in the top realm. Long Xian himself was also an envoy, so he did not necessarily have to stay in the White Dragon race and wait for death. No one had expected Long Xian to attack just like that. If he attacked now, it would be tantamount to betraying the White Dragon race. Did he not care about Long Ding's life? Stop! Long Tian shouted. Long Kuei roared and tried to break free from the flyaway armor array. However, in terms of physical strength, he was not as strong as Ho. Even if his overall strength surpassed Ho's, he did not have an advantage over Ho when it came to resisting the flyaway armor array. Ho had been trapped for so long, and Long Kuei was in the same situation. Above him, Ho's 2 heads and 4 large eyes widened as he swooped down to grab Long Xian. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1405. Long Xian's spear pierced through the protective barrier, which had been given to him by Long Shi. It was powerful enough to block an emissary's attack, but it could only block an emissary who had survived the first origin tribulation. Long Xian had survived the second origin tribulation and was extremely powerful. He was betting that the circle would not be able to stop him for more than 2 seconds. He was betting that Draconic 7 would not dare to kill Long Ding, or that he did not have the ability to kill Long Ding. After breaking through, the pain that Long Ding had to endure would probably cause him to lose consciousness. To be able to become the commander of the Flying Armor Army and an emissary, Long Xian's ruthlessness was carved into his bones. Even if he was faced with a hopeless situation, he would still choose to die together with his enemy. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary cultivator, or if he had been the adopted son-in-law that Long Shi and the others knew, then he would definitely have panicked. Even in his normal state, he would not have dared to resist an emissary's attack, much less in the midst of a breakthrough. However, he was not an ordinary cultivator. He was Lu Yin, the Outerverse Master of the Fifth Mainland, the champion of the Sovereign Tournament, and the Lu Yin who had dominated the Fifth Mainland and overturned the day-night flow zone. Long Xian was ruthless, but Lu Yin was even more ruthless than Long Xian. The moment Long Xian's spear broke through the protective circle, Lu Yin immediately pushed Long Ding towards the tip of the spear. If Long Xian continued to attack, Long Ding would definitely die. Long Xian had imagined that Lu Yin would react in many ways, and the most likely reaction would be fear and shock. However, he had never expected that Lu Yin would make such a decision in the span of a single second. Long Xian immediately retracted his spear and slowed down his attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin struck Long Ding's back with his palm, sending Long Ding flying towards Long Xian. At the same time, he rushed out of the ground. Long Xian caught Long Ding in his arms. In front of him, Long Ding spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering all over his face. Ignoring the blood stains on his face, Long Xian hastily took out some medicinal pellets to treat Long Ding's injuries. Long Ding was already seriously injured, but even so, he still grabbed Long Xian's clothes tightly. "Father, kill him! Kill Long Qi. Alright, I'll take revenge for you. I'll definitely kill Long Qi, shouted Long Xian. Flying Armor Army, protect the young master. Yes, General. The moment Long Xian attacked, Long Tian's image also disappeared, and the connection with the Cloud Connection Stone was lost. Similarly, the moment Long Kuei was sealed by the Flying Armor Grand Array, Long Shi's image also disappeared. The two siblings only saw Long Xian make a move, but they did not see what happened after. However, when Long Kuei saw this, he was even more surprised. His impression of Lu Yin had been constantly changing, and when Long Xian had attacked just now, he had thought that Lu Yin was dead for sure. He had not expected Lu Yin to be able to react in such a way. Hui descended from the sky and clawed at Long Xian. Long Xian's body was covered in fine draconic patterns, and he raised his head to block the attack with his spear. His body was ruthlessly pressed into the ground by the pyrolite. Scram! Long Xian shouted as he stirred up the void. His astral source transformed into a visible shock wave that surged up from the ground and sent pyrolite flying into the sky. This wave of astral source power swept through the flying armor pass, stripping away everyone's control over their star energy. Lu Yin was stunned, as he was at a huge disadvantage when fighting against an emissary. His star energy control was at the level of a world-level cultivator, but even so, he still couldn't control it. He hid behind Long Kuei and stared at Long Xian. Long Xian's killing intent towards him was so great that Lu Yin even forgot about the pain he had experienced when he was trying to break through. That extreme hatred and killing intent seemed to have solidified, and that astral source was Lu Yin's killing intent. Suddenly, Lu Yin's back went numb, and a chill surged up from the soles of his feet. His eyes narrowed. Not good, there's an assassin behind him. His expression changed, and a star chessboard appeared beneath his feet. At this moment, everyone had turned into chess pieces. Long Kuei, Long Xian, Guishan in the distance, the surrounding flying armor pass soldiers, their battle techniques, and the distant assassin's attack. In that instant, Lu Yin saw the situation clearly. A cold gust of wind was only a few meters away from him, and it had come from an ordinary-looking old man outside the general's manor. That gust of wind should have been enough to kill Lu Yin, but the old man had also used astral source to attack him. He was an emissary-level assassin. The Boundless Realm's methods of assassinating Lu Yin were becoming more and more ruthless. Everything happened in an instant. Lu Yin's mind raced as he used the secret art of plan to divert the gust of wind, causing it to shoot towards Long Xian. Long Kuei's back was facing Lu Yin, so he did not see it. However, Long Xian saw it, and he was shocked. Was that a secret technique? Even in this part of the universe, secret techniques were rare. He did not know any, and neither did Long Ding. Even Long Kuei, Lu Lu from the Lu family, and the others did not know any secret techniques. Long Xian would never have dreamed that Lu Yin had a secret technique. The boundless assassin had not expected this either. The gust of wind swept past Lu Yin and Long Kuei and shot towards Long Xian. Long Xian instinctively raised his spear, but Tian Ho's attack happened to land at the same time. The three astral source battle techniques clashed, causing cracks to appear in the void that was protected by the flying armor pass array. Coincidentally, one of the cracks extended to where Long Ding was, splitting his body in two. Long Xian's face was drained of blood, and he looked like he had gone mad. Ding-er. The cracks in the void swallowed up the surroundings, and many flying armor pass soldiers were torn apart. Guishan kept dodging, his face pale. In the distance, the boundless assassin's expression changed. This kid actually had a secret technique, and it was one that he had never seen before. This assassination attempt had failed again, and he retreated. The cracks in the void caused a flaw in the flying armor pass array. Long Kuei took advantage of this opportunity to escape. He did not bother with Long Xian and grabbed Lu Yin. At the same time, he took Guoshan onto Tianho's back and flew away. The flaw in the flying armor pass only lasted for a moment, and it quickly recovered. Long Xian's advantage in the flying armor pass was too obvious, and Lu Yin and Guoshan would become Long Kuei's weakness. With Long Ding dead, Long Xian would have no qualms about betraying the White Dragon tribe. No one knew what he would do next. As the flying armor pass grew smaller and smaller, Lu Yin could still hear Long Xian's mournful screams. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This enmity was too great. Long Kuei raised a hand, and the cloud pass stone trembled. Long Shi's image appeared, and she looked anxious. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Lu Yin was fine. "Elder, protect Long 7 as he breaks through." "I understand. Don't worry, princess." "What about Long Xian?" Long Kuei asked. Long Shi said coldly, "He betrayed the White Dragon tribe. Once Long 7 is safe, you can deal with him as you see fit." "Understood." Long Kuei nodded. After leaving the flying armor pass, Lu Yin's attention returned to his own body. A wave of intense pain assaulted him once again, but fortunately, he had already endured more than half of it. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin with pity in her eyes, but her tone was resolute. "Hold on and break through. No one will look down on you in the future, and you will be the pillar of the White Dragon tribe. You must hold on." Lu Yin growled, "I know." Long Shi closed her eyes, and the image disappeared. The pyrolite traveled at full speed, and 4 hours later, Lu Yin was brought to a secluded mountain valley. The area was desolate, and the pyrolite's aura prevented many creatures from approaching. Long Kuei and Guoshan quietly waited in the distance. Lu Yin continued to endure the intense pain by himself, and finally, after half an hour, the pain disappeared. His body had completely adapted to the tribulation crystals, and he had broken through to the next stage. It was an indescribable feeling. The moment he broke through, he felt the star energy flow within his body change slightly. It wasn't obvious, but it was this subtle change that made his aura much stronger than before. He could freely change the form of his star energy and casually attack. Every palm strike and technique was clearly different from before, and the most obvious change was in his physical body. Lu Yin could directly feel that his body had become stronger than before. His previous limit had been 250 stacks, but now, he might be able to reach 300 stacks. It was a pity that he didn't have the wisdom root T, so he couldn't extrapolate it. Still, even if he couldn't extrapolate it to 300 stacks, the increase in strength was enough to increase the power of 250 stacks. With his current strength, he could easily defeat Wang Yi, Wu Taibai, and the others. They had been evenly matched during the Sovereign Tournament, and at that time, Lu Yin's attacks had just reached the upper limit of what those two could withstand. Now, he had surpassed that limit, and once he surpassed it, he could rely on his various techniques to easily obtain victory. However, it still wasn't enough, and he was still far from reaching the power level he had when he was in the Reaper transformation. It would be great if he could reach the power level of the Reaper transformation in his normal state. Breaking through to the next stage had almost doubled Long Ding's power, but Lu Yin's body was already strong enough, so it couldn't be doubled. Once he broke through to the middle finger, his power would be doubled, and he might even be able to match the power of the Reaper transformation. Blood stained the ground beneath his feet, and Lu Yin felt some lingering fear. Breaking through to the third stage wouldn't be like this, would it? It was too painful. There were still tribulation crystal threads around the lower stage, and they would need to be slowly absorbed. Long Ding was too jumpy. If he had waited until he had completely absorbed the threads before fighting Lu Yin, none of this would have happened. Did you succeed? Long Kuei and Guishan stared at Lu Yin as he walked over, their eyes shining. Lu Yin nodded and clenched his fists. He deliberately said, I feel like I've become much stronger. It should be more than double. Fighting Long Ding will be much easier now. The two weren't surprised. Long Kuei smiled. Long Ding's physique is already above yours. The stronger your body, the less obvious the increase after breaking through. However, your potential will be greater. Congratulations. Guishan looked at Long Kuei in shock and then at Lu Yin. How much did the White Dragon tribe not understand this kid? Long Ding's physique was above his. This was ridiculous. Lu Yin coughed, stared at Guishan, and then coughed again. Since you've already broken through, you should stabilize here and absorb the tribulation crystal threads. Don't repeat Long Ding's path, Long Kuei said, his tone gradually changing to one that carried a hint of killing intent. Lu Yin knew what he wanted to do. Long Xian's hatred for the White Dragon tribe could not be washed away, so Lu Yin had to eliminate them completely. Tian Ho will stay behind to protect you. Restrain your aura, and don't go anywhere until I return. Long Kuei leapt up and disappeared into the real universe, heading towards the flying armor pass. Tian Ho's huge body shrank until it was the size of a palm, and it jumped onto Lu Yin's shoulder to protect him. Lu Yin pursed his lips and looked at Guishan. Thank you. Guishan was taken aback. What are you thanking me for? I didn't help you with anything, and everything I said was true. Don't randomly thank me, or you'll die. Lu Yin smiled. I know. I've been writing for 6 days straight, and it's very tiring. I'll continue writing tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1406. Alright, I have to go. I didn't think that the flying armor pass would be so risky. I'll probably have to reflect on myself when I get back, Guishan said helplessly. Do I have a mission? Lu Yin asked. Guishan replied, You might have before, but not anymore. What do you mean? Lu Yin was puzzled. Guishan enviously replied, You broke through the lower threshold and defeated Lulu. You might have a chance to go to the ruler's realm, so the sect shouldn't give you any missions for now unless it's confirmed that you're not fated to go. You should know that no mission is more important than becoming a progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. If even a humble student had confirmed that he had a chance, then Long Tian should have contacted him. His breakthrough had given him the perfect excuse to reveal his strength. Even if he couldn't reveal too much, he should be able to at least reveal it to the public. Of course, it would be best to reveal it after he became an enlighter. Breaking through to the enlighter realm was not easy, and Lu Yin had only used Long Shi's essence blood to break through to the 16th cycle of the hunter realm. If he broke through in such a short time, then Long Shi would be suspicious, which would be a headache. Most importantly, would there be any obstacles to breaking through to the enlighter realm? Lu Yin panicked when he thought about the obstacles he had faced when breaking through to the Melder, Explorer, and Hunter realms. No matter which breakthrough he had made, he had almost failed. Would it be the same when he became an enlighter? Lu Yin obediently waited in the valley while Long Kuei went to the flying armor pass. When Long Kuei arrived at the pass, he found that Long Xian was nowhere to be found. He had even abandoned the entire flying armor army and had only taken Long Ding's corpse with him. He ran pretty fast, Long Kuei muttered to himself as he looked towards the north. Even if Long Xian had left, there would still be traces left behind. Long Xian had not only been killed because of his hatred and betrayal of the White Dragon tribe, but also because of the tribulation crystals. Where had this person obtained so many tribulation crystals? This was what the White Dragon tribe wanted to know the most, and it was also why Long Tian wanted to bring Lu Yin to Dragon Mountain. Only then would Lu Yin have no chance of escaping. Unfortunately, Long Xian was not stupid. The sky darkened, and it began to drizzle. The rain here was light blue, like a beam of light falling from the sky. Although it was dim, it illuminated Long Xian's face. Long Xian buried Long Ding. Throughout the whole process, he did not say a word. His face was terrifyingly calm. He had no one to talk to. Endless resentment was hidden in the bottom of his heart. The rainwater dripped onto the back of his hand. It was a little cold. Looking back, it had already been 10 hours since he left the Flying Armor Pass. Ever since Long Kuei left with Long Qi, he immediately left as well. He knew that the White Dragon race would not let him go. Without the protection of the White Dragon clan, he would be in even more danger. The origin of the Tribulation Crystal Pillars would attract the attention of countless people. Hopefully, no one would be able to track him down. Thinking about it, Long Xian continued to head north. He wanted to go to the Zhongping Sea. Because the Zhongping Sea was vast, there were many desolate and uninhabited places overseas. Some of these places even developed a different type of civilization called the Starry Sky. As long as he hid in the Zhongping Sea, no one would be able to find him. When his combat power reached 1 million, he would return. It was not that he did not think of joining the Hanxian sect, the Wang clan, or the Xia clan. If you chase after me, no one will get it, Long Xian shouted and then fled without hesitation. Long Kuei wanted to chase after him, but his attention was attracted by the cosmic ring. The Calamity Crystal Pillar appeared in his mind. His eyes flashed with passion. He grabbed it, and the others followed at the same time. Long Xian did not know the final result. There were still people chasing after him. No one would believe him so easily. He had the power of an emissary, but because of his serious injuries, especially the stellar origin cyclone in his left arm, he finally could not bear it and fell out of the real universe. Behind him, several figures chased after him. Long Xian was miserable, as he had never imagined that the commander of the Flying Armor Army would end up like this. According to his plan, he should have been under the care of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, and his son, Long Ding, should have been preparing to break through to the Enlighter realm before heading to the White Dragon clan's young progenitor planet to accompany Long Tian to the ruler's realm. Why had this happened? It was all Long Qi's fault, and it was because of him that Long Xian had ended up like this. Revenge, he had to take revenge. He could not die. He could not die. He had not avenged Ding yet, so he could not die. In front of him, several figures descended, all of them wanting to capture him. These people had not said a single word since the beginning, and it was obvious that they were afraid of being exposed. Although Long Xian had been severely injured, the people chasing after him were not emissaries. Otherwise, he would have been captured long ago in the real universe. They were just a few Enlighters. After a lot of effort and risking his life, Long Xian finally dealt with these people. He was panting heavily as his left arm and right wrist had been cut off. He had never suffered such serious injuries before. Did you think that they chased after you to capture you personally? Wrong, they only provided the location. The ones who actually captured you are the emissaries, an ethereal voice said. Long Xian was shocked, and he cut a sorry figure. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and there was blood on the ground. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. There was a pool of blood on the ground. Who? Who's talking? Is the Tribulation Crystal Pillar that I gave you useful? The voice spoke again, and this time, there was a mocking laugh. Long Xian's expression changed. It's you. You were the one who gave me that cosmic ring, and you were the one who gave me the tribulation crystal pillar. Who are you? Who are you? Sigh, you're really useless. I gave you the tribulation crystal pillar, but it ended up benefiting someone else. Who are you? Long Xian shouted. Are you trying to summon the 4 cardinal scales with such a loud voice? Will that do you any good? Long Xian's entire body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. He looked around. Who are you? You actually have the answer in your heart, but you don't dare to say it. Then, I'll say it for you. That's right, I'm the mortal enemy of you humans, and you're also a redback. Long Xian's eyes were bloodshot. I'm not. I've never promised you anything, and I've never helped you do anything. What do you want? Why did you give me the tribulation crystal pillar? What use do I have to you? You've already done it for me. Otherwise, who do you think leaked the secret of your tribulation crystal pillar? Long Xian gritted his teeth. It was you. You were the one who told the humble school. Why? I only told the humble school. The humble school's investigation concluded that you weren't a redback or a spy. Everything that's happened now is your own fault. You and your son are useless, and they were destroyed by others. It has nothing to do with me, but the result is the same to me. Long Xian was confused. What mission? Ha ha ha, guess. Think about what you've done. Long Xian's expression changed, and he suddenly remembered the cosmic ring that he had dropped, as well as the item that had appeared with the tribulation crystal pillar. His face went pale. Was that a trap? You buried 4 young masters at once, and all you needed was a tribulation crystal pillar to break through to the next level. Was that a good deal? Long Xian's entire body trembled. It was over. It was all over. If it really was a trap, then the deaths of the 4 young masters would shake the entire starry sky of the trees. He would become the greatest traitor to humanity. Why? Why did you choose me? Weren't you very happy when you obtained the tribulation crystal pillar? What, are you regretting it now? Long Xian lowered his head and closed his eyes. There was still a glimmer of hope in the depths of his heart. He hoped that he could join the Hanxian sect, the Xinwu Heaven, or the Wang clan to take revenge on the White Dragon clan. However, he had nothing now. He would become the greatest traitor of the entire human race. No one would let him go. The moment you dropped your cosmic ring, you were already a traitor to humanity. You completed your mission very well, so there's no need to blame yourself. Join us. You have no choice. Long Xian raised his head. Bitterness, despair, regret, and all sorts of other emotions mixed together. So, this is how you develop redbacks. Many people didn't want to betray, but they were forced to do so. He was the same. He was the commander of the Flying Armor Army, but he hadn't even realized that he had helped these monsters complete their mission. Do you want to take revenge? These words flashed across Long Xian's mind like lightning. The scene of his son, Long Ding, falling into his arms and screaming shrilly appeared in his mind. Revenge, he had to take revenge. Long Qi, he wanted to kill Long Qi. He wanted to destroy the White Dragon tribe. He wanted to take revenge on the 4-direction scale. His many years of persistence had collapsed. Humans will always die of greed and hatred. In the end, victory will belong to us. But why is he here? Interesting, very interesting. Ha ha ha, the plan has to change. Humans, ha ha ha. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1407. The battle at the Flying Armor Pass had shaken the topmost realm. Although the people involved in the battle were not very influential, the implications were still quite serious. The flying armor pass itself was one of the targets of the four-way scales in the top realm. Long Xian had inexplicably obtained enough tribulation crystals for Long Ding to break through. The origin of these tribulation crystals attracted the attention of everyone in the four-way scales. In the end, Long Xian's whereabouts were unknown, and something that resembled a map was found in his cosmic ring. The four cardinal scales fought over it and split it into four. The White Dragon clan was in an uproar, and everyone was debating this matter. Many people criticized the main branch for being too biased, but the main branch used the humble clan's investigation as an excuse. This argument lasted for several days until the Frozen Immortal sect suggested that the four pieces of the map be pieced together. That map was recognized as a map of the Sovereign's realm, which meant that it led to a huge opportunity in the Sovereign's realm. At the very least, Long Xian's tribulation crystals were definitely related to that opportunity. Lu Yin did not know how the four cardinal scales had decided to use this map. He looked at the man in front of him and was both excited and confused. If you want to stay in Dragon Mountain for the rest of your life and be protected by my sister for the rest of your life, you can reject my suggestion. However, I'll only say this once, and this suggestion will only come once. The person speaking to Lu Yin was Long Tian. This young ancestor of the White Dragon clan had just found Lu Yin and suggested that he head to the White Dragon clan's minor planet. He would provide resources so that Lu Yin could attempt to break through to the Enlighter realm as soon as possible. Once he succeeded, he would be able to help Lu Yin enter the Sovereign's realm. Lu Yin felt like he had been hit in the head with a cake. After arriving in this region of space, although it had been a little troublesome at first, everything had gone smoothly. Will Long Shi agree? Lu Yin pretended to be nervous. Long Tian frowned. Don't worry about her. I'll only ask you this once. I'll provide you with resources and do my best to help you break through to the Enlighter realm. Are you willing to accompany me to the Sovereign's realm? Lu Yin took a deep breath and solemnly said, Brother-in-law will not disobey elder brother's orders. Long Tian was startled. These words sounded very pleasant, but why did it feel so fake? He recalled what had happened in the flying armor pass. Did this fellow really not hear him, or was he just pretending? When he saw Lu Yin's sincere expression, Long Tian's gaze softened slightly. Lu Yin definitely hadn't heard him, otherwise, how could a remote branch member dare to go against his wishes? Alright, come to the White Dragon minor ancestor planet. I'll prepare everything for you. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. Prepare everything. How could he do that? Lu Yin would need a lot of star essence to break through to the Enlighter realm, but he had already prepared enough. If he used Long Tian as an excuse to break through to the Enlighter realm, no one would say anything about it. Since Long Tian was so confident about breaking through to the Enlighter realm, it proved that his preparations were not simple. The reason why Lu Yin had come looking for Lu Yin was probably because Lu Yin had defeated Long Ding, who had just broken through to the next realm. Lu Yin had also broken through to the next realm, and once he became an Enlighter, he would definitely surpass Long Ding's strength after he had broken through. When he thought about this, Lu Yin's lips curled up. The ruler's realm would definitely be very exciting, and he wondered how many familiar faces he would meet. Long Kuei had already gone to the boundary Dragon Mountain in the Peak realm, and before he left, he had specifically instructed Lu Yin to stay put and wait. Based on Guishan's words, Lu Yin guessed that there wouldn't be any missions in the near future. In that case, he would just wait here until Long Kuei returned so that he could bring him to the White Dragon minor ancestor planet. In the Peak realm, in the frigid immortal sect, Yu Chen had a solemn expression on her face. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. She was flipping through something when a man walked over from behind her with his head lowered. He respectfully handed over the information that he had sorted out. Miss, this is the detailed information regarding the battle at Flying Armor Pass. Yuchen grunted and accepted the information. She slowly flipped through it, and the more she read, the more shocked she became. This Long Seven actually had the strength to defeat Long Ding, who had just broken through to the next realm. Although Long Ding wasn't one of the most elite members of the four-way scales, after breaking through to the next realm, his strength had already reached that level. In the entire White Dragon clan, he should be among the top 3 of the young ancestors' generation. Long Seven's strength had actually reached such a level. His improvement was too fast. She carefully flipped through the information, and the more she read, the more she felt that something was amiss. This information recorded the details of the incident before and after, even including what Long Tian and Long Shi had said. Yuchen closed the information and pondered deeply. Did this Long Seven really not hear what Long Tian had said? This was a very important point. If he hadn't heard it, then it was fine, but if he had heard it but ignored it, then there was a huge story behind it. This meant that this person didn't even care about the young ancestors, which meant that most of what had happened before was just an illusion. Yuchen had a habit of thinking in a direction that was unfavorable to her. With this guess as the basis, she flipped through all the information regarding Long Seven again, especially the information regarding how he had plotted against Mo Gaohe and the 3 Guan brothers. A trace of shock appeared in her eyes. Perhaps all of this had nothing to do with the White Dragon clan, and was done by Long Seven himself. But how did he know that the 3 Guan brothers were redbacks? How did he instigate them to defect? Was it really such a coincidence that they were past friends? It couldn't be that coincidental. Yuchen flipped through Long Seven's information for a full 2 hours before finally closing it with a bang. No, there was a problem here. How could someone who had received the Sword Steel's inheritance for longer than Xian or be a piece of trash? How could he be willing to be a son-in-law? Her plans had failed time and time again, so this wasn't a coincidence. She had really been plotted against, and the person who had plotted against her was very likely this Long Seven, who no one paid any attention to and who everyone thought had gotten lucky. Yuchen stared at Long Seven's appearance. Perhaps this person was hiding a huge mystery, and she needed to find someone to break through this mystery. When she thought of this, she announced to the public that Long Seven's inheritance came from half-ancestor Kuei Luo. The man behind her was shocked. If that's the case, Yu Dai, who passed on this information, will have to be sacrificed. Yu Dai was a spy that Yuchen had planted in various powers. Just like the Redbacks, who were the human race's archenemy, Yuchen also had an organization called Yu Dai. According to Yu Dai's information, there are less than 10 people in the entire White Dragon clan who know this secret. He'll be easily exposed, the man emphasized again. Yuchen muttered, then let him be sacrificed. The man's eyes flashed, and when he saw Lu Yin's appearance, his lips curled up. You really know how to cause trouble, even making Yuchen sacrifice a jade butterfly like this. Yes. Yuchen exhaled. It wasn't easy to develop a Yu Dai of that level, and the price to pay was enormous. However, she always felt that this Long Seven was hiding something that she couldn't see through. This feeling made her very uncomfortable, and she desperately wanted to refute all of her guesses and convince herself that this Long Seven was just lucky. However, the more she thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. I don't care if you're faking it or not. I want you to disappear, Yuchen said indifferently, a cold glint in the depths of her eyes. Half-ancestor Kuei Luo was a notorious figure in the astral tree domain. It wasn't that he had committed many crimes, but rather that he seemed to be mentally ill. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He had a powerful spiritual force, and his favorite pastime was to find others and expose their secrets. He also liked to publicize the battle techniques that had been passed down from various powers. Because of this, he had been hunted down by countless people and caused countless grudges. It could be said that the secrets that Kuei Luo had exposed were enough to write countless moving chapters. He was basically a walking story that was even more impressive than the intelligence reports from Unbounded. His greatest achievement was that he had caused a battle between two ancestors, which had caused the astral tree domain to become unstable. Many people guessed that he was a redback, but there were also some who said that he wasn't a redback. He wasn't that high profile, so he was just crazy. Regardless of whether Kuei Luo was crazy or not, he was hated by everyone in the astral tree domain. He was worse than a street rat, and he had caused the astral tree domain to become unstable for many years. Even after his death, he had deliberately spread a large number of rumors, which disgusted many people. Because of the secrets that Kuei Luo had exposed, many people were unable to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Their hatred for Kuei Luo couldn't be washed away even after death. Lu Yin was leisurely reciting the Stonewall scriptures in a valley, and he was thinking about how he could break through to the Enlighter realm in a more reasonable manner. He was also thinking about how he could break through to the Enlighter realm. The cloud connection stone vibrated, and Long Shi's image appeared. Her expression was extremely ugly. Lu Yin felt guilty when he saw Long Shi's face, and he tried to recall if he had done anything wrong. He hadn't, as he had only recently tricked Long Xian and stolen his tribulation crystal. He hadn't done anything too outrageous. "Where are you?" Long Shi asked coldly. Lu Yin pursed his lips. "I'm still here. I haven't moved." He then changed his words. "I don't dare to move. You told me to stay here." Long Shi's eyes flickered, and she looked a little strange and a little dissatisfied. In the end, she felt helpless. "Don't go anywhere. Elder Long Kuei has already returned to the Central Realm to pick you up. He'll be here in half a month at most." Lu Yin blinked. Didn't Elder Long just leave the Central Realm a few days ago? Why is he so fast? "The four-way scale has its ways," Long Shi said indifferently. She then rubbed her aching head, as if she was conflicted about something. Lu Yin was curious, but he didn't dare to ask. After a while, Long Shi finally spoke. "Who else knows about your inheritance from Kuei Luo?" Lu Yin subconsciously shook his head. "Just you guys. I didn't tell anyone. You don't even know about it." Long Shi stared at Lu Yin. From what she knew, Kuei Luo was Lu Yin's old friend who had gone through thick and thin together. Lu Yin was resolute. "I definitely don't know. I wouldn't even dream about it." Kuei Luo. He had never even heard of Kuei Luo, a group of stowaways. Long Shi sighed. "This matter has been exposed." Lu Yin's mouth fell open, and his expression turned ugly. He had chosen to say that he had obtained Kuei Luo's inheritance because he was afraid that the White Dragon tribe would investigate. Kuei Luo had died a long time ago, and when he had been alive, he had been hated by everyone. No one had been able to find him, so he wasn't afraid that the White Dragon tribe would be able to find him. He also wasn't worried that the White Dragon tribe would leak this information, as it would be embarrassing for the White Dragon tribe. Who would have thought that this matter would be exposed? Once it was exposed, it would be troublesome. Kuei Luo had offended too many people, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Even though a group of people had died due to the passage of time, the survivors were all old bastards. Lu Yin broke out in cold sweat when he thought about the large group of old bastards chasing after him. "I'll continue updating at 3 p.m. I've been updating continuously for 7 days, and I'm too tired. I'll take a break. Thank you, brothers, for your support." End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1408. How did you leak it? Are you trying to kill me? Don't you know that I'll be hunted down by a bunch of old bastards? More old bastards means more young ones, and Lu Yin was furious as he yelled at Long Shi. Long Shi knew that she was in the wrong, so she allowed Lu Yin to yell at her without saying a word. Once he was done, she said, "He's the nephew of an elder in my family. Because of his outstanding performance, he's clear-headed enough to organize some of the family's information. I didn't expect him to be one of the frozen immortal sex Yuchen spies. He was the one who leaked the information." Lu Yin was puzzled. Someone like that wouldn't leak information for no reason. He should know that once he does, he'll be in danger of being discovered. Long Shi stared at Lu Yin. "I'll have to ask you that. What did you do to make Yuchen sacrifice such an important spy to deal with you?" Lu Yin was stunned and gulped. It was still that woman. Was she crazy? He hadn't done anything, but she was willing to sacrifice such an important spy to deal with him. Was she crazy? Lu Yin thought about it carefully, but he really hadn't done anything too outrageous. Back on the fifth mainland, he had overturned the day-night flow zone and unified the outerverse, but here, he was already keeping a low profile. Long Shi sighed helplessly. "Don't worry about that woman. What you need to do now is wait here for Elder Long Kue to pick you up and head straight to White Dragon Planet." "You agree to let me go to White Dragon Planet?" Lu Yin asked. Long Shi frowned. "I know Big Brother made a promise to you. I didn't agree to it at first, but now that you have a special status, there are very few places in the starry sky where you can walk around openly and safely. Even in Dragon Mountain, there are many people who hate Kue Luo and won't be polite to you. Only White Dragon's junior ancestor planet is an exception. That place belongs solely to the junior ancestor, and it's a reward for future progenitors. Only people of the same generation as the junior ancestor are allowed to enter." Lu Yin nodded. "All right. Actually, I don't really want to go to the ruler's realm. It's too dangerous." "I know. As long as you don't break through to the Enlighter realm, my brother won't risk letting you go." She seemed to feel that Lu Yin might misunderstand, so she continued, "It's not that he's afraid of you being in danger, but that you won't be able to help him if you don't become an Enlighter. He's worried that he won't be able to obtain any opportunities." "I know, Lu Yin." Long Shi gave a few more instructions before ending the call. He raised his head and looked at the top realm. Yu Chen, this woman had caused so much trouble for him, and he would have to deal with her sooner or later. In the middle realm, below the sword steel, Lu Hao stood quietly as the stooped elder Song walked over. "Have you thought it through?" Lu Hao nodded and respectfully said, "Xia Shenfei." Elder Song smiled. "Junior ancestor of the four-way balance, Xia Shenfei is worth befriending." Lu Hao replied, "If I'm with him, I won't have to worry about being plotted against." Elder Song turned his head and looked to the other side. Lu Tianmu slowly walked over and bowed to him. "Kid, have you decided who to help?" Elder Song asked. Lu Tianmu said seriously, "Long Tian." Elder Song and Lu Hao were not surprised. Bai Xiaohong was out of the question, as the frigid immortal sect did not lack experts. Lu Hao might be able to replace the others, but Lu Tianmu, who had never seen the 13 swords, did not think she could replace anyone. She could only go to the White Dragon Junior Ancestor planet to try her luck. "Let's go. I'm going to the Shenwu Junior Ancestor planet, so I'll send you off," Lu Hao said. "Thank you." Lu Tianmu was still as calm as ever. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In the middle realm, Nong Sanyang straightened her back and knocked on the ground. "Am I getting old? Why am I so tired?" Not far away, Nong Lai curled his lips. "I'm old." Nong Sanyang glared at him. "What did you say? You're asking for a beating." Nong Lai smiled. Sis, who do you want to help? Nong Sanyang wiped her sweat with a piece of cloth. She undid the white cloth covering her head, revealing her long black hair. Her style was unique. Even though she looked delicate and pretty, standing in the middle of a field, she had a different kind of charm, even though her feet were covered in dirt. Wang Su, you're a woman. Why do you have to make things difficult for other women? Nong Lai nodded. I also think Wang Su is better. The other three are all men. Sis, you'll be annoyed to death if you go. Nong Sanyang rolled her eyes. Am I really that charming? As soon as she finished speaking, the stallions in the field rushed out and jumped into Nong Sanyang's arms, making adorable noises. They seemed to like her a lot. Nong Sanyang laughed happily. Far away, in another seed garden, Chiu Shi sat calmly on the ground as the golden wheat around her swayed in the wind. She suddenly opened her eyes and leaped into the golden wheat field. The golden wheat field suddenly closed and grew rapidly. The stars around Chiu Shi's body revolved, then transformed into Sirius's sword technique. With a slash, some of the wheat ears were cut off. Chiu Shi saw the scenery outside the wheat field, but it was only for an instant before the wheat ears grew wildly again. No matter how many times Chiu Shi slashed, she was unable to break through the wheat field. Furthermore, no matter where she went, the wheat field would move with her. However, it would not let her go beyond a certain range. This range was a circle. Ever since Chiu Shi had fallen here, she had been trapped in this strange circle. She knew that someone had done this on purpose, but no matter what she said, that person would not let her go. Two stalks of grass playfully walked past her before rushing into the wheat field and disappearing. Chiu Shi was at a loss. What was this place? There were all sorts of strange creatures, but they were all very friendly. There was no fighting, so how was she supposed to get out? In the distance, above the rainbow bridge, the yellow color did not move. There were cities and armies on it. The entire rainbow bridge was under the control of the Shenwu Plain. Xian Yao looked up as a gigantic creature flew over and landed. Not too far away, a middle-aged man gestured towards Xian Yao. With your strength, little brother, you'll definitely be recognized by the junior ancestor. You'll soar in the future, so please don't forget about me. Yao Xian smiled. I wouldn't dare forget your kindness. Ha ha ha, let's go to Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. One expert after another converged on junior ancestor planet. Although the journey to the ruler's realm was dangerous, it was an opportunity to become a progenitor in the future. Even if they could not become a progenitor, forming a relationship with the junior ancestor would allow them to live a carefree life. At the very least, some people wanted to go to junior ancestor planet to see what kind of outstanding elites had appeared so that they could avoid offending them. Lu Yin finally set off after half a month, and Long Kuei's expression was ugly when he saw him. Ever since Long 7 and Long Shi had gotten married, more and more things had happened. Long Kuei had originally thought that Long 7 was an honest person, and all Long Kuei had to do was ensure his safety. Now, however, Long Kuei Luo's revelation had caused the entire White Dragon clan to become the target of countless people. Whether it was Long Shi or Long Kuei, there were always people asking Long 7 if he knew any secrets. Long Kuei was annoyed, and even Ho was being hinted at. But that was not the end of it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, some of his old friends had suddenly cut off all contact, saying that they were no longer friends. Long Kuei truly experienced the might of half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Just obtaining a portion of his inheritance had led to such a situation. Long Kuei had been disgusted by this dead man, so it would be strange if he was in a good mood. And the main culprit, Long 7, was still carefree. The more Long Kuei looked at him, the more annoyed he felt. Did half-ancestor Kue Luo leave behind any other information besides a portion of his inheritance? Long Kue asked in an unpleasant tone. Lu Yin was confused. Such as? Long Kue lowered his voice. Some secrets. Lu Yin immediately shook his head resolutely. Absolutely not. Long Kue glanced at him. Are you sure? Many of my old friends are contacting me right now, and even the 4 cardinal scales are contacting my white dragon tribe. They want to know what you know. If there are secrets left behind, don't tell them. Do you understand? Lu Yin was speechless, and his heart was exhausted. Elder, there really aren't any secrets. I'm not lying. I only obtained some natural treasures and cultivation resources. Even the battle techniques I obtained were the very ordinary overlaying stacks path. Right, there were also some spiritual force cultivation techniques, but there's nothing else. Long Kue looked at Lu Yin. Perhaps our trip to Junior Progenitor Planet didn't go smoothly. Once our whereabouts are revealed, many people will come looking for you. Be careful and don't be tricked by others. Lu Yin was helpless, and he regretted choosing half-ancestor Kue Luo. But even if he hadn't chosen him, there had been no other choice. He couldn't explain how someone from a branch family not only had the strength of a hunter, but also possessed a spiritual force that could cause Lu Ku to sink into oblivion. However, Long Kue was clearly overthinking things. The Central Realm was huge, and even if their whereabouts were revealed, it would take some time for others to catch up to them. Far in front of them, at the very end of the Central Realm, was a floating continent called Hope Isle. It was named after Hope Isle, and it was connected to the 4 young progenitor planets. If one wanted to reach the 4 young progenitor planets, they had to ascend Hope Isle. Only by ascending Hope Isle could one cross the bridge that connected the 4 young progenitor planets and truly reach Junior Progenitor Planet. There was a huge restaurant on the Gazing Isle called the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant. It was located right in front of the bridges that connected the 4 young ancestor planets. Standing on the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant, one could clearly see the 4 bridges of different shapes and sizes. Behind the bridges, one could vaguely see a dot, and that dot was the young ancestor planet. As the trip to the sovereign world drew closer, more and more guests arrived at the Ancestral Gazing Tower. There were both young and old, but not all of them were here to visit the Junior Progenitor Planet. Many of them simply wanted to see who would be able to reach the Junior Progenitor Planet, who would be welcomed by the Junior Progenitor Planet, and who would be fishing for fame. The Ancestral Gazing Restaurant was huge, and it had 7 floors. Each floor was 100 miles wide, and although it seemed very wide, it was easy for cultivators to see everything with a single glance. The Ancestral Gazing Restaurant did not forbid battles, and the reason why it had not decayed or been damaged after so many years was because the materials used to construct it came from the Sovereign Realm, from the Mother Tree. The wood of the Mother Tree could not be damaged unless one was a half-step ancestor, but even a half-step ancestor would not be able to damage much of it. Because of this, the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant had suffered very little damage over the countless years, even if there were battles happening every day. The strangest thing about the Ancestral Gazing Restaurant was that there were no waiters or kitchens. However, as long as someone came, there would be different dishes on each table, and different wines for them to taste. No one knew where these dishes and wines came from. Countless people had searched for them, but to no avail. Over time, they gave up. It's too tiring. I've been updating for an entire week. Take it slow. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1409. Apart from the Ancestral Gazing Tower, the rest of Wangyu Island was filled with lush forests. There were no powerful beasts, and it was as simple as nature itself. Many people didn't like the liveliness of the ancestral gazing tower. They preferred to stay in this natural environment and wait for the best opportunity to enter Junior Ancestor Planet. One cultivator after another arrived at Wangyu Island, followed by all sorts of arguments and fights. On this day, a strange creature that looked like a piece of paper landed. It entered Wangyu Island without any obstructions and headed towards the ancestral gazing tower. Not long after, an old man and a young man got off the paper creature's back. The old man looked at the ancestral gazing tower and raised his hand. The paper creature overlapped and turned into a single piece of paper that landed in his palm. This is the ancestral gazing tower. It opens every epoch, and only when the junior ancestor is born will Wangyu Island and ancestral gazing tower appear. What you need to do is make a name for yourself in Wangyu Island and become one of the top elites invited by Junior Ancestor Planet. Are you confident? I'm confident. Don't worry, Senior, the young man replied. The old man looked at him with a gentle gaze. You came from my nest. I don't care what you've done before, but as long as you enter Junior Ancestor Planet and follow the Junior Ancestor to the Sovereign Realm, all your past sins will be forgiven. You'll also be helping to make a name for yourself. Let's go. I'll let your name start here. Yes, Mr. Sue. The 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower was a boiling cauldron of voices. Those who were able to come here were either outstanding themselves or were led by experts. The higher the floor, the more confident they were, because the number of tables in the ancestral gazing tower was fixed and couldn't be increased. No one wanted to have their heads trampled on. The top floor of the ancestral gazing tower was naturally the place everyone wanted to go. However, there was an unwritten rule that only those who were led by emissaries could go to the top floor. Everyone else could only stay on the lower 6 floors. Mr. Zui and Shangqing stayed on the 1st floor. They had no intention of going up. The nest was the largest prison in the Middle Realm, so their identities were quite sensitive. Most of the time, the 1st floor was filled with experts from the younger generation. Very few were led by seniors, or they could go to the higher floors. Even if they were led by seniors, they wouldn't be very strong. The 1st floor was also the floor with the most empty seats in the ancestral gazing tower. The two found a place to sit. Soon, exquisite dishes and fragrant wine appeared on the table. Mr. Zue took a deep breath and smiled in satisfaction. This is the taste. The fine wine here is always the most intoxicating. With that, he downed the wine in large gulps. Shangqing was not interested in wine. Ever since he came to this part of the galaxy, the 3 streams of air that had once coiled around his body had been restrained to his waist. If they still coiled around his body and hovered in the air, he would be asking for a beating. This was also something that Elder Chan had specially instructed them to keep a low profile when he sent them to this part of the galaxy. After drinking for a full 2 hours, Mr. Zue burped. It was obvious that he had drunk too much. He put down his cup and muttered to himself, Wangyu opens once every era, and there are very, very few people who can live an entire era. Even the emissaries have to freeze their own vitality, which is equivalent to freezing time so that they can wait until the next era. In the starry sky, any meteorite has existed for far longer than us humans. However, it doesn't matter how long the passage of time is. Any random explorer from the human race can destroy a planet that has existed for countless epochs, and any random lemeter can destroy a meteorite, even if that meteorite has witnessed the birth of the human race, or even the birth of a species that predates the human race. It's the same for destruction. Wisdom is the foundation of a person. Shangqing was puzzled. It was strange for a sinner from a nest to say such things. Mr. Zue picked up his cup again and took another sip. He exhaled deeply. Some people have monstrous wisdom that surpasses the limits of power and human understanding. Their methods, schemes are enough to shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. They can easily change history. He downed another mouthful of wine. Those people can change the history of a part of the universe in just a few decades, causing a gap in the truth of history to appear. How terrifying, how terrifying. Shengxing did not understand what Mr. Zui was muttering to himself, and he was not interested in listening. He was more interested in the conversation between the two people at the table next to him. Every table was quite far from each other, but to a cultivator, as long as they did not deliberately prevent others from eavesdropping, they could easily hear the conversations of everyone on this floor. Have you heard? There was a group battle on the 6th floor. It said that several clans got involved. I know. The clans of the Divine Martial Plane and the Frigid Immortal sect fought fiercely. I don't know what happened, but the Wong clan and the White Dragon clans also got involved. I heard that it's because of the Lu clan and the Seed Garden. The Frigid Immortal sect's young ancestor Bai's maid, Miss Yu Qin, personally invited them, but Lu Hao chose the Divine Martial Plane, while Nong Sanyang from the Seed Garden chose the Wong clan. The Frigid Immortal sect couldn't accept it. Yu Qin is the goddess of many people's dreams. She's been humiliated, so of course some people will try to get back at her. Humph. A bunch of idiots. It's none of their business. No matter how fierce the battle is, Miss Yu Qin won't even look at them. On the other side, someone else was also discussing. I heard that Wan Wu went to the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet. That's right. The King of Adventure personally sent him there. I never thought that the King of Adventure would come to the Middle Realm. He's the treasure of the Root organization. He's always been crazy about the lower realms. Nobody knows more about the lower realms than him. The King of Adventure is indeed someone worthy of respect. That's why Wan Wu was directly sent to the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet. That's where you're wrong. Wan Wu wasn't able to enter the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet because of his status as the King of Adventure. He's already an enlighter, and he's been training in the lower realms all this time. When he goes to the ruler's realm, the White Dragon clan's young ancestor will have to rely on him. That's true. The Prime Clear One muttered to himself. Wan Wu was a disciple of the King of Adventure in the lower realms. Someone from the Root organization has gone up again. These people aren't to be trifled with. They've been fighting in the lower realms all year round, and they all have killing intent. So what if they have killing intent? The truly powerful people in our region are all in the 4 cardinal scales. The rest are either subordinate to the 4 cardinal scales or have been eliminated. Shoo, don't spout nonsense. Do you want to die? Did I say something wrong? Isn't the alliance of, just as he finished speaking, a bamboo skewer shot over from afar and pierced through that person's neck, causing blood to spill onto the ground. The man clutched his neck and unwillingly fell to the ground, dead. Many people looked at the entrance as an old man walked in. His eyes were cold, and golden flames occasionally spread out from his body, burning the void and distorting it. One could faintly see cracks in the void. This was an envoy-level powerhouse. Nonsense. You deserve to die. The old man didn't even look at the people on the first level as he walked straight up. The first level was silent as everyone looked at the dead man on the ground, but they didn't feel any sympathy. What did it mean to survive in this region of space? Everyone knew what to say and what not to say. This person definitely had a grudge with the 4 cardinal scales, or else he wouldn't have been so aggressive. That senior just now was from the Zijin family, right? That's right. It's too easy to recognize someone from the Zijin family. That means that Jin Feiyuan should be arriving soon. Jin Feiyuan is an expert from Xinwu Plain who can head to the ruler's realm. We'll be able to catch a glimpse of the Zijin family's young master. Mr. Zoe was still drunk, and he didn't even notice that someone had just died. When he heard Jin Feiyuan's name, he put down his glass and asked, "Is this person confident?" Shang Qing replied calmly, "I'm not sure how strong he is, but he should be confident." "If he loses, you'll die," Mr. Zoe said calmly. Shang Qing fell silent. In the distance, a purple-gold undying bird soared through the sky and descended. Inside the ancestral gazing tower, countless people looked on enviously. It was Jin Feiyuan, destined to accompany the young master of Shinwu Plain to the ruler's realm. In front of the ancestral gazing tower were 4 different shaped bridges. One of them was like a chain that led to Shinwu Planet. On the bridge, the young girl Xia Taili looked up. "You're here. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Watch how I'll teach you a lesson." The purple-gold undying bird flew towards the bridge on Shinwu Planet. Suddenly, as if it had been attacked, it looked down and saw Shang Qing walking out of the ancestral gazing tower. It glared fiercely and swooped down. Shang Qing looked up. This should be his first real battle in this part of the universe, so he shouldn't reveal his 3 sons' ancestral qi. No one had expected that Jin Feiyuan would be attacked. Although the Zijin clan's reputation wasn't as great as the Lu clan or the Seed Garden, it was second only to the Lu clan and the Seed Garden in the Central Plains. They had pledged allegiance to Shinwu Plain, and Jin Feiyuan had been recognized by everyone as an expert who could enter the ruler's realm. An hour later, in the ancestral gazing tower, countless people stared blankly. Even Xia Taili couldn't believe her eyes. Jin Feiyuan had been defeated, and he had been defeated rather miserably. His opponent hadn't been injured at all. No matter how Jin Feiyuan attacked, he couldn't harm him at all. "How dare you!" roared the old man who had used the bamboo stick to kill Shang Qing. He took a step forward and pierced through the void to grab Shang Qing. Mr. Zoe looked up but didn't attack. Shang Qing didn't look panicked at all. Just as the old man was about to attack Shang Qing, an unparalleled power swept out, distorting the void and pushing the old man 1,000 meters away. "Since when did you have the right to be so impudent on Gazing Isle?" A huge voice reverberated throughout the area, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. This was an absolute powerhouse. Every junior progenitor planet was protected by an absolute powerhouse. Junior Progenitor Planet was a planet that the Cosmic Tree of Trees had freely provided support to future progenitors, including a powerhouse with a power level of 1,000,000, 2 envoys, and at least 10 enlighters. These people hadn't been forced, but rather had volunteered. They had either reached the limit of their cultivation or were nearing the end of their lifespans. Only by following the junior progenitor and waiting for him to break through to the progenitor realm could they be given a new life. They were incomparably subservient to the junior progenitor and truly treated him as a progenitor. The person who had attacked was the junior progenitor planet's junior progenitor planet, who had a power level of over 1,000,000 and had undergone 6 origin tribulations. The old man from the Zijin clan trembled. "Senior, please forgive me. This junior has been impudent. Please forgive me, junior progenitor." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1410. Those from Shinwu Plain would naturally be dealt with by Shinwu Plain. Only those from Shinwu's junior ancestor planet could attack, anyone else would be seen as a provocation. No one paid any attention to the old man, as everyone's attention was focused on Shang Qing. When had such a powerhouse appeared in the middle plane? He had defeated Jin Feiyuan without being injured. The violet gold flames around Jin Feiyuan's body were extremely weak, and his hair was disheveled. He was handsome, but now, he looked extremely ferocious. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Shang Qing ignored him. A few people were walking over from the bridge that led to Junior Ancestor Planet. There were 3 women and 1 man. They were the representatives of the 4 junior ancestors, and they were looking for people who were qualified to enter Junior Ancestor Planet. Yuchen represented Junior Ancestor Planet Hanxian, Xia Taili represented Junior Ancestor Planet Shenwu, Long Shi represented Junior Ancestor Planet White Dragon, and Wang Dushui represented Junior Ancestor Planet Wang. Yuchen, Xia Taili, and Long Shi all walked over. Wang Dushui glanced at them, and then he suddenly dashed towards Shangqing. This scene made many people feel strange. What was going on? Shangqing also looked at Wang Dushui strangely. The 3 girls were walking step by step, and they were very reserved and elegant. This guy, on the other hand, was like a race, ruining the atmosphere. After hearing what he said, the atmosphere was even more ruined. Brother, come with me. I'll take you to see Wang Su. That's the Wang family's junior ancestor, and she's a great beauty. Come, follow me. Wang Dushui was very enthusiastic. Many people were speechless when they heard this. Was he trying to solicit customers? Shangqing looked at him blankly and was at a loss of what to do. He had grown up in Glory Mountain since he was young, and the people he saw and interacted with were the most cultured people. He had never seen such a person who was filled with the aura of the pugilistic world. Even in the nest, no criminal dared to approach him. The only person he had an impression of was Lu Yin. Back on the Mountain and Sea Realm's golden stage, Lu Yin had actually backed down when Feather Mavis had challenged him to a spar. Wang Dushui's act of soliciting customers and his impudent running had directly destroyed Yu Qin and the other 2's rhythm. Their expressions changed. If they still walked step by step now, they would look no different from idiots. Xia Taili pursed his lips, rolled his eyes, and landed in front of Shangqing. Hey, the senior from Shenwu's junior ancestor planet helped you just now. Come with me to Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. My brother must think highly of you. The Zijin clan is a vassal clan of the Shenwu heaven. If he goes there, it's hard to say what the Zijin clan will do in the Dominator world. Or is the Shenwu heaven willing to give up Jin Fei Yuan for him, said Yu Qin. Xia Taili was speechless. No matter what, the Zijin clan was still a vassal clan of the Shenwu heaven. If they gave up on Jin Fei Yuan because of this person, it would undoubtedly be disappointing. But if they didn't give up, then Jin Fei Yuan would join this trip to the Dominator world. Just as Yu Qin had said, no one knew what he would do. After all, the elder from the Zijin clan had just attacked Shangqing, so Shangqing would definitely hold a grudge against him. Xia Taili glared angrily at the elder from the Zijin clan. That one attack had put her in a passive position. Jin Fei Yuan is Jin Fei Yuan. That old guy can't represent the entire Zijin clan. Yu Qin smiled. Let's see if this gentleman thinks so. Look, Jin Fei Yuan's expression is very unfriendly. Xia Taili glared at Jin Fei Yuan. Jin Fei Yuan hurriedly lowered his head, but the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. Xia Taili gritted his teeth. Idiot! Yu Chen's words had caused the Shenwu heaven to lose their chance to invite Shangqing. No matter how enthusiastic Wang Dushui was, Shangqing would never join him. They were not on the same side. The Cold Immortal sect has many experts. Among the disciples, Dongshan and Donghe are both enlighters, and they will definitely head to the Dominator world. That means that there are only 2 spots left for outsiders. With the Cold Immortal sect status in the Cosmic Tree realm, they will be able to invite more experts from their generation than even the 3 of us combined. In that case, there will be many people vying for these 2 spots. Yu Qin smiled. I heard that the King of Adventure's disciple, Wan Wu, and the School of Agriculture's Nong Lai are both interested in junior ancestor Long Tian. Those 2 are also enlighters, so if you include yourself, Princess Long Shi, then won't there only be one spot left for outsiders? Long she looked at Yu Qin. I can withdraw at any time. This was a harsh statement, and Yu Qin could not refute it. In the end, Shang-Qing chose the Cold Immortal sect. He belonged to the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor, and he was the true number one. If not for Bai Xiaohong's freakish strength, he would have been a supreme. In this region of space, only the Cold Immortal sect matched his temperament. Furthermore, he also wanted to see if Bai Xiaohong's strength could match up to his ancestral qi. Shang-Qing did not believe that he was inferior to the 4 junior ancestors because he was not the only one who could compete with them. There were also progenitors Chen and Hui. Wang Deshuai felt that it was a pity. I invited him so enthusiastically, but he didn't give me any face. Is it because I'm too handsome that he feels inferior? That must be it. Long she glanced at Junior Ancestor Planet without any expression and returned to the bridge. Xia Tai Li stomped her foot and grumbled angrily. It was not only because Shang-Qing had gone to Junior Ancestor Planet, but also because she had been completely suppressed by Yu Qin and could not even retort. Jin Feiyuan gritted his teeth and bowed to Xia Tai Li. I was careless this time, but I won't lose the next time I meet him. Xia Tai Li turned around and glared at him. Nonsense, you can't beat him. Jin Feiyuan wanted to say something, but Xia Tai Li waved him off impatiently. All right, stay here and recuperate. Once you're healed, you can go see my brother. Don't make things difficult for him. She then turned around and returned to the bridge. Jin Feiyuan was sullen, and blood seeped out of his mouth again. He thought back to the battle just now and wondered why his attacks had been useless against this person. He could not figure it out. The elder from the Zijin family walked over from afar, his face still pale. Young master, let's return to the ancestral gazing pavilion first. Once you're healed, you can go see the junior ancestor. Jin Feiyuan gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I won't lose just like that. He then walked towards the ancestral gazing pavilion. By this time, Lu Yin had already arrived at the Central Flat Sea. The Central Flat Sea surrounded the Central Flat Realm and was similarly vast. Because of the incident with half-ancestor Kuei Luo, Long Kuei had been worried that they would be stopped along the way. Fortunately, no one had stopped them all the way to the Central Flat Sea. However, the Cloud Connection Stone had been constantly vibrating along the way. Lu Yin was truly curious as to how much information half-ancestor Kuei Luo had obtained in the past for these people to be so crazy about it. Of course, there were naturally some who wanted to know the secrets of others as well. Didn't half-ancestor Kuei Luo reveal the secrets of those people? Why are there still so many people who want to know? Lu Yin asked curiously. Long Kuei was unhappy. He didn't reveal everything. Before his death, half-ancestor Kuei Luo announced that he had hidden even more secrets throughout the cosmic tree realm that could be discovered at any time. That's why so many people have been searching for him for so many years, but no one has been able to obtain those secrets. Could it be fake? Lu Yin guessed. Long Kuei replied, it's 90% likely. Otherwise, even a half-ancestor wouldn't be able to find him. It doesn't make sense. Lu Yin was amused, as he was rather curious about this half-ancestor Kuei Luo. He had disgusted the entire cosmic tree realm, which was truly insane. Lu Yin didn't know what the man's intentions were, but if he really was insane, then there shouldn't be any ulterior motive. Jin Feiyuan was actually defeated. It seems like there are still many hidden elites who haven't revealed themselves. Long Kuei was astonished. Jin Feiyuan. Lu Yin was curious. Long Kuei introduced him. He's a descendant of a vassal family of Xinwu Plain, the Zijin family. This family isn't simple, and they're known as the Zijin undying bird that can rise from the ashes. Phoenix Clan. Lu Yin almost blurted out. He easily defeated Jin Feiyuan and joined Young Ancestor Planet. The frigid immortal sect is indeed the most attractive, Long Kuei commented. He then continued, according to the princess, you can go to Young Ancestor Planet, but you can't follow her to the Sovereign Realm. It's too dangerous, and you might even run into Bai Xiaohong. That's why the princess wants you to avoid breaking through to the Enlighter realm if possible, even if it means offending the young ancestor. Lu Yin nodded. Understood. Once you reach Young Ancestor Planet, there will definitely be people who will cause trouble for you because of half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Just ignore them. Once you reach Young Ancestor Planet, you'll have the young ancestor's protection, and no one will be able to harm you, Long Kuei advised. Lu Yin replied, don't worry, I'm an honest person. Long Kuei was stunned, as that sounded familiar. He remembered that before he had gone to the Humbelin Mountain District, Lu Yin had said the same thing several times. After that, a series of events had occurred, and even the 9-gate superintendent had been drawn out. On Wangyu, at the top floor of Ancestral Gazing Tower, Jin Feiyuan had been here for several days, and his injuries had mostly recovered. Young master, that person from Yi Xian Academy has arrived, the elder from the Zijin family whispered. Jin Feiyuan looked at the entrance to the 7th floor. A man in white robes walked over with a book in hand and a smile on his face. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he gave off a comfortable vibe. His eyes, in particular, gave off a strange sense of oppression even though they weren't sharp. The 7th level could only be reached by an emissary leading the way, but no one stopped this man when he arrived. Below, many people were discussing. It's him, Yi Xian Academy's #1 scholar. I never thought that Yi Xian Academy would send someone here as well. Didn't they say that they wouldn't participate in the 4-way scales? This isn't about the 4-way scales, but rather the sovereign realm. Who doesn't want to become a progenitor? But I've never heard of anyone from Yi Xian Academy participating. This seems to be the first time. Jin Feiyuan looked at the man who had reached the 7th floor and frowned. He curiously asked, isn't Yi Xian Academy supposed to be able to become a progenitor at the end of one's writing? What, have you realized that you were wrong and want to explore the sovereign realm? The man clasped his hands behind his back and smiled at Jin Feiyuan. My academy's ancestors once said that one can become a progenitor at the end of one's writing, but is there an end to writing? If there are people, then there will be articles. Who can read to the end? Sigh, illiterates are really scary. After a week of continuous updates, blown by the wind slowed down a bit. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1411. Jin Feiyuan raised his eyebrows. Yi Xian Academy has never participated in the affairs of the ruler realm. Now that they've sent you here, their intentions are clear. They wish to participate in the matter of the 4-way scales. If word of this spread, it would cause others to suspect that Yi Xian Academy was participating in the matter of the 4-way scales, and it would bring about a great deal of trouble. The 4-way scales would not let Yi Xian Academy off. Jin Feiyuan's words were poison to Yi Xian Academy. The man rolled his eyes. Nonsense. Jin Feiyuan was furious. Wen Shisui, be careful with your words. You're a scholar. Wen Shisui sneered. That's how scholars treat hoodlums. So what? Hit me if you can. Can you beat me? Studying is for the sake of talking nicely with a gentleman. Against a hoodlum like you, fists are the law. Jin Feiyuan immediately attacked. He could not win an argument against Wen Shisui, but Wen Shisui was not afraid of him. The purple gold flames and all sorts of strange characters clashed on the 7th floor. They fought for more than 2 hours, but there was no clear winner. Not bad, Jin Feiyuan. You've just been beaten up, but you still have the energy to fight me. As expected of the undying bird. You're amazing at taking a beating, Wen Shisui mocked. Jin Feiyuan panted. If you're so strong, then don't ever enter the sovereign's realm. Nonsense. Wen Shisui sneered again. Jin Feiyuan snorted. Jin Feiyuan, believe it or not, someone will beat up a hoodlum like you very soon, Wen Shisui said. Jin Feiyuan raised his eyebrows. You're the most resilient person in Yi Xian Academy. Is there anyone else besides you who can fight me? Wen Shisui shook his head. Illiterates are scary. I'm not just talking about Yi Xian Academy. There are too many other people who can't stand you. That Shengqing guy must have beaten you up because he didn't like you. You! Jin Feiyuan was furious. At that moment, a white fatty rushed into the ancestral gazing tower and ran towards Wen Shisui with a burning gaze. Wen Shisui's mouth twitched. He had arrived at Wangyu long ago and had personally seen the battle between Shangqing and Jin Feiyuan. He had also seen the way Wang Deshui had invited people. He hurriedly said, Brother Wang, please wait. I'm not in a hurry to go to Junior Planet. I've already made a decision. Wang Deshui asked eagerly, have you made a decision? Who? Who? Of course it's our Wang clan. Our junior ancestor is so pretty. Wen Shizhong was speechless. It's my white dragon race. Long Shi's voice came from afar. Wang Deshui looked over. Why should I? Long Shi was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Wen Shisui helplessly replied, it really is the white dragon race. Please forgive me, Brother Wang. Wang Deshui blinked his eyes and was a little confused. Was his way of inviting him wrong? Or was he too handsome? Yu Qin and Xia Tai Li didn't come out at all. They knew that Wen De would never help the cold immortal sect and the divine martial heaven. Yi Xian Academy had always disliked them. Yu Chen's eyes flashed as she looked at the #1 scholar of Ancestral Gazing Tower. Yi Xian Academy. As long as they remained neutral, it would be fine. Otherwise, they would not continue to exist. The most obvious difference between the Starry Sky Trees and the Fifth Mainland was the lack of combat power. The four-way scales had nurtured many elite powerhouses, and there were more than one or two enlighters in the same generation as the junior ancestor. Outside of the four-way scales, even the Sword Steel's Liu family and the Seed Garden's Farmer family had far fewer elite powerhouses than the four-way scales, let alone the other powers in the Central Plain realm. Although the Hall of Honor was in charge of the Fifth Mainland and had nurtured many top-notch powerhouses, there were still powerhouses in the Innerverse who could rival the Hall of Honor, let alone the Neoverse. Something like this would never happen in the Starry Sky Trees. The four-way scales had to be the strongest. These were the concepts that Lu Yin had summarized after arriving in the Starry Sky Trees. Here, the four-way scales were too tyrannical. Lu Yin rode on the back of the hoe and smoothly crossed the Central Plain Sea. He saw a huge island floating in the sky in the distance. That was Wangyu. What about the junior ancestor planet? Isn't it connected to Wangyu? Lu Yin was curious. Since it was a planet, it couldn't be too small. Long Kuei looked at the floating island in the distance with longing in his eyes. You can only see the junior ancestor planet if you climb to Wangyu. Wangyu and the planet will only appear after the origin will sacrifice. The hole was too large and eye-catching. When it appeared not far from Wangyu, it attracted the attention of many people. One of the elders' eyes flashed, and he raised his Cloud Connect stone to contact someone. Atop the ancestral gazing tower, Jin Feiyuan was already preparing to head to Shenwu's junior ancestor planet. He didn't want to waste time arguing with Wen Xingyi, but he was stopped by the elder from the Zijin family. "Young master, Long 7 is here." Jin Feiyuan was stunned, but then he sneered. "He really came. He's smart. As long as he enters the White Dragon Junior Ancestor planet, no one will be able to disturb him. What about the matter that the family head wants us to ask about?" the elder asked. Jin Feiyuan thought about it. "Don't ask anything for now, lest we be targeted." The elder nodded. "Understood." Wang Yu was huge, and the ancestral gazing tower was very conspicuous. Ho's huge body quickly shrank and landed on Long Kuei's shoulder. Long Kuei looked up at the tower. He was finally here again. He still remembered that the last time he had been here, the scene was completely different from what it was today. "Let's go." Long Kuei sighed and stepped into the tower. Lu Yin followed closely behind. Ho's appearance had created an envoy's level of pressure, and everyone was paying attention to Long Kuei and Lu Yin. On the first floor of the tower, Mr. Zui also saw Long Kuei and Lu Yin, but he didn't care. He lowered his head and continued drinking. Lu Yin looked around curiously, as he had been to a similar place more than once. Before the mountain and sea realms 5 scions of the stars had competed, the brothels had been similar to the ancestral gazing tower, and many people had been waiting there. These people all hoped to become progenitors, but very few could actually enter the Junior Ancestor planet. If you want to enter the Junior Ancestor planet, you either have to be famous for a long time or have shown enough value on Wang Yu. The ancestral gazing tower is the closest to the Junior Ancestor planet, and you can also see the bridge that leads to the Junior Ancestor planet. "It's the best choice," Long Kuei explained. "What about me?" Lu Yin asked. Long Kuei replied, "Princess Long, she will bring you to the Junior Ancestor planet soon." The two gradually reached the top floor, where the atmosphere was very quiet. There weren't many people here, and when Lu Yin arrived, he was immediately attracted to Jin Feiyuan. He was too eye-catching, and his body was covered in violet gold flames. This must be the undying bird. Jin Feiyuan and Lu Yin looked at each other calmly. Lu Yin continued to look at the others. The elders present were all envoys, and the youths who followed them were all elites. The two of them found a table by the window, and Lu Yin turned around to look. He saw 4 bridges of different shapes, and he blinked. Were those really bridges? Strictly speaking, they could be considered bridges. Off in the distance, 4 winding paths floated in the sky, extending into the distance. The furthest path was connected to 4 enormous planets, that had to be the Junior Ancestor planet. "Senior Long Kuei, do you still remember this junior?" a voice broke the silence. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a young girl beside him, who was curiously looking at Wen Xingyi. Long Kuei and Lu Yin turned around at the same time. "You are Mr. Lu Yi?" Long Kuei wasn't sure. The middle-aged man smiled. "I didn't think that Senior Long Kuei would still remember this junior. I'm deeply honored." Long Kuei solemnly replied, "Who in the Central Realm doesn't know about Flying Willow? He's a legend." The two of them worked together and helped the humble school capture Redback, who had crossed 5 origin tribulations. That was a great contribution to the human race. Mr. Lu Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Senior, you're too kind. We were just stalling for time until Senior Qin Qin arrived. Our contributions were actually very little." He then turned to the young girl beside him and said, "Go and greet Senior Long Kuei." The young girl hurriedly stood up and bowed. Only then did Jin Feiyuan and the others notice him. They hadn't paid much attention to him before. There were too many experts in the cosmic tree realm, and there were quite a few envoys. It was unlikely that they would know each other, but now that they heard that this middle-aged man was Mr. Lu Yi, things were different. Just as Long Kuei had said, Flying Willow was a legend in the Central Realm. Both of them had crossed 3 origin tribulations, which meant that their power levels were over 700,000. If they worked together, they could fight against an expert who had crossed 5 origin tribulations. There were very few experts who had crossed 5 origin tribulations in the Cosmic Tree realm, so their combined strength was equivalent to that of an expert who had crossed 5 origin tribulations. Junior Ho Qing greets the seniors. The young girl walked up to Long Kuei and Lu Yin and bowed. Long Kuei nodded and glanced at Lu Yin. His meaning was clear, he wanted Lu Yin to return the greeting. Lu Yin looked down. Return the greeting? Impossible, as it had nothing to do with him. He felt like he would be treated like a fool if he returned the greeting. Long Kuei couldn't force him, although his status was high, it wasn't higher than Lu Yin's, and Lu Yin wasn't his junior. Ho Qing. Not a bad name, and your cultivation isn't bad either. Long Kuei smiled. Even if he and Tian Ho worked together, they might not be a match for Flying Willow, even if they were juniors. It's rare for a senior to praise us. Ho Qing, come back, Mr. Lu Yi said. Ho Qing looked up at Lu Yin, blinked, and smiled before returning to her seat. Senior Long Kuei, I have a question for Long 7. I wonder if it's convenient for you, Mr. Lu Yi said. Long Kuei's eyes flashed. Mr. Lu Yi, you must be asking about your master. Mr. Lu Yi's expression turned solemn. Yes, my master has always wanted to ask about half-ancestor Kuei Luo, so... Long Kuei raised a hand to stop Mr. Lu Yi. It's not just you, many people have questions for Long 7 as well. However, you've come to the wrong person. Long 7 only received a portion of half-ancestor Kuei Luo's resources, and it can't even be considered an inheritance. How can he answer your questions? Mr. Lu Yi looked at Lu Yin. Is that so? The elder from the Zijin family, Jin Feiyuan, Wen Shishir, and the other emissaries in the highest echelons of the ancestral gazing pavilion had all heard Long Kuei's words. Long Kuei had wanted them to hear so that they could spread the news. Since Senior says so, I'll believe you, Mr. Lu Yi said politely. Lu Yin didn't say a word, which fully demonstrated his honesty, which made Long Kuei feel slightly more at ease. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14:12. Brother, I'm here. A startled cry startled quite a few people. Wang Deshuai appeared and ran over to Lu Yin enthusiastically. Lu Yin was stunned. Why are you here? Wang Deshuai laughed. Shiguang and Luna were both invited to Junior Progenitor Planet by the Junior Progenitor. She saw that I managed to pull in 2 experts at once and said that I have a unique destiny when it comes to identifying people. She told me to stand guard outside Junior Progenitor Planet and recruit experts when the opportunity arises. Lu Yin was speechless, and he looked at the fatty sympathetically. This guy would be in for a bad time after the Sovereign Realm. He had managed to pull in 2 stowaways at once, which was a huge contribution. Bro, why are you here? Are you here to watch the show? Wang Deshuai asked. Lu Yin was about to speak when a pleasant voice sounded out from nearby. He's here to help Junior Progenitor White Dragon search for opportunities in the Sovereign Realm. The voice was pleasant to the ears, but for some reason, Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. He looked into the distance and saw an innocent-looking girl slowly walking over with a smile on her face. Lu Yin blurted out, Miss Yu Qin. Wang Deshuai was puzzled. Bro, have you met her before? Yu Qin smiled. Although we haven't met, we've been friends for a long time. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that mysterious. It's just a guess. Brother Draconic 7, it seems like you care about me a lot. Yu Qin smiled. Lu Yin shrugged. A little. Wow, sister, listen to this. That's too much. Brother-in-law cares about someone else. Xia Tyli's lively voice rang out as they arrived at the 7th floor of Ancestral Gazing Tower. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. Long Shi looked at Yu Qin. I care about you a lot too. Yu Qin smiled. She looked pure and innocent, like a lotus flower. At that moment, her smile made Wang Deshuai even more mesmerized. Not only did she have to be beautiful, but she also had to be intelligent and elegant. I care about you too, especially brother Long Tian, said Yu Qin. Aren't you afraid that junior progenitor Bai will be jealous? It's not a good habit to be cuckolded, and I'm not afraid of the cold, Lu Yin spoke up, his words causing everyone to be stunned. Yu Qin, Xia Tyli, and Long Shi were all from the four-way scales. Jin Feiyuan was from the Zijin family, and Wen Shishir was from Yi Xian Academy. All of them had powerful backgrounds and were cultured, so none of them had dared to say such words. Even Wang Deshuai, who was filled with a wild aura, did not dare to say such words to Yu Qin. Yu Qin was stunned as she stared at him coldly. Long Shi was also stunned. Xia Tyli covered his mouth. This was a provocation to young ancestor Bai. Lu Yin didn't care. When dealing with people who knew how to act, their unscrupulous nature was the most difficult thing to fathom. If Wei Rong or Wang Wen were here, then Lu Yin wouldn't have acted like this. Long Shi clearly wasn't qualified enough to compete with this woman in terms of scheming, so Lu Yin decided to let him do it. Lu Yin admitted that he wasn't good with words, and some people could kill without leaving a trace. Yu Qin was clearly one of the best, and he didn't want to be led by the nose by this woman. He was sure that she had come prepared to scheme against him, and since that was the case, he decided to disgust her first. This is the White Dragon clan's upbringing. Yu Qin was truly disgusted. No one had ever said such things to her before, and she didn't know what to think if the junior progenitor heard about it. Long Shi didn't have any experience dealing with such things, she was a cultured princess of the White Dragon clan. Fatty Bai, on the other hand, was very experienced, but he had said those words to his old flame, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interrupt now. Lu Yin casually replied, You said it yourself that you care about this and that. I don't even know how important junior progenitor Bai is to you. Enough, Long Shi growled. Seeing Yu Chen's fiery gaze, she stared at Lu Yin, Come with me to see Big Brother. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Yin nodded. Xia Tyli blinked. This Long Seven was really sarcastic. Yu Chen's tone was icy. Long Seven, the White Dragon clan didn't give you a good upbringing, but half-ancestor Kuei Luo did teach you quite a bit. It looks like you've obtained quite a bit of inheritance. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this, and they all stared at Lu Yin. Long Shi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman was truly vicious. He had purposely used his shameless personality to disgust her, but she had taken the opportunity to push the blame onto demi-ancestor Kuei Luo. Kuei Luo was simply a lunatic. How could a disciple of the White Dragon clan, who had been nurtured by the four cardinal scales, be so uncultured? Unless he had been taught by someone else, and that person was undoubtedly Kuei Luo. Lu Yin turned back and looked at Yu Qin, his eyes filled with an indescribable coldness. This gaze actually made Yu Qin flustered. She had followed by Xiao Hong for a long time, and all she had seen were people at the top of the universe. There were very few people who could make her feel flustered, but at this moment, she felt as if she was looking at Lady Bai Sienner in Lu Yin's eyes. This pressure wasn't brought about by his cultivation, but rather by his soul. It was so oppressive that she couldn't breathe. Hey, don't tell me you guys want to fight. Don't drag this handsome guy into this. I still want to keep this handsome face to accompany my old lover. Ha ha ha, see you later. The white fatty laughed, winked at Luine, and then ran off. His words caused Luine to receive less attention. He had said it on purpose so that others would hear it. The Wang family had also raised such a wild person, so it was normal for the White Dragon clan to have someone like Luine. Yuchen frowned. She hadn't expected this fatty to disrupt her plans, but it didn't matter. She would still be suspicious, and it wouldn't affect her too much. Let's go. Big brother will wait for you, Longxi said indifferently before heading towards Junior Ancestor Planet. Lu Yin looked deeply at Yuchen one more time before following Longxi. This was a competition between their generation, so Long Kue and the other envoys didn't say anything. Xia Taili's eyes lit up, this was just the right time to watch. The Frigid Immortal sect and the White Dragon clan were becoming more and more tense. Jin Feiyuan didn't dare to speak while the four sides fought. He waited for Longxi to lead Luin away before walking over to Xia Taili and respectfully asking, Princess Taili, may I go to Junior Ancestor Planet? In Shenwu Plain, Xia Taili was the younger sister of Junior Ancestor Xia Shenfei, so she was also a princess. She was in a good mood. Sure, come with me. Thank you, princess. Jin Feiyuan was delighted. Xia Taili looked at Yuchen and smiled sweetly. Do you not care about my big brother, Xia Shenfei? Yuchen's expression turned ugly. Respect. Xia Taili clapped and praised. You're good with words. She then raised a finger. Let's go, Phoenix. Jin Feiyuan was speechless. When others mentioned the Phoenix, it was usually out of respect, but when it came from Xia Taili, it felt like a joke. Outside the ancestral gazing pavilion, Longxi led Lu Yin towards Junior Ancestor Planet. Up ahead, another group of people just happened to arrive. A flying beast landed with a middle-aged man and an outrageously handsome youth on its back. When the middle-aged man saw Longxi and Lu Yin walk out of the pavilion, he hurriedly led the youth down with a respectful expression. I'm Shen Nan, the city lord of Bifrost City. Greetings, Princess Longxi. He then winked at the youth beside him. However, the youth did not move and merely stared ahead. Shen Nan grew anxious. Yao Xian, greetings. Yao Xian was stunned, but he quickly stepped forward. I'm Yao Xian from Bifrost City. Greetings, Princess Longxi. Longxi nodded indifferently. Your Bifrost City belongs to Shenwu Plain, so there's no need to greet me. She then turned and left. Behind Longxi, Lu Yin stared speechlessly at Yao Xian. What a coincidence. Yao Xian's heart was in turmoil, and he felt like he had seen a ghost. How could they run into each other here? Hadn't this guy gone missing? How had he ended up here? And from the looks of it, his status was quite high. Yao Xian watched as Longxi led Lu Yin away. Shen Nan exhaled and looked at Yao Xian reproachfully. Fortunately, Princess Longxi did not pursue this matter. Otherwise, with our statuses, even if she taught him a lesson, Shenwu Plain would not have interfered. She's Princess Longxi of the White Dragon clan. Then who's the one next to her? Yao Xian asked. Shen Nan replied, if I'm not wrong, that should be Long 7. Yao Xian pursed his lips. Long 7, Long 7. Damn it. This guy had actually boarded the four-way scale ship, and his status was quite high as well. Yao Xian had been on the Bifrost Bridge ever since he had arrived in the Cosmic Tree Realm, but he still knew a bit about what had happened in the outside world, especially major events such as Princess Longxi's wedding. Who would have thought that the one who had married her would be Lu Yin? He thought back to the Sovereign Tournament, when Lu Yin had challenged everyone else and shocked the universe. His invincible might had been inconceivable to Yao Xian. The astral beast domain had been relieved that Lu Yin had gone missing, but who would have thought that this guy would arrive here first? Could it be that the humans had tricked them? If they had sent Luin here first, then they were definitely treacherous humans. Let's go, this is the ancestral gazing tower. You have to perform well later. We don't have the qualifications to go to the top floor, so you can cause trouble on the 1st to 6th floors. If you really can't do it, then you'll have to force your way through the bridge. There's always a way to gain the junior ancestor's approval, Shen Nan said. Yao Xian nodded. The two entered the tower, and at that moment, Xia Taili happened to be coming down with Jin Feiyuan. Shen Nan's pupils shrank when he saw Xia Taili, and he hurriedly bowed. Shen Nan, City Lord of Overlook City beneath the Bifrost Bridge, greets Princess Taili. Yao Xian, from Overlook City beneath the Bifrost Bridge, greets Princess Taili. Xia Taili casually glanced at Yao Xian and was immediately attracted to him. He was just too handsome. Xia Taili had seen many elites in the Cosmic Tree realm, and there was no lack of handsome people among them. However, none of them could compare to Yao Xian. This man was so devilishly handsome that even she was stunned. Jin Feiyuan was similarly stunned. This man's appearance was just too hateful. Shen Nan looked up at Xia Taili and was secretly pleased with himself. In truth, he did not have much confidence in Yao Xian's strength. The reason he had brought him here was because he valued Yao Xian's appearance more. This person was even more beautiful than a woman, and it would be perfect if he could hook up with the upper echelons of Shenwu Plain. Shen Nan's target was Xia Taili, and he had not expected to run into her as soon as he arrived at the tower. Xia Taili stared at Yao Xian with interest. You're called Yao Xian. Yao Xian smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though he was bowing, he gave off a humble feeling. Yes, Yao Xian. I've never seen you before. Are you from the Bifrost Bridge? What are you doing here? Xia Taili asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1413. Behind Xia Taili, Jin Feiyuan's gaze turned cold. He had never spoken more than 3 sentences to Xia Taili, and this eccentric princess had never treated him nicely. Xiao Bai's face was really asking for a beating. Shen Nan answered, Princess, Yao Xian's strength is outstanding, so I brought him here to test for Junior Ancestor. If he can catch your eye and accompany you to the Sovereign Realm, I'll pledge my life to help Junior Ancestor find opportunities. Xia Taili stared at Yao Xian and smiled. He nodded. An enlighter. His cultivation is sufficient, as there are very few enlighters in his generation. With this realm, he'll be able to head to Junior Ancestor Planet to meet my elder brother. Junior Ancestor, some people's realms are forcefully raised, and their strength is far from matching their realms. Such people will only be a burden to you. Why don't you let me test Brother Yao Xian? Jin Feiyuan asked, his tone somewhat unpleasant. Xia Taili felt that this was reasonable, as the trip to the Sovereign Realm could not be taken lightly. He frowned. Sure, but don't be too harsh. He then added, don't hit his face. Jin Feiyuan grew even angrier. Not hit his face. He wanted to hit his face. Shen Nan looked at Yao Xian worriedly, afraid that the latter would be beaten too badly. After all, his opponent was a descendant of the Zijin family, and the Zijin family was not something that a mere city lord like him could compare to. Yao Xian was rather confident. Then please go easy on me. Jin Feiyuan sneered. Don't worry, I won't hit your face. Shen Nan could not help but emphasize, protect your face. Yao Xian felt uncomfortable. What was that supposed to mean? He did not rely on his face to make a living. Jin Feiyuan sparred with another person, which attracted the attention of the people in Ancestral Gazing Tower. Jin Feiyuan had lost the previous battle too badly, and now, he was the one who had initiated the challenge. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. That Xiao Bai's face is finished. He's so pretty. He's asking for a beating. It's rare to see such a pretty man. What a pretty guy. You have to protect your face. Don't hit his face. Jin Feiyuan stood opposite Yao Xian with his back to Xia Taili. His gaze was sinister. Not hit his face. Fine, I'll burn it. With that thought, a purple gold flame rose into the sky. In the distance, Lu Yin turned around and saw the purplish gold flames in the distance. He also saw Yao Xian fighting against Jin Feiyuan. Why were the two of them fighting? He was rather curious about Jin Feiyuan's strength. After all, Jin Feiyuan was still an enlighter, and he was also an undying bird. You've done a lot of good things during this time, said Long Shi coldly. Lu Yin hurriedly retracted his gaze, feeling a little guilty. Most of the time, I'm forced. Long Shi said coldly, like making a bet with the three Guan brothers. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Like going to the humble school of Huayuan to look for evidence. Lu Yin was speechless. Like snatching tribulation crystal threads. I was forced to. Long Ding forced me to hit him, and I accidentally hit him too hard. The tribulation crystal thread fell out, and I couldn't return it to him. Who doesn't want to break through to the next realm, right? Up ahead, a winding white bridge appeared, and Long Shi stepped onto it. Don't break through to the enlighter realm. What? Don't become an enlighter, Long Shi emphasized. Lu Yin replied, got it. Elder Long Kuei told me that before. Long Shi suddenly stopped and looked at Lu Yin seriously. This isn't a joke. The ruler's realm isn't the middle realm, and there are no schemes. There's only survival. Not only do you have to face the dangerous environment, but you also have to guard against the people around you. No one knows if the people around you are reliable or not. My brother doesn't care if you live or die. Lu Yin nodded. If you don't become an enlighter, then he won't take you to the ruler's realm no matter what. Lu Yin grunted. Don't worry. It's not that easy to break through. Long Shi turned around and continued to lead Lu Yin forward. After the previous origin will ceremonies, the junior ancestor would explore the ruler's realm in search of opportunities. There are often stowaways who come from the abandoned lands, but their strength isn't simple. There have been many junior ancestors who have died at their hands. The ruler's realm is much more dangerous than you think, so you definitely can't go. What about you? Lu Yin asked with concern. Long Shi's heart trembled, as she could tell that Lu Yin was concerned about her. I won't take the risk. My brother won't send me to my death. Lu Yin nodded. Will there be any stowaways like you mentioned? Long Shi shook her head. I don't know. It's been too long since the origin will ceremonies, and perhaps only the seniors who participated in the previous one or even before that would know. Although the cultivation system in the abandoned lands is broken, there are still many inheritances that come from ancient times. The area is also huge, so it's not impossible for there to be a few stowaways who are close to the junior ancestor's strength. Lu Yin was vigilant. If Long Shi could take this into consideration, then it was impossible for Long Tian not to as well. He had to be more cautious in order to avoid suspicion. The bridge that led to Junior Ancestor Planet was very long, and Lu Yin and Long Shi still hadn't reached their destination even after walking for an hour. Behind them, outside the ancestral gazing pavilion, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Xia Taili was shocked by the scene before him. Jin Feiyuan had been defeated again. Compared to his previous battle with the Prime Qing dynasty, Jin Feiyuan had still been able to stand up after being defeated, but this time, he didn't even have any consciousness. Yao Xian's spiritual force had been too heavy a blow to him. So what if his body was that of an undying bird? The undying bird's innate gift couldn't increase one's spiritual force. Young master. The elder from the Zijin family hurried to Jin Feiyuan's side and helped him up, but Jin Feiyuan had already lost consciousness and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. The elder glared at Yao Xian with murderous intent. You're courting death. Impudent. Xia Taili said as she looked at the elder. The elder's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed to Xia Taili. My apologies, princess. This subordinate was too worried about the young master, which was why he was disrespectful. Xia Taili snorted and looked at Yao Xian with admiration. Are you willing to follow me to junior ancestor planet Shenwu? Yao Xian smiled and spoke in a pleasant and gentle voice. I wouldn't dare disobey the princess's orders. Xia Taili chuckled happily. I never thought that I would meet someone like you. She then looked at Shen Nan. You did well. Elder brother will naturally reward you. Shen Nan was overjoyed. Thank you, princess. Thank you, junior ancestor. His eyes lit up as he looked at Yao Xian. He hadn't thought that Yao Xian would be so strong that he could defeat Jin Feiyuan. Jin Feiyuan was the heir of the Zijin family. Apart from the 4-way scales, the Lu family, and the seedling garden, who could say that they could defeat him? Yao Xian had given him a pleasant surprise. Yao Xian smiled and looked at the 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower. He was looking at Wen De. Wen De was also looking at him. Yao Xian immediately noticed how frightening Wen Xingyi was, and Wen Xingyi had been staring at him the entire time. Many people in the ancestral gazing tower sighed in amazement, and then all sorts of discussions broke out. Jin Feiyuan is too unlucky. First, he was defeated by a guy, and now he's been defeated by someone else. Is the heir of the Zijin family so useless? It's not that he's useless, it's that the enemy is too strong. This kid's spiritual energy is extremely strong. Even among the older generation, there aren't many people who can compete with him. With his help, Shenwu Heaven will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Yu Qin was also on the 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower, and she looked down at Yao Xian with a vigilant gaze. Yao Xian's spiritual energy was so terrifying that he could even knock Jin Feiyuan unconscious. This person had to be on guard. The White Dragon minor progenitor planet was completely snow-white, just like the ancestral plains that Lu Yin had seen in his dreams. This white was not cold, but rather pure white. The entire planet's mountains, rivers, and buildings were all white. Lu Yin walked to the end of the bridge and looked ahead. He then leaped down with Long Shi and stepped onto the planet. The planet wasn't very large, and it was roughly the size of Earth. It was considered small among the countless planets in the universe, but this was Long Tian's personal territory. As soon as he stepped onto the planet, Lu Yin seemed to have discovered something. He stared into the distance. That was a star essence. Who dropped a star essence on the ground? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at a few cubes of star essence in the distance. Long Shi heard this, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The entire planet has a senior who's undergone 6 origin tribulations, 2 who just became emissaries, and 1 who's undergone 1 origin tribulation. There are also 10 enlighters who protect the planet. Most of the planet's natural environment has a natural environment, and there are also 100,000 private rooms for people to cultivate in. You can cultivate here without worry, as these seniors will block off any sight. Even the inheritance you obtain from the sword steel will not be seen when you cultivate. There's also one more thing. Long Shi grew serious. There are countless star essence hidden on the entire planet, and anyone who steps onto the planet can use them as they wish. Lu Yin stopped and looked at Long Shi in shock. What did you say? Countless star essence. Scattered as they wish. Used as they wish. Long she nodded. By countless, it's probably hundreds of millions of cubes. I'm not sure exactly how many there are, but it's enough for anyone who steps onto the planet to use as they wish. Even after using it, there's almost no decrease in the amount. Lu Yin looked back at the star essence that seemed to have fallen off the ground. It seemed like it hadn't been dropped off, but rather casually tossed around. I can use it as I wish. Of course. Otherwise, why do you think eldest brother insisted that you break through on the planet? First, it's for safety, and second, there's enough star essence here for you to break through to the Enlighter realm. No, you can break through to any realm, Long she explained. Although Lu Yin didn't like Long Tian and the siblings didn't have a good relationship, Young Ancestor Planet was the pride of the entire White Dragon clan. This was because all of the resources here didn't come from the White Dragon clan, but rather from the entire cosmic tree. Young Ancestor Planet was a selfless contribution from the cosmic tree, and all of the resources on the planet didn't come from the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin was speechless, and he even felt jealous. He was the champion of the 5th Mainland's sovereign tournament, and he deserved to be called the strongest powerhouse there. Why didn't he receive such treatment? He also wanted an endless supply of star essence, and he also wanted money. Wait a minute. He looked at the corner of the star essence that was poking out from the ground. Wasn't that his? He could use it as he wished. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1414. The first thing that came to his mind was his Dai's Enhance, Mount Supreme, Heaven Flame Stone, Extreme Ice Stone, and so on. Many external items were limited by their materials and couldn't be upgraded, but there were some items that couldn't be upgraded no matter how much money he had. In that case, wouldn't this be enough? It doesn't matter how much I use. Lu Yin asked tentatively, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. Long she said, everything here is marked, so it's fine to use it, but you can't take it out, or else you'll be discovered. Lu Yin didn't plan on taking any of the star essence with him, as there was no point in using too much of it. But now, the problem was that he had to figure out how to use the star essence in a way that Long Tian and the others wouldn't notice. He couldn't use the star essence in one place, or else he would definitely be discovered if he used too many. This was just like shearing wool. You couldn't keep shearing in one place. As his thoughts ran wild, Lu Yin followed Long Shi to the peak of a beautiful mountain range where he saw Long Tian. The first time Lu Yin had met Long Tian in the real world, he hadn't been able to sense anything from the young ancestor through the Cloud Connect stone, but now that they were face to face, he immediately sensed a deeply hidden and terrifying aura. It was like a volcano that was waiting to erupt, and no one knew how much power this person was hiding. This feeling was similar to when he had faced off against the prime clear lineage in the mountain and sea realm during the competition for the 5 scions of the stars. No matter what he did, he couldn't see the end of it. Ever since Lu Yin had broken through to the hunter realm, Long Tian was one of the few people in his generation who had given him such a feeling. This person's strength might be comparable to that of the prime clear lineage when the ancestral qi of the 3 suns erupted. In fact, he might even surpass it. Lu Yin had originally thought that the 4 young ancestors were at most comparable to the prime clear lineage. During the sovereign tournament, Wang Yi, an absolute expert from the cosmic tree realm, had not been able to defeat the prime clear lineage. The prime clear lineage's strength had suppressed Wang Yi's generation, which was equivalent to the young ancestors. However, now that he was facing the young ancestors, Lu Yin felt that his guess might have been wrong. Of course, that was referring to the prime clear from the sovereign tournament. Whenever the Prime Clear's strength improved by a tiny bit, the strength of Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Hui that were manifested by the three Yang ancestral qi would also increase accordingly. What did it mean for those two to increase their strength by a tiny bit? Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. Lu Yin sized up Long Tian, and Long Tian naturally looked back at him. I have to say that you've surprised me, Long Tian said in a low voice. Perhaps it was because he had been in the top position for a long time, but there was an indescribable pressure. Unfortunately, this pressure was useless against Lu Yin. You went from being an ordinary hunter to being able to defeat Long Ding, who broke through to the next level. You've made quite a leap in strength. Lu Yin casually answered, I've always hidden a little. Half Patriarch Kue Luo's legacy. Dragon Sky was curious. Lu Yin nodded. Long Tian laughed. Half Ancestor Kue Luo's spiritual force was powerful, but you defeated Long Ding without using it. What you used was the inheritance from the sword steel. Use this inheritance well, and it will allow you to reach the pinnacle. He then tossed Lu Yin a small, ordinary-looking bottle that was filled with liquid. This is dragon saliva. Use it to increase your body's strength. I'll place you in a high-temperature environment and refine your star energy so that you can absorb it and break through to the Enlighter realm as soon as possible. Lu Yin was stunned. Absorbing star energy at high temperatures? Wasn't this his shortcut? Sure enough, he wasn't the only one who knew about this shortcut, but there were too few who could actually use it. The white dragons had powerful bodies, so they could naturally use it as well. Long Shi's eyes flashed, as she knew how precious dragon saliva was. It was something that had dripped down from the ancestral Mang's mouth over countless years, and it was very difficult to collect. One needed both strength and luck. Thank you, elder brother. Dragon Sky solemnly said, I only gave him the dragon saliva because he broke through to the next level. He has value in improving himself, or else I wouldn't have wasted it. As for you, the clan has already prepared a tribulation crystal pillar, so you should break through as soon as possible. Long Shi nodded and looked at Lu Yin worriedly. I'll protect you as you absorb the dragon saliva. There's no need for that. Dragon saliva isn't dangerous. Although it'll hurt when I absorb it, I've already endured the pain of breaking through to the next level, so this bit of pain is nothing. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi. Don't worry. I'll do my best to break through to the Enlighter realm and help you on your trip to the ruler's realm. Whether or not you can go to the ruler's realm will depend on competing with the others, Dragon Sky said indifferently. He then exerted force with his foot, causing a huge crack to appear on the mountain. Finally, it exploded, and an extreme heat wave surged into the sky, sweeping through the sky and turning the white sky a dark red. Unparalleled heat surged out from the ground, dyeing the surroundings red and burning the trees on the mountain. Many areas were reduced to ashes. Lu Yin looked down and saw that the interior of the mountain was filled with surging black magma. The heat of the magma was an eye-opener for him. It was definitely not as high as the temperature difference in the Blaze realm. If he were to calculate the power level of the magma, then it might even reach 500,000. This is the heat that the white dragons use to train their bodies, and it's only the lowest temperature on Junior Progenitor Planet. Use this heat to melt star essence and absorb it. I hope that you can break through to the Enlighter realm before you go to the ruler's realm. Only then will you be able to go with me, Dragon Sky said. Long Shi was anxious. Elder brother, this is the temperature that you use to train. How can Draconic 7 withstand it? Dragonsky's tone was stern. Do you think that dragon saliva is trash? You haven't even used it before. Its effects on the body are extremely strong, and if you can't even withstand the lowest temperature, then you don't deserve to be a white dragon. Long Shi wanted to say something else, but Lu Yin interrupted him. I can definitely withstand it. Dragon Sky was satisfied. Not only can the dragon saliva increase your physical strength, but it can also stimulate your bloodline and give you the ability to transform into a white dragon. Once you break through to the Enlighter realm, you'll be able to combine the Sword Steel's battle techniques with half-ancestor Kuei Luo's spiritual force. Only then will you have the power to suppress others, and only then will you have the qualifications to help me fight for a say in the White Dragon clan. He then looked deeply at Lu Yin before vanishing. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. Dragon Sky had disappeared so quickly that he couldn't even see him clearly. He had surpassed Wang Yi's speed during the Sovereign Tournament. This was the junior progenitor's strength. Wait a minute, did he just say something incredible? White Dragon transformation. Lu Yin stared blankly at Long Shi. Me? White Dragon transformation. Long Shi's expression turned ugly. If one wasn't a white dragon, then no matter how much dragon saliva they absorbed, they wouldn't be able to transform into a white dragon. If Draconic 7 couldn't transform into a white dragon, then Dragon Sky would definitely suspect his bloodline. Just thinking about this gave Long Shi a headache. What if Dragon Sky wants me to transform into a white dragon? Lu Yin asked. Long Shi glared at him. You don't have to worry about that for now. Absorb the dragon saliva first. Lu Yin grunted. He didn't want to worry about that either, but he had to have an attitude when facing Long Shi. Once he reached the sovereign realm, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. No, he had almost forgotten that his goal was to investigate the origin of that finger and his own background. He was different from those people who couldn't see the light, who could escape after snatching the opportunity. Elder Chan had already prepared a backup plan, so Lu Yin couldn't escape. He had to be careful. Then I won't be polite. Lu Yin opened the bottle. Do you want me to eat the dragon saliva? Long Shi was annoyed that an outsider was using dragon saliva. It's up to you. You can eat it or rub it on your body, as long as you absorb it. Even though Dragon Sky had told her not to guard him, how could Long Shi be at ease? Lu Yin swallowed the drop of dragon saliva without hesitation. It didn't have any taste, but it was a little fishy. I forgot to mention that dragon saliva is the saliva of the ancestral Mang, Long Shi said indifferently as she turned around and looked into the distance. Lu Yin was stunned, and his expression turned ugly. He wanted to vomit, but in the next moment, he felt an intense pain in his organs. Then, a scorching energy spread throughout his body. He clenched his hands into fists. Here it comes. Without a second thought, he jumped into the dark red lava. Long Shi was shocked and subconsciously tried to grab him, but he slapped her hand away. Don't worry. He then fell into the lava with a plop. Long Shi stared at the dark red lava, afraid that Lu Yin would be burned to ashes. Fortunately, Lu Yin waved a hand after falling into the lava and sank down. Long Shi sighed in relief. No one knew what would happen if he used dragon saliva to increase his physical strength, and Lu Yin didn't want Long Shi to discover his own strength. Dragon saliva contained the power of the ancestral Mang. Long Shi had given Lu Yin a drop of essence blood that also contained the power of the ancestral Mang, but one increased his physical strength while the other increased his realm. The ancestral Mang was a progenitor that had lived since ancient times, and no one knew how powerful it was. Lu Yin had finally experienced it, as just a drop of saliva could increase his physical strength. If he told the people of the Fifth Mainland about this, they would probably be stunned. They had never come into contact with a progenitor before, and Lu Yin had even used a progenitor's power to improve himself, even if it was just saliva. The more Lu Yin thought about the saliva, the more disgusted he felt. Long Shi must have done it on purpose, waiting for him to swallow it before telling him. Why hadn't he noticed it before? She was a little two-faced. The ancestral Mang's power stimulated Lu Yin's cells, and it took half a day for the pain to end. At the bottom of the dark red lava, Lu Yin's body shone with a hazy light. This was a sign that his physical strength had reached a certain realm. It had been like this when Mr. Mu had helped him improve in the space with the Golden Ocean, and it had been the same after he had broken through. Even though he had been suppressing it with his fates and, this time, his physical strength had reached the peak of his current realm. The peak of a hunter's physical strength had surpassed the limit. Lu Yin clenched his fists and guessed that with his current physical strength, he should be able to cultivate to 280 stacks, or perhaps even 300 stacks. The overlaying stacks would become increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Even increasing one stacks was not easy, let alone going from 250 stacks to 300 stacks. If Lu Yin really did reach 300 stacks, then even Wang Yi wouldn't be able to take a single palm strike, and he would be able to easily end the sovereign tournament. How inconceivable would that be? The overlaying stacks was Lan Xi's specialty, but even he could only cultivate to 200 stacks when he was a hunter. Now, however, Lu Yin could cultivate to almost 300 stacks. The only thing he lacked was someone to help him deduce it, and he didn't have a root of wisdom, so he couldn't deduce it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14-15. With a whoosh, Lu Yin leapt out of the dark red lava. His clothes were in tatters as he landed on the peak. Long Shi relaxed when he saw Lu Yin safely emerge. "How's your improvement?" Long Shi asked. Lu Yin clenched his fists. "A lot. If I fight Long Ding again, I'll be able to send him flying with a single slap." Long Shi replied, "Using high temperatures to melt star energy and turn it into liquid for absorption is a shortcut that the White Dragon clan and even some people from the four-way Libra use to increase their cultivation. Not just anyone can use this shortcut. You can only do it with the help of the dragon saliva, so it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Enlighter realm." "Don't worry, I definitely won't break through. I'll do whatever you say," Lu Yin answered seriously. Long Shi was astonished, and he looked into Lu Yin's eyes. "I can only trust you. Don't forget what I told you before. If you go to the ruler realm, you'll most likely die." He then leapt out. "Find some star essence and melt it yourself. It's everywhere." He then disappeared. Lu Yin watched Long Shi's departing figure helplessly. He wouldn't disappoint him this time. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through to the Enlighter realm, but that it would be very difficult. It was easy for others to break through, but it was much more difficult for Lu Yin. He wouldn't disappoint Long Shi this time, as he also wanted to break through. Now, it was time for his change. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked around. Long Shi had said that the old fellows who were guarding Long Tian on this planet wouldn't keep an eye on him. He hoped that those old fellows had some integrity and wouldn't peep, or else he would have to spend a lot of effort explaining himself. Since when had star essence become cabbages that could be casually picked up? Lu Yin was deeply moved. He looked at the star essence in front of him that stretched across the mountain range. How much was this? It had to be at least 100 million cubic meters, and this was just one region of the planet. There were many similar regions on the entire planet, and Lu Yin saw at least 3 of them. If each region had a reward of 100 million star essence, then the total amount of star essence on this planet would be 100 billion, or even a trillion. This was the support that the entire astral tree was giving to the junior ancestor. If he could use this amount of star essence to nurture a progenitor, then it would be a great deal. Emissaries didn't use star energy, but rather astral sources. To those top-notch experts, star essence was the lowest level of cultivation resource. Lu Yin swept out with his star energy and pulled up a large amount of star essence before tossing it into the dark red lava. The star energy instantly turned into raindrops that sprinkled down, but they were quickly evaporated by the high temperature to form air once more. He had to raise his cultivation level and cultivate first to prevent people from spying on him. He had to cultivate for a period of time before he could do what he wanted. While Lu Yin was frantically sweeping up the star essence, Longxi stared at the tribulation crystal pillar in front of her in shock. It took the entire White Dragon clan and epic to collect enough tribulation crystals for Long Tian to break through the middle finger. This tribulation crystal pillar was extra, and it was only enough for her to break through the lower finger. It was impossible for her to break through the middle finger. Only by personally facing the tribulation crystal pillar could Longxi understand the shock. He also understood why Lu Yin would rather trigger the flying armor pass to snatch the tribulation crystal thread. This was a temptation that was hard to resist. Long Tian stood nearby with a calm expression. Once you break through the lower finger, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. However, the same goes for others, especially the frigid immortal sect. They might even let a few people break through the lower finger. If you meet them in the sovereign realm, try to avoid them. Isn't that how you've always done things? Longxi asked coldly. Long Tian frowned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Bai Xiaohong isn't scary. What's scary is his sister, Bai Xianer. You know what she's capable of. Sister Xing, enough. Don't bring up the past. Longxi shouted. Long Tian was helpless. I didn't want things to turn out this way, but you and I were still young back then. What happened back then shouldn't have become our karma. Longxi fell silent. If Long 7 comes with me to the sovereign realm, I promise you that I'll do my best to ensure his safety. I know that you must have told him not to break through to the Enlighter realm, but you're underestimating men, especially those from the four-way Libra branch. He won't be satisfied, and he'll do his best to fight for the sovereign realm. Longxi looked at Long Tian. You gave him the dragon saliva and me the tribulation crystal pillar. We'll do anything for you. Long Tian's face darkened, as Longxi's tone made him very uncomfortable. You're my sister, and I won't let anything happen to you. He then turned to leave. Although Wanwu had something to do and was taken away by the King of Adventure, Nong Lai and Wen Shizhi are both here. Even if Long 7 wants to go to the sovereign realm, his chances of success are slim. This trip to the sovereign realm is just an excuse for me to get the dragon saliva from the clan. You should know that I've already done enough. Longxi retracted her gaze and looked at the tribulation crystal pillar again. She took a deep breath and looked resolute. Let's begin. She then placed both hands on the pillar and began to refine it just like Long Ding. However, her speed was much faster than Long Ding's. On the bridge that led to White Dragon Junior Progenitor Planet, a uniquely dressed Nong Lai arrived. In his arms, Tian Ho looked around curiously. All right, let's go back. Don't follow me. I can't take you there. Tian Ho didn't want to leave, but he still walked back to Wangyu Island, where the Nong family was waiting. In front of Nong Lai, Wen Shizhi was also walking slowly. They were all willing to help the White Dragon race. In the 4 cardinal scales, the frigid immortal sect was too domineering. Even though they had recruited many strong cultivators, many other groups were unhappy with them. The divine martial sect was also domineering, but because of Xia Shenfei's charisma, there were still people who were willing to help them. Nong Sanyang had gone to the Wang clan, so Nong Lai obviously couldn't go. Otherwise, Wang Su wouldn't have been at ease. Nong Lai could only choose the White Dragon race. In the forest above Wangyu Island, a person walked out. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy, as if night had fallen. It was a young man in a black robe. The robe covered his entire body, only revealing his face. The young man looked grave and stern. His facial features were as sharp as a knife. he didn't look like a real person. His eyes were as calm as still water, and black chi kept emerging from his body. His appearance caused the sky within a radius of dozens of kilometers to darken. Prince Gui Qian, someone cried out. Everyone in the ancestral gazing tower looked in the direction of the forest, astonished. It's really Prince Gui Qian. Even the ghost abyss is here. Before, during the Yuanluan sacrificial ceremony, the ghost abyss and Yi Xian College didn't send anyone. As expected, after that event, many things changed. The four cardinal scales can't control the entire starry sky anymore. They think too highly of themselves. The ghost abyss has appeared. Will the ghost ancestor appear? Impossible. Do you think the four cardinal scales ancestor will just watch? The ghost abyss won't appear that easily. On the first floor of the ancestral gazing tower, Mr. Zui looked at the forest coldly. When he saw Prince Gui Qian, he had a complicated expression. On the bridge leading to planet Young Ancestor, this chapter isn't finished yet, please turn the page. On the bridge, apart from Long Shi, Yu Qin, Xia Taili, and Wang Deshuai were all there. When they saw Prince Gui Qian walking towards them, they were all astonished. The ghost abyss had existed for countless years, as long as the four cardinal scales. However, because their cultivation methods were too sinister, they were feared by the whole starry sky of trees. They had been suppressed by many forces, so they had never thought that someone from the ghost abyss would come out. Prince Gui Qian walked towards the ancestral gazing tower step by step, and then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he walked towards the bridge and stood in the middle of it. Yu Chen's eyes flashed, and she smiled. Prince Gui Qian, I've heard a lot about you. Xia Taili looked at Prince Gui Qian curiously. How did you cultivate that black qi? You're so handsome. Wang Deshuai gulped, thinking that it would be better if he didn't say anything. If he spoke, would it be seen as a provocation? Wang Deshuai had always thought of himself as a low-key person, unlike Zhang Yang, who never provoked others. At most, he had some sense of loyalty and charisma, but today, he felt that his charisma had been used in the opposite way, because Prince Gui Qian was walking towards him. The ghost abyss people were terrifying, and even the four cardinal scales feared them. Prince Gui Qian was even scarier. His black qi and his surname made him look like a horror movie. Prince Gui Qian walked towards Wang Deshuai step by step. Wang Deshuai's eyes widened. Hey, stop. Crown Prince Gui Qian stopped and looked at Wang Deshuai with a calm gaze. Wang Deshuai blinked. What do you want? Prince Gui Qian spoke, his voice hoarse but penetrating. Help the Wang clan dominate the world and seize opportunities. Wang Deshuai froze, then laughed dryly. No, there's no need. The Wang clan has enough people. Prince Gui Qian looked up. You're still missing one. Wang Deshuai quickly waved his hands. Not bad, definitely not bad. Everyone just watched. Prince Gui Qian continued walking towards Wang Deshuai. Wang Deshuai's eyes twitched. Wait, stop, what do you want? Prince Gui Qian didn't stop this time, approaching Wang Deshuai step by step. Wang Deshuai wanted to retreat, but he didn't want to lose face. In the end, Prince Gui Qian stopped outside the bridge and turned to face the ancestral gazing tower, standing there without moving. Wang Deshuai was only 100 meters away from Prince Gui Qian, and he could feel a deep chill coming from the depths of his soul. Hey, what do you want? Prince Gui Qian didn't say anything and just stood there calmly. Wang Deshuai grew anxious, as this guy was blocking the bridge's entrance. No one could enter. The Wang clan already had Heaven's Emergence Mavis, Meng Guang, and Nong Sanyang, so they were indeed missing one person. With Prince Gui Qian blocking the entrance, no one could enter. Even if they invited Jin Feiyuan to help, they would have to get past Prince Guiqian first. This was Prince Guiqian. With Guiqian's strange cultivation and his status as the 4 cardinal scales, Prince Guiqian should be on the same level as the 4 junior ancestors. At the very least, he should be on the same level as Sword Steel's Lu Hao and Nong Sanyang. How many people could there be in the starry sky of trees? For the sake of the world domination, Wang Deshuai didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly ran over to Prince Guiqian and said helplessly, "Brother, don't just stand there. You're blocking the entrance." End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14-16. Guiqian's expression was calm as he stood there. Wang Deshuai kept trying to persuade him, but the prince refused to leave. Wang Deshuai helplessly looked at Junior Progenitor Planet, hoping that the seniors there would chase the prince away. However, there was no movement from the planet. Guiqian was strong enough, but no one from the Ghost Abyss dared to let him follow them. Even Yu Qin had not invited him, which showed how wary she was of him. Wang Deshuai was still trying to persuade him when his expression suddenly froze. He helplessly said, "Prince Guiqian, Junior Progenitor invites you." Guiqian turned around and walked towards Junior Progenitor Planet in an orderly manner. He was neither fast nor slow, as if everything was under his control. Wang Deshuai gritted his teeth. Where had this person come from? On Junior Progenitor Planet, Lu Yin was absorbing star energy within the dark red magma. Liquid star energy dripped from the top of his head and turned into a gas that was absorbed by him. His entire body was being scorched and roasted. With a normal person's total amount of star energy, they would be able to break through very quickly if they used this shortcut to cultivate. However, Lu Yin was different. His total amount of star energy was more than 200 times that of a normal person. In other words, if a normal person could use this shortcut to break through in a single day, it would take him 200 days. If he really needed that much time to break through to the next cycle, both Long Tian and Long Shi would be able to tell that something was wrong. Thus, Lu Yin used his body to absorb star energy while using the Heaven Fire Stone to absorb the magma. He needed to absorb enough fire and then cultivate in the time-stop space to forcefully shorten the time needed to break through. His cosmic ring contained a few million star essence, which he had obtained from this planet. It was just enough for him to break through to the next cycle. Even though he was quite wealthy, he would try his best not to spend his own money when he could spend other people's money. A few days later, Lu Yin opened his eyes and endured the high temperature. He raised his hand and his die appeared. It was time to break through to the 17th cycle. Otherwise, he would be discovered sooner or later. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped the die, causing it to spin until it finally stopped at 6 pips. His eyes widened as the scene before him changed and he appeared in that mysterious space. He saw many balls of light, and without hesitation, he fused with the closest one. This ball of light was dim and did not belong to anyone close to him. He did not have the time to look at other people's lives for fear of being discovered. As the scene before his eyes changed again, he appeared in a martial arts arena. His body was half squatting on the ground, and blood was flowing from his arm. In front of him, there was a long sword pointed at his throat. Lu Yin was speechless. What was going on? Memories rushed into his mind, and his gaze turned from confusion to calmness. I already said that you're no match for me. Now you should give up, the man with the sword mocked Lu Yin. He held his sword in an elegant and unrestrained manner, and many people gasped in admiration. The person that Lu Yin had fused with was an old man from a small family that was located beneath the Bifrost Bridge. Because of the distribution of resources, this old man had been forced to compete with a rival family, and he had lost to a descendant of the rival family. However, that was not the most important thing, as Lu Yin did not care about the disputes between these small families. This old man had just broken through to the Enlighter realm. What he cared about were the old man's memories. Since he had fused with this person's body, the first thing he did was search for any memories related to the surname Lu. The man in front of him pointed his sword at his throat and looked at the old man strangely. Why did this old man look like he was in a daze? However, he immediately felt relieved. An old man who had cultivated for hundreds of years was no match for him, who had cultivated for 3 years. It was normal for young people who had lived for more than 10 years to be affected. If you know the difference, then step down. This mine belongs to my family, the young man shouted arrogantly. The old man's confused gaze suddenly turned deep, and then red, as if he had seen something inconceivable. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire head exploded, splattering the young man's face with blood. The young man was stunned. He had not done anything. It was over. This old man was dead, and neither side would let this matter rest. A war was unavoidable. The matters of these small families had nothing to do with Lu Yin. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the dark red magma underground. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. What's going on? He had only wanted to read the memories related to the surname Lu, but the moment he did so, he felt a splitting headache, as if something had been triggered. The more he tried to understand the memories, the worse his headache became. In just an instant, the old man that had fused with Lu Yin's memories died. Lu Yin once again felt the sensation of death, and the death aura in his body fluctuated, growing slightly. What was going on? Why had the memories of the surname Lu caused that old man to die? Could it be that his memories were sealed by something? However, the old man's other memories were complete. Even though it had only been a short time, Lu Yin had still seen many of the old man's memories, but the memories related to the surname Lu were vague. Before the old man had died, he had only seen one scene, red petals falling from the sky, covering the entire astral tree. This was the only memory Lu Yin had obtained, and it was precisely because of this scene that the old man's head had exploded. Lu Yin lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This had to be related to the surname Lu. When the surname Lu had appeared in the old man's memories, Lu Yin had clearly felt the old man's soul tremble and submit. Something huge must have happened in this region of space. The red petals that had filled the sky were flowers that Lu Yin had never seen before. They were beautiful and bewitching. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Yin looked up. Even though he had seen the scene of red petals filling the sky, he had not obtained any other memories related to the surname Lu. But that did not matter, as he would find out sooner or later. He was now certain that the surname Lu had existed in this region of space, and someone had submitted to it. Lu Yin exhaled and forcefully suppressed his complicated thoughts. He continued to roll his die, as increasing his strength was the most important thing right now. The last roll of 6 pips had consumed nearly 10 million star essence, but it did not matter since it was all from this planet. He could try again. As the die slowly came to a stop, Lu Yin was left speechless. 6 pips again. Was his luck that good? Just as he was thinking about it, the scene in front of him changed again. Lu Yin already knew from experience that the later he fused, the more star essence he would consume. Even though the energy consumed would not be his, if the person he was fusing with was too far away, then it would not be of any help to him. Lu Yin looked at the balls of light around him and immediately rushed towards the brightest one, instantly fusing with it. His body shook, and before he could even open his eyes to look around, he felt that something was wrong. This body was very strange. When he opened his eyes, he looked around and saw a giant tribulation crystal pillar that was at least 100 meters tall. Lu Yin's jaw dropped, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It really was a tribulation crystal pillar. How could it be so big? The tribulation crystal pillar in front of him was 10 times the size of the one Long Ding had used to break through. Lu Yin had just experienced the old man's skull shattering, and now, he was actually seeing such a huge pillar. His heart could not take it anymore. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. No, something was wrong with this body. There was no sign of life, and there was no star energy circulating within it. There was no energy aura, and the organs were all empty. This was a corpse, but how could a corpse be fused with? Hold on. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of the most important question. Where were his memories? This body had no memories. He looked around, but everything was dark. With the structure of this body, he could not see anything clearly, and he did not even have any memories. The only thing he could see was the tribulation crystal pillar. Was that a leaf on the pillar? It was a giant tribulation crystal pillar that was at least 100 meters tall. In this dark, deathly space, there was a single leaf, which was very strange. Lu Yin wanted to control this body, but it was not under his control. This was the first time something like this had happened. What was going on? The scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin was dragged back to that strange place. He saw many balls of light that fused into his body, and when he looked down, he saw that the star essence he had brought to the underground lava had all been used up. He had rolled 6 pips twice in a row, and both encounters had been very strange. The second time, in particular, he had seen such a huge tribulation crystal pillar. If he was exposed, it would shake the scales of the universe. If only he could find that place. Lu Yin sighed inwardly, but it was a pity that he could not control this body. If he could not control it, then that meant that this body did not have any self-awareness. However, if he could fuse with it, then the only possibility was that it was being controlled by someone else, just like when he had fused with the mechanical ants in the technocracy. There were too many secrets in this region of space, and Lu Yin scratched his head regretfully. He looked up again and continued rolling the die. He would go out and get more star essence after he broke through the 17th cycle. This time, he did not roll the die smoothly. He rolled one, and before he could even see what it was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Again. He tapped out, and the die spun until it finally stopped at 4 pips. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally the time-stop space. There was nothing to be anxious about at this point, and Lu Yin directly increased the time limit by half a year. He then took out the Heaven Fire Stone and started the 17th cycle. Even if he could continuously break through in the time-stop space, he could not do so as it would easily alert Long Tian. When he reached the 17th cycle, Lu Yin clenched his fists. He had broken through the lower threshold and absorbed the dragon saliva. Now that he had broken through the 17th cycle, he was much stronger than he had been during the Sovereign Tournament. With his current strength, he could completely suppress people like Wang Yi and Wu Taibai even without using the Grim Reaper transformation. However, it was unlikely that he could defeat the Prime Clear's 3 young ancestral Qi, and this was only the Prime Clear from the Sovereign Tournament. The current Prime Clear had definitely improved by quite a bit. There was still some time left in the time-stop space, and Lu Yin had already decided on what to cultivate: Battle Force, Golden Battle Force. He had never faced such a power before. There was a thump as Lu Yin leapt out of the dark lava. His star energy surged, indicating that he had completed the 17th cycle. He looked around, but there was no one around. He then used the Cloud Connect stone to contact Long Tian. "I've broken through the 17th cycle," Lu Yin said. Long Tian did not mind. "Continue." He then ended the call. Lu Yin did not care about Long Tian's attitude, but since Long Tian was so indifferent, it was obvious that there was already an expert that he was satisfied with. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14-17. Lu Yin thought about it, but he didn't know what to do. Those who had been invited to Junior Progenitor Planet by Long Tian were all experts. He wanted to beat them up so badly that they couldn't go to the ruler's realm. That way, he would be the only candidate, but this was Junior Progenitor Planet. Even if those old fellows who had joined Long Tian wouldn't spy on them, how could they not know that a battle had broken out? Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. As he thought about it, he continued to crazily absorb star essence, and then he lifted it up like a mountain towards the lava. In the distance, a middle-aged man looked up and saw this scene. He was speechless, but he also felt envious. Back when they had been cultivating, they had had to think of ways to obtain any resources they needed. Even if they had the backing of a powerful family, it was still too insignificant, so how could they use the resources as they pleased? If I had this much star essence back then, I would have been able to break through to the Enlighter realm faster by at least 20 years, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. He then took a picture of the scene and sent it to Long Tian. Long Tian didn't care what Lu Yin did, and he could even allow Lu Yin to take some of the star essence with him. These resources weren't worth his attention, but it wasn't his style to do good deeds without leaving a name behind. Thus, he had someone send a picture of the scene to Long Shi. Long Shi was currently enduring extreme pain. She was trying to break through, just like Long Ding had been. At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to be worse than death, and she immediately thought of Lu Yin. She hadn't expected that he would be able to endure such pain, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This husband of hers was still passable. At this moment, the cloud pass stone vibrated, and an image was sent over. Long Shi took a look at it, and her expression turned ugly. She immediately closed the cloud pass stone, so angry that she forgot about the pain. This was too embarrassing. She had already told him that the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet were marked and couldn't be taken away, but he had still taken so much. Someone had even taken a picture of it and sent it to her. There was a rumble, and Lu Yin tossed the mountain-like star essence into the dark red lava. The star essence visibly liquefied and then evaporated, turning into gas that filled the ground. Lu Yin leaped down and did it again. More and more people gathered in Ancestral Gazing Tower, and most of them were just there to watch the show. Of course, there were also some who wanted to attract the junior progenitor's attention and deliberately provoked a fight, but it was useless. On this day, the people from the Sword Steel Lu clan arrived. It was Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu. When she saw Lu Hao appear, Yu Qin immediately walked over with a smile. "Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Hao was stunned. Xia Tai Li's voice rang out, "Hey, how shameless. Big brother Lu has already decided to help my big brother. What does this have to do with your cold immortal sect?" Yu Qin smiled and said, "The journey to the world of rulers is related to the opportunity of origin, and the opportunity of origin is related to whether or not one can become an ancestor. If you travel with the cold immortal sect, your chances of obtaining an origin item are much higher than if you travel with other people. Brother Lu, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the Lu clan. The Lu clan needs strong cultivators." Xia Tai Li was infuriated. The frigid immortal sect can obtain the origin item. We are all part of the four sides of the scale, but do you have more legs than us? Yu Qin smiled and did not reply. Instead, she looked at Lu Hao. She had already said what she needed to say. The rest was up to Lu Hao. Lu Hao said in a low voice, "A person must be trustworthy." Since you've made a promise to the divine martial heaven, you can't go back on your word. Yu Qin shook her head. The opportunity of reaching the ancestor realm is far more important than a temporary reward. If I lie to myself, how can I become an ancestor? Lu Hao said indifferently. He looked at Xia Taili and said, let's go. Xia Taili was very pleased with himself. He raised his head and walked towards the divine martial junior planet. Yu Qin did not get angry. Instead, she continued to smile. No one could tell what she was thinking. When Lu Hao appeared, he became the center of attention. The Sword Steel's Lu clan was not as powerful as the four sides of the scale, but it was second only to them. Over the years, they had obtained many ancient battle techniques from the Sword Steel, and their foundation was unfathomable. Lu Hao had also fought fiercely with the four young ancestors during the Origin Will sacrificial ceremony. If he had not lacked the resources to break through the 3 stages, he would not have been much weaker than the 4 young ancestors. This was why Yu Qin wanted to try again, even though she had been rejected. If Lu Hao was willing to help by Xiaohong, they would rather exclude anyone else. The more dazzling Lu Hao was, the more he could overshadow Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu had followed Lu Hao here, and from beginning to end, everyone's attention had been focused on Lu Hao. Few people had seen Lu Tianmu walk towards the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet, and even Yu Qin had inadvertently overlooked him. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm, and he was neither happy nor sad as he walked towards the depths of the bridge. Long Shi was not guarding the bridge. Instead, an enlighter from the young ancestor planet had taken her place, and he was standing guard at the end of the bridge. The White Dragon tribe no longer needed to rope in anyone else. Aside from Long Shi, Wen Shishir, Nong Lai, and another expert from the same generation who had just broken through to the Enlighter realm, Dragon Quarry, and Lu Yin. All Long Tian needed to do was choose one of them, as Wen Shishir would definitely go. Nong Lai was the most likely candidate. Dragon Quarry was from the same clan, and Long Tian wanted him to follow. At the very least, he was trustworthy. Long Tian had not thought about any other experts from the outside world until Lu Tianmu appeared. When he saw the might of Lu Tianmu's sword, Long Tian was stunned. He immediately stepped forward to meet Lu Tianmu. You're from the Sword Steel's Lu family? Long Tian asked. Lu Tianmu's personality was cold. Yes. Why haven't I heard of you before? Long Tian asked. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, I'm from a branch family. I obtained the Sword Steel's inheritance, which is why I have such strength. No wonder. Long Tian finally understood. Before the Sword Steel's inheritance, this woman must have been an ordinary cultivator. However, the Sword Steel's inheritance of an ancient battle technique had allowed her to become a top-tier expert. In his opinion, even if she was not Lu Hao's opponent, she could still rank within the top 3 of the Lu family's peers. You should cultivate first. There are countless resources here, so just let me know if you need anything, Long Tian said politely. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, as the Lu family's people represented not only their strength, but also their family's attitude. Lu Hao had gone to Shenwu Plain because he had a good relationship with Xia Shenfei, but Lu Tianmu had chosen the White Dragon clan without any personal feelings. Did this mean that the Lu family was more inclined towards the White Dragon clan? As the young ancestor of the White Dragon clan, Long Tian had to consider this. If that was the case, then the selection for this trip to the ruler's realm would be difficult, as Nong Lai also represented the Lu family. But at the same time, Long Tian also discovered a depressing problem. Whether it was Nong Lai or Lu Tianmu, they couldn't represent the Nong family and the Lu family as the strongest of their generation. Neither of them helped him, which was quite depressing. There were tens of thousands of secret rooms built on the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet for people to cultivate in. Lu Tianmu, Nong Lai, and the others were all in one of those rooms. Lu Yin cultivated for more than 10 days before using the Heaven Fire Stone to absorb lava. He then rolled his die to enter the time-stop space and raised his cultivation to the 18th cycle of the Hunter Realm. He was only one cycle away from the peak of the Hunter Realm. He contacted Long Tian again. "I've broken through to the 18th cycle." Long Tian was not surprised, as this progress was normal, but it also meant that this person did not have much star energy left. When he thought of this, Long Tian's expectations of Lu Yin gradually disappeared. So what if Lu Yin had broken through to the next level? Long Tian was looking at ultimate strength, not luck. "Come and see me." Lu Yin was displeased. What kind of attitude was that? Even though he was displeased, he had no choice but to lower his head. Lu Yin cursed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he walked over to Long Tian's location. At the center of the planet, there was a statue of himself. When he saw the giant statue, Lu Yin was stunned. How narcissistic was this guy? He had actually built a statue of himself on the planet. How disgusting. Long Tian stood beneath his own statue, and when he saw Lu Yin arrive, his expression remained calm. Lu Yin pursed his lips and walked over. "A few more people are coming. Aside from Long Shi and Wen Shishir, the other two will be chosen from among you," Long Tian said. Lu Yin nodded. Based on this guy's attitude, his chances of being chosen were not high. The newcomers were definitely not simple, or else they would not have excluded someone who had just broken through to the next level. He had to think of something. After a while, a man arrived. Lu Yin looked over and saw that this person was unfamiliar, but he was dressed in the White Dragon clan's unique clothing. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. The man walked over to Long Tian and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, junior ancestor." Long Tian grunted and looked at the man with a gentle gaze. To be able to break through to the Enlighter realm at this time, Dragon Quarry. Dragon Quarry's expression was fervent. To be able to work for junior ancestor, even if I have to die 10,000 times, it would be my honor. Long Tian smiled in satisfaction. "I know your intentions. Wait on the side for now." Dragon Quarry bowed again and looked up. When he saw Lu Yin, he did not react at all. He took a few steps forward until he was about 10 meters away from Lu Yin and did not move again. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know who this person was, the fact that he had bowed to Long Tian meant that his position in the clan was not high. Perhaps he was not from the main bloodline, but for someone who was not from the main bloodline to not react at all when he saw Lu Yin, the son-in-law of the main bloodline. An enlighter. To be able to become an enlighter at such a young age was not bad. The 5th and 6th mainlands only had a few enlighters combined, but the White Dragon clan had 3. Not long after Dragon Quarry arrived, Nong Lai arrived. He was still dressed in the same attire, but he looked unconventional and plain. When Nong Lai arrived, Long Tian's attitude was completely different. He smiled happily. "Brother Lai, thank you for coming to help me." Nong Lai was very enthusiastic. "Brother Long Tian, you're treating me like an outsider. My Nong family has always had a good relationship with the White Dragon clan, so it's only right that we help you. If it weren't for my sister's good relationship with that woman, Wang Su, she would be the one here instead of me." Long Tian laughed. "It doesn't matter if it's you or Sanyang. It's all the same." Nong Lai exchanged a few more polite words with Long Tian before he looked at Lu Yin and became even more enthusiastic. "Brother Long Chi, long time no see." Lu Yin smiled. "Brother Lai, I didn't expect you to come." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14:18. Nong Lai was very happy to see Lu Yin, and she smiled. I've always wanted to meet you, Brother Long Qi, but it's a pity that I missed the opportunity. You should be able to meet me in the ruler's realm, and I'm very curious about you. Lu Yin was puzzled. Curious about me? Nong Lai laughed. Of course. You're the one who surpassed by Sienna in the sword steel inheritance. Everyone in the starry sky of trees is curious about you. I heard that you broke through the lower realm. That's worthy of celebration. To the side, Dragon Quarry listened to Nong Lai's words, and his gaze turned cold as he looked at Lu Yin. Nong Lai had actually allowed this piece of trash to break through to the next realm. What a waste. If Lu Yin had been allowed to break through, then there would have been no need to choose, as he would have definitely been able to follow the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm. It's just luck, Lu Yin replied. Breaking through the lower realm relied on snatching, and it wasn't something to be proud of. Long Tian said, when number 1 is here. Everyone looked into the distance. Lu Yin was taken aback. What's that? First place. This name was full of character. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. This guy was actually called the first in literature. He really deserved a scolding. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Wen Yi before. Wen Yi was rather conspicuous on the ancestral gazing tower, and his attire was also very unique. However, the two of them didn't know each other at that time. When Wen first arrived, Long Tian's attitude was also very enthusiastic. As he watched Long Tian and Wen Shizhong exchange pleasantries, Lu Yin whispered to Nong Lai, Brother Lai, what's this Wen Shizhong's background? Now that his fame had spread throughout the starry sky tree, he was not worried about being exposed even if he asked some general questions. No one would think of anything else. Nong Lai replied, he's from Yi Xian Academy. This academy isn't simple, and they have more than one secret technique. The 4 cardinal scales are constantly thinking of ways to send their disciples in. This guy is one of the best from Yi Xian Academy. I can tell, Lu Yin replied. Wen Shui exchanged a few more pleasantries with Long Tian before walking towards Nong Lai and Lu Yin. Long Tian welcomed the woman who had come from afar. It was Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin was surprised, as he hadn't expected Lu Tianmu to be here as well. It seemed that she had already made a name for herself in the Lu family and had surpassed Lu's generation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to come to Junior Progenitor Planet. Brother Long Qi, Brother Wen is talking to you. Nong Lai shouted, breaking Lu Yin's train of thought. Lu Yin was taken aback, but when he saw Wen Shizhong beaming at him, he hurriedly apologized, Brother Wen, I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. I'm really sorry. Wen De smiled. Don't worry about it. I've been friends with Brother Seven Dragon for a long time. The Sword Steel's inheritance has surpassed by Xian heirs. Only Brother Seven Dragon has managed to do so. Lu Yin humbly replied, Luck, I was really lucky. Wen Yi turned around and saw Lu Tianmu talking to Long Tian. He was astonished, that girl is from the Lu clan. I heard that she's from a branch family, and she's second only to Lu Hao in the Sword Steel. Nong Lai was surprised. Second only to Lu Hao. It seems that his swordsmanship is unparalleled. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with. Fortunately, we're together. Don't forget about Lu Hao, Wen Shui reminded. Nong Lai's mouth twitched. Let Long Shi deal with that guy. But then, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Lu Yin was right next to him, and it would be rude to push his wife out in front of him. Nong Lai wanted to say something else, but Long Tian had already ended his conversation with Lu Tianmu. He shouted, the trip to the world of sovereigns will begin in half a month. Of the 5 people present, only 2 can accompany me there. The rest of you are not weak, but there are many other factors. I've invited all of you here today to get to know each other. Even if you are not destined for this trip to the world of sovereigns, at least you will be acquainted. Lu Yin had not expected Long Tian to have such intentions. Whether it was Nong Lai, the Lu clan, Yi Xian Academy, or even Dragon Quarry, it would not be good to choose any of them. Since that was the case, Long Tian had come forward to meet them. He had given them enough face, and it was equivalent to an early apology. When De and the others hurriedly spoke up and exchanged some pleasantries. Everyone got along well, and the atmosphere was harmonious. 2 hours later, they all dispersed. On the way back to her private room to cultivate, Lu Tianmu had a strange expression on her face. She had always been cold, but now, she was in a difficult position. Just now, Lu Yin had taken the opportunity to transmit a message to her, asking her to do something that she had never done before. Should she do it or not? That was the question. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Tianmu finally decided to do it. If she did it, her chances of going to the world of sovereigns would greatly increase. If she did not do it, she might not be able to go. She had not come here to reunite with her family. She had come to this part of the universe to fight for the opportunity to enter the world of sovereigns. For this reason, she had to temporarily put aside her dignity and reservations. Furthermore, what Lu Yin had asked her to do was not something that went against her principles. All she had to do was observe the movements of those people. Lu Yin returned to the dark red magma to cultivate. He had broken through the 18th cycle, but Long Tian had not reacted at all. It was obvious that he would not be able to go to the world of sovereigns, and Long Shi had probably played a part in this. There was still half a month before he would be able to go to the world of sovereigns. During this time, he could actually break through the 19th cycle. His body had been strengthened by the dragon saliva, and he had already reached the peak of the hunter realm. He would not be able to break through too quickly, but even if there was a shortcut, would there be any problems breaking through so quickly? Lu Yin was very conflicted, and he decided not to break through for now. If he could go to the world of sovereigns, then he would break through, but if he could not, then he would set it aside for now. 10 days later, Lu Yin walked out of the dark red magma and headed in the direction of Lu Tianmu and the others' private cultivation rooms. He did not know if anyone was watching him from the shadows, but he did not care. If he wanted to go to the world of sovereigns, then he had to try. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at the ground. These were the traces that Lu Tianmu had left behind according to his plan. These traces represented the movements of Nong Lai and the others during this time, and the most important thing was the location where they had obtained the star essence. Based on their movements, Lu Yin could infer the specific location where they would obtain the next star essence. This was what Lu Yin had asked Lu Tianmu to do. Without Lu Tianmu, Lu Yin would not have been able to determine these locations. He could not just stay here and observe, as Long Tian would definitely sense that something was off. However, Lu Tianmu was different, as she was not that far away. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, as Nong Lai, Wen Xingyi, and Dragon Quarry were unable to resist so many star essence, and they used them to cultivate without restraint. Lu Yin wiped away the traces and headed in one direction. He passed by a patch of star essence and casually sprinkled some of Elder Wu's diluted poison. He then went to the next location and continued to sprinkle poison. Elder Wu's poison had been refined 12 times, and it was enough to poison an emissary. Now that he had diluted it, the poison was not as strong, and it was just right for him to sprinkle it on these star essence. He still had about 5 days, and whether or not he would succeed would depend on whether or not those people would follow his plan and come here to retrieve the star essence. He sprinkled the poison on the star essence that Nong Lai, Wen Xingyi, and Dragon Quarry had taken. Lu Yin's expression remained the same as he dug through the pile of star essence and dragged it away like a mountain. The middle-aged man from before pursed his lips. Lu Yin had come again, and this time, he had actually come here. Was he complaining that there weren't enough star essence in other places? He shook his head and did not report it to Long Tian. It was enough that he had reported that scene to Long Tian, and there was no need for him to do it a second time. Lu Yin himself did not know that he had successfully angered Long Shi by dragging away the mountain of star essence, which had made Long Tian laugh at him. However, his actions this time did not arouse any suspicion. Nong Lai walked out of the secret room and stretched. He was tired. Cultivating was indeed tiring, but it was not as satisfying as farming. It was better to take a break since there were only a few days left. He looked up and saw a figure streaking across the sky, dragging away a huge pile of star essence. It was Dragon Quarry. Nong Lai's mouth twitched, as he did not like this fellow. He was a fool and looked at Long Tian with a fanatical gaze. It was obvious that he was an idiot who was willing to die for Long Tian. Nong Lai had no interest in talking to someone like that, let alone Long Seven. Although that fellow was submissive to Long Tian, his gaze could not be faked, and it was obvious that he was dishonest. Nong Lai thought back to Lu Yin's actions in the humble school. This person was more interesting. As he looked at the scenery of Junior Progenitor, Nong Lai wondered if he should take a stroll around, as this place was not a place that could be visited at any time. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. A ray of sword chi flashed by in the distance, and its sharp edge stung his eyes. Nong Lai looked over in shock and saw that it was Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu stood there with a sword in hand, and the edge of the blade flickered with light. She seemed to have noticed Nong Lai's gaze, and she gave him a provocative look before turning to leave. Nong Lai blinked. That sword had seemed a little sharp, and when he thought back to it, the sharpness of that sword had actually caused his heart to tremble. That sword had definitely not been that woman's strongest sword technique. No, this is going to be troublesome. This woman is very troublesome. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it felt to deal with her. He knew that during this trip to the ruler realm, there would definitely be a spot for Wen Shizi, and the next person would either be him or Lu Tianmu. This woman was so powerful, and if he did not work hard, he would definitely be eliminated, which would be embarrassing. Although there were still a few days left, he still had to work hard. Who knew, he might even gain some enlightenment. When he thought about this, Nong Lai picked up the star essence and left. Not long after, Wen Shizi also took quite a few star essence and left. Lu Tianmu saw all of this, and she relaxed. Lu Yin had been right, if anyone did not want to cultivate, they just needed to be stimulated a little. But then again, why was that guy so scheming? It was no wonder why he had become the master of the Outerverse, he was too cunning. This was Lu Tianmu's first time dealing with something like this. Back when she had been one of the 10 arbiters, she had handled many things, but most of them had been delegated to her subordinates. She had rarely personally interfered with such matters, but now, she actually had to do it herself. She was not used to it, but it was very effective. She wondered how the others were doing. Half a day later, Dragon Quarry was the first to encounter a problem. Long Tian looked at Dragon Quarry lying on the ground with a gloomy expression. Behind him was the old servant who had been ordered to capture Lu Yin. How long will it take to cure the poison? Long Tian asked in a low voice. The old servant replied, although the poison is fierce, it's not complicated. It'll take at most half a day to cure, but... The old servant paused. Long Tian had a bad premonition. Go on. Although the poison can be cured, it's still very fierce, and it will temporarily affect one's cultivation. It'll take at least half a month to completely eradicate it. Even with the best recovery medicine in the clan, it'll still take close to 10 days. Long Tian relaxed. He had thought that the poison would have lasting effects, but it was only half a month, so it did not matter. In any case, he had not planned on bringing Dragon Quarry to the ruler realm. Have you investigated it thoroughly? How was he poisoned? Long Tian asked. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1419. An old woman walked over and respectfully said, "There are no signs of poisoning, and no outsiders have entered. Either the poison was here long ago, or it was completely absorbed." Absorbed? Long Tian was stunned, and then he suddenly thought of something. Not good. Star essence. Immediately find Wenqian and Nong Lai. As soon as he spoke, the cloud pass stone trembled. Junior ancestor, Wenqian, and Nong Lai have all been poisoned. Long Tian roared and immediately rushed over. Within the dark red lava, Lu Yin was still absorbing star essence. Half a day later, Long Tian walked out of the secret room with a gloomy expression. He had just gone to check on Wenqian, and the poison was exactly the same as the one in Dragon Quarry. Long Tian's first suspicion was Lu Tianmu, as only she had the motive and ability to poison the surroundings. However, Lu Tianmu had never been to the place where Wenqian and the others had collected star essence, so she could not have poisoned them. Furthermore, the star essence around Lu Tianmu's secret room also contained a small amount of poison. Although this might not completely clear Lu Tianmu of suspicion, it could not prove that she had poisoned them either. If it wasn't Lu Tianmu, then who could it be? Lu Yin's image flashed through Long Tian's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Lu Yin was rather far from the secret room where Wenqian and the others had been cultivating, so there was no way for him to pinpoint the exact location of the poison. Also, why would he poison them? To the ruler's realm. Long Tian himself might not even be willing to go. Aside from Lu Tianmu and Long Seven, who else could it be? Long Tian thought about the people around him. There were 10 enlighters on Junior Progenitor who had sided with him, 2 envoys, and a senior who had undergone 6 origin tribulations who had protected him. All of these people were suspicious, and who could guarantee that they had not been bribed by the frigid immortal sept, the Wang family, or the Shenwu clan to cause trouble for him? Long Tian's thoughts were complicated, and he kept thinking. Long Shi heard the news and came over. His expression was ugly as well. "Brother, what's going on?" Long Tian replied, "Someone is opposing me and poison Nong Lai and the others so that they can't accompany me to the ruler's realm." Poison. There's still a few days until the ruler's realm. Can't the poison be cured? Long Shi frowned. Long Tian shook his head. Even with the clan's healing medicine, it'll still take 10 days to completely remove the poison. The ruler's realm is fraught with danger. I'm willing to go to the ruler's realm with a poisoned body, but the clans behind them won't agree. Long Shi frowned. Who isn't poisoned? Long Tian looked at Long Shi. Long Qi, Lu Tianmu. Are you suspecting Long Seven? Long Shi asked. Long Tian snorted. Of course not. What about Lu Tianmu? There's also evidence that she wasn't poisoned, and there are traces of poisoned star essence around her. However, ever since she arrived on Junior Progenitor Planet, she hasn't absorbed any star essence, which is why she hasn't been poisoned. Long Shi said in a low voice, Lu Tianmu is the most suspicious. Long Tian replied, I know, but the only ones who can accompany me to the sovereign world are her and Long Qi. Long Qi can't go, Long Shi immediately denied. Long Tian stared at her. Nong Lai, the top scholar, can't even go to Dragon Quarry. Other than Long Qi, tell me, who else could it be? In terms of real strength, Long Qi might not be weaker than Dragon Quarry. I didn't want to take him because of you, but now, he has to go. Little sister, you promised him. Long Qi opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute him. She had agreed to bring Lu Yin to Junior Progenitor Planet, but now that she was faced with such a situation, she wanted to go back on her word. Little sister, you know the rules of the family. If you insist on not letting Long Qi accompany me to the sovereign world, how will he establish himself in the family in the future? Long Tian shouted. Do you really want your husband to be unable to raise his head for the rest of his life? Long Qi's body trembled, and she helplessly lowered her head. I'll talk to him. There's no need. He has no choice, Long Tian said firmly. Even if Long Qi goes, what if we're still missing one person? Long Qi asked. Long Tian replied, the top scholar. Isn't he poisoned? Will Yi Xian Academy agree to let him go? He'll fight with the Academy himself. The next day, Lu Yin was still cultivating in the dark red lava when a shadow loomed over his head. He looked up and saw a mountain of star essence crashing down on him. Break through the 19th cycle as soon as possible. You have to accompany the junior progenitor to the sovereign world, the middle-aged man's voice rang out. He felt helpless as well, as he had been watching this kid collect star essence by himself. Now, he had to do it himself. Lu Yin was delighted. Got it. He had succeeded. How lucky. It was time to break through the 19th cycle. Just as he was about to roll his die, he suddenly paused. Something wasn't right. He abruptly raised his head and looked outside. Now that the list of people to go to the sovereign world had been confirmed, it was likely that he was being monitored. Given Long Tian's personality, even if he didn't suspect that Lu Yin had poisoned him, he would still send someone to keep an eye on Lu Yin so that he could control everything. He couldn't roll his die since there were only 2 days left. If he didn't, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through the 19th cycle. However, there was no other way, as it was better than having his innate gift discovered. 2 days later, Lu Yin was still absorbing star essence and had yet to break through the 19th cycle when Long Tian's voice echoed throughout Junior Progenitor Planet. Gather. Lu Yin opened his eyes and leapt out of the ground, flying towards the statue that he had visited before. By the time he arrived, Long Tian, Long Qi, Lu Tian, Mu, and Wen Xingyi had already arrived. Lu Yin was astonished when he saw Wen Xingyi. This guy had clearly been poisoned, but he still dared to go to the sovereign world. On the surface, Wen Xingyi didn't seem to have been poisoned. His face was rosy and lustrous, and he looked like a Xiao Bai. Everyone's here. Get ready, we're about to head to the sovereign world, Long Tian said. Lu Yin stood beside Long Qi and asked curiously, how do we get there? Long Qi was in a bad mood, as she recalled the scene of Lu Yin moving the mountain of star essence. Her tone was unpleasant as she said, fly directly from Junior Progenitor Planet to the sovereign world. That exaggerated. Lu Yin was stunned. Long Qi frowned and tossed a circle to Lu Yin. Take it. If there's anything wrong, immediately hide inside. Lu Yin's circle had been destroyed by Long Xian, and he looked at it and was speechless. Your family sells circles, right? Long Qi glared at him fiercely. Her amber eyes were beautiful but also fierce. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. Long Tian glanced at Lu Yin and Long Qi, feeling very unhappy. The two of them were of the same mind, while he was an outsider. It was very dangerous in the sovereign world, and he would rather believe that Long Qi would save Lu Yin than save him. This was also one of the reasons why he hadn't wanted to bring Lu Yin to the sovereign world. Nong Sanyang and Nong Lai could not help just one person, and it was the same for Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu. the junior progenitor would also be apprehensive. However, Long Tian had no other choice. Wen Xingyi could apply to Yi Xian Academy to go to the sovereign world, but Nong Lai had been rejected by the Nong family. As for Dragon Quarry, there was not much point in bringing him there. He had been poisoned and was weaker than Lu Yin. Where's Nong Lai? Lu Yin was curious. Long Tian coldly replied, he's busy and can't come. And Dragon Quarry? Lu Yin asked again. Long Tian frowned. That's none of your business. Long Shi looked up. We're from the same clan. How can it be none of our business? Long Tian did not speak. Lu Yin was in a good mood, as this was one of the good things about Long Shi. She could ridicule him without restraint, but she would not allow others to do the same. As he thought about it, Junior Progenitor Planet trembled beneath his feet. Lu Yin and the others could not see it from the planet, but from a high altitude, they would see that the 4 bridges that connected Junior Progenitor Planet had changed directions and connected with each other, forming a square that suddenly shot into space. In the blink of an eye, countless people on the ancestral gazing tower stared blankly at the sky. Junior Progenitor Planet had disappeared. The starry sky tree relied on the mother tree to grow, and the tree crown was the dominator realm. Generally speaking, the area of a tree's crown was larger than the tree's roots, and the mother tree was the same. The area of the tree crown was larger than the lower realm of the tree's roots, the middle realm, and the upper realm of the tree trunk. The dominator realm was the largest area in the starry sky tree. Lu Yin's understanding of the sovereign world was that only progenitors could survive there. Since ancient times, all of the progenitors that had been born in the astral tree, regardless of whether they were dead or alive, had been born in the sovereign world. Thus, the sovereign world had left behind many inheritances, the most important of which was the origin item. To become a progenitor, one needed the origin item, and the origin item could only be found in the sovereign world. The junior progenitor planets were connected to each other, and they moved towards the crown of the tree at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin and the others could not see their surroundings at all, and all they could see was that they were traveling through space. Follow me closely on this trip to the sovereign world. Take out the circle, but don't put it in your cosmic ring. You just have to think about protecting yourself, got it? Long Shi warned Lu Yin in a low voice, her gaze stern. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. I'll do whatever you say. For some reason, Long Shi felt even more uneasy when she heard Lu Yin's honest reply, and she even felt a shadow in her heart. She glared at Lu Yin. Just follow me. Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a fierce temper. He had not said anything wrong, and her attitude was definitely good. Her temper was just too bad. The square formed by the junior progenitor planets traveled through the void from bottom to top before finally stopping on a giant branch of the mother tree. A single branch was enough to support 4 junior progenitor planets. Lu Yin and the others swayed, and the void around them slowly became clear. Lu Yin could also see his surroundings clearly. Behind him was a starry sky, and in front of him was a huge and dense tree branch. Each branch seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, and they extended from afar. Perhaps because the junior progenitor planet was shaking violently, a leaf fell, and a huge shadow covered half of the planet. Lu Yin had never seen such a huge tree before, and a single leaf could cover a planet. What kind of concept was that? This leaf did not even seem to be fully formed, and it was rather small. Everyone, we've arrived at the sovereign world, Long Tian said in a low voice as he scanned the group with a resolute gaze. Let's go. He then leapt forward and headed straight ahead. Long Shi, Lu Yin, Lu Tianmu, and Wen First One hurriedly followed, walking along the branches like ants entering a kingdom of giants. A single branch could support 4 junior progenitor planets, which was a testament to its size and toughness. Even Lu Yin could not see the edge of the branch at a glance. It was not the extension of the branch, but rather the horizontal edge. He could not even see the surface of the branch, as it was simply too large. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1420. The 4 minor ancestor planets were firmly resting on this branch, and from what they could see, this branch was a gigantic landmass. Its horizontal surface area was at least larger than the combined surface area of the 4 minor ancestor planets, and they estimated that it was even larger than Xenus star. The moment they left the minor progenitor planet, Lu Yin looked at the other 3 minor progenitor planets and sensed people rushing out as well. However, the branches had split apart, so the people on the other 3 planets might not be heading in the same direction as them. Lu Yin landed on the ground and stepped on the branch of the mother tree's canopy. He exerted some strength, but he couldn't damage it at all. This is the Sovereign Realm's Withering Glory domain, and our destination is the Withering Glory domain. This domain has never been explored in detail, and only progenitors have roughly sensed it. There are dangers beyond the emissary realm in this domain. Everyone, be careful, and don't drag everyone down, Long Tian said as he glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out his ring, which was equivalent to telling Long Tian that he didn't need his protection. Long Tian only glanced at him and then continued towards the sovereign realm. This place hasn't been explored. Isn't there supposed to be a progenitor's inheritance here? Haven't the 4 Libras searched for it? Lu Yin whispered to Longxi. Longxi replied indifferently, it's precisely because there are progenitors' inheritances that we can't casually explore. Only progenitors and above can enter the sovereign realm. Why didn't they explore the inheritances? Lu Yin felt strange. Longxi frowned. There have been rules since ancient times, and no one can break them. Just take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else. An hour later, their surroundings had greatly changed. Lu Yin looked back and saw that the starry sky was blocked by the mother tree's branches. They had truly entered the mother tree's canopy, which was the sovereign realm. Several branches appeared in front of them, and Long Tian lifted the Cloud Connect stone to reveal something that looked like a map. He looked at it for a moment before continuing forward. Lu Yin was surprised that there was a map, but it made sense. The 4 Libras wouldn't be so obedient as to not explore anything. They must have done so in the past and created a map for their descendants. The White Dragon clan had a map, and the other 3 powers definitely had one as well. Lu Yin didn't know what the map was pointing to, but it should be an item of origin. There was a crunch as the group seemed to step on something. Normally, no one would have cared about this sound, but everyone stopped in their tracks. This was the world of sovereigns, and the branches were incredibly tough. It wouldn't be easy to destroy them, let alone crush them. The cracking noises were getting louder and louder. In front of them, the surface of the branches was completely cracked. Suddenly, a cold wind swept by. The silver-white light approached Long Tian at an extremely fast speed. Long Tian's body slightly moved aside. The silver-white light brushed past his shoulder and stopped in the air, exposing itself to the others. It was a creature that looked like a praying mantis. It was the size of a palm, and the color of its body was exactly the same as the color of the branches. It seemed to be withered, and it was waving a silver-white blade that was even larger than its body as it stared at Long Tian. Long Tian dodged the attack, and the creature changed directions in midair, waving its blade and slashing towards one first rank, who was the closest to it. Wen Yi raised his hand and strange symbols appeared on his fingertips. He pointed at the mantis creature and sent it flying. This creature's strength was only comparable to a cruiser's, and when Shizi's strength was enough to crush it. However, not only was the creature not crushed, but it even seemed to have been reborn as its body swelled and grew larger. Everyone was astonished, as this scene was quite strange. The mantis creature's withered body quickly recovered, and its body grew larger and larger until it was as long as a human arm. It was 4 or 5 times larger than before, and its blade was nearly a meter long. It slashed towards When First Rank again at an even faster speed. "Don't kill it!" Long Tian barked. When First Rank opened his palm. Literary prison. As soon as he spoke, the mantis creature was bound by chains formed from words, and it could not move. Behind them, Luin was stunned. Literary prison. There was a literary prison here as well. And from the looks of it, it was the same as the Wen family's. What was going on? He suddenly thought of the Zijin family's phoenix, which was similar to the phoenix family's, but it was definitely more powerful. It seemed that many of the Fifth Mainland's cultivation systems originated from this region of space. Then, did that mean that When First Rank's Xian Academy had more ancient characters than the Wen family? The mantis creature was bound by the literary prison and could not move. Only its eyes moved, and they were filled with ferocity and cruelty. Long Tian raised a hand, and star energy from his fingertips slammed into the mantis body, causing it to grow even larger. Everyone became even more curious. It can absorb star energy. Long Shi guessed. Long Tian's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. Pure energy stirred the void and smashed into the mantis body, causing it to grow even larger and more ferocious. It's not just star energy. It seems like it can absorb any energy to strengthen itself. Long Shi was shocked. Long Tian retracted his gaze and frowned. Only the frigid immortal sect might know about the withered glory realm. When First Rank waved his fan and said, "I once heard from my elders that the ancient ancestor Ku possessed the secret of eternal life. This is the withered glory realm, and it's where the ancestor Ku resides. These creatures might possess his mysterious power." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The ancestor Ku, the Ku family, and the Ku's secret word were all connected again. He suddenly turned to look into the distance. Something's coming. Long Tian glanced at Lu Tianmu. It's done. Lu Tianmu's sword flashed, and the mantis head fell to the ground. Even if these creatures could absorb energy, there was a limit to how much energy they could withstand. When First Rank and Long Shi's eyes lit up when Lu Tianmu killed the mantis. What a beautiful attack! In the distance, a large group of mantises charged over. They were only the size of a palm, and all of them were withered. They attacked the group at an extremely fast speed. Lu Tianmu stepped forward and slashed out with his sword, using the 10th sword of the 13 swords, Star Slasher. All of the mantises were sliced apart in one strike. Star Slasher's attack had exceeded their limits. When First Rank praised, "Good. Not many in the same generation can fight against such a sword technique." Long Tian was satisfied. As expected of someone from the Lu family. Lu Tianmu remained calm. Long Shi glanced at Lu Tianmu cautiously and whispered to Lu Yin, "Stay away from her." Lu Yin pursed his lips. Had Star Slasher really surprised them? That was impossible. Wu Taibai and Wang Yi had been able to withstand the 13th sword, so Long Shi and When First Rank definitely had the strength to do so as well. There was more than one type of creature in the withered glory domain, and as the group ventured deeper, they encountered more and more strange creatures. Most of them were as strong as the mantis, and Lu Tianmu could easily deal with them. There were also creatures that could withstand Star Slasher, but they still couldn't escape their fate of being destroyed. This continued until the group encountered a group of withered creatures that looked like bats. These creatures had 2 heads and a second head at the end of their tails. They were abnormally sinister and terrifying, and just looking at them would cause one's heart to tremble. "Let's go," Long Tian barked. In the distance, a group of withered bats flew over. There was an endless number of them, and each one was as strong as a mantis. The sheer number of bats made one's scalp go numb, and even Long Tian didn't want to fight them head-on. As they ventured deeper into the sovereign realm, more and more piles of debris appeared on the branches. These piles were probably the dead bark of the mother branches that had accumulated over countless years. Because they were in the crown of the tree, there was no wind or rain, and they had gradually accumulated to form the surface of the ground. They weren't as hard as the branches. Some had even piled up into small mountains. In order to avoid the group of bats, Lu Yin's group charged into the ground where the piles of debris were, and they ran into a giant vertical eye. Everyone was stunned, and the vertical eye shrank as a terrifying aura was released. Everyone's hair stood on end, as they hadn't even noticed such a terrifying creature underground. It was a withered python, and its aura definitely surpassed that of an enlighter. It was an envoy-level creature. At that moment, Long Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to retreat while taking out a power vessel. Strangely, the withered python retreated even faster. Long Tian and the others were frightened by it, but it was also frightened by Long Tian and the others. It quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned. It should be the ancestral Mang's aura. Princess Long Shi must have paid her respects to the ancestral Mang recently, Wen Shizi said. Only then did everyone remember that Long Shi and Lu Yin had paid their respects to the ancestral Mang recently, and their bodies carried the ancestral Mang's aura. How could that withered python dare to approach the ancestral Mang's aura? It was no wonder that it had fled in fear. Lu Yin silently put away the circle and calmly looked outside. The group of bats was still circling outside and hadn't ventured in. Long Tian said, "The bats are afraid of the python and don't dare to enter." The python also fled because of the ancestral Mang's aura. "This place is enough for us to rest." Everyone relaxed, as the ruler's realm was very dangerous. They had encountered an envoy-level python as soon as they had arrived, and if they hadn't been lucky, they might not have been able to escape unscathed. For 2 days, the bats outside didn't leave and continued circling. Lu Yin guessed, could this be their nest? They've been moving around this area all year round and haven't left. "Don't jinx it," Long Shi barked. Wen Xingyi was helpless. "Brother Long Qi is right. It seems like we'll have to defeat these bats if we want to leave." Long Tian suddenly said, "Long Qi, use your domain to explore the underground." Wen Xingyi's eyes lit up. "That's right. That python didn't dare to linger after sensing the ancestral Mang's aura, so it disappeared a long time ago. If it can travel underground, then so can we. As long as we don't encounter any powerful creatures, we'll be fine." Long Shi looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. "All right." He then released his domain and spread it out in layers. Under Guishan's guidance, Lu Yin had become much more proficient in using his domain, and it spread out into the distance like mercury flowing through the ground. When he sensed Lu Yin's domain, Wen Xingyi sighed in admiration. "Brother Long Qi really has hidden his abilities well. Your use of your domain has almost reached the spiritual transformation realm. Once you reach the Void God realm, your name will spread throughout the astral tree realm." Lu Yin looked at Wen Xingyi strangely, as this guy praised everyone. "Not at all. I'm still far from the spiritual transformation realm. I don't dare to think about the Void God realm." Wen Xingyi smiled. "My Yi Xian Academy has a senior who has cultivated his domain to the Void God realm. If Brother Long Qi is willing, you can come to my academy to learn." Long Tian and Long Shi looked at Wen Xingyi in surprise, as they hadn't expected him to take the initiative to invite Lu Yin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1421. Yi Xian Academy had a special status in the astral tree realm, and all four scales wanted to send their disciples there to study. However, it wasn't that easy. Just like the Liu family sword viewing steel, many people dreamed of studying in Yi Xian Academy. Yi Xian Academy was close to the White Dragon clan, but that was only relative to the Frigid Immortal sect. They didn't hate the White Dragon clan, but that didn't mean that they were on good terms with them. Alright. After this trip to the ruler's realm, Long 7 will study in Yi Xian Academy. I'll need Brother Wen's help then, Long Shi said gently with a rare smile. Wen Shixing replied, of course, of course. Even though Wen Shixing's offer was just an empty promise, Long Shi's attitude towards him was much better. Long Tian was also more enthusiastic, as he didn't think that Wen Shixing valued Lu Yin. In his eyes, Lu Yin was just an adopted son-in-law who wasn't that important. Wen Shixing had invited Lu Yin to Yi Xian Academy to express goodwill towards the White Dragon clan. As expected, Wen Shixing had made the right move by accompanying Lu Yin to the ruler's realm. Lu Yin used his domain to scan the area in front of him. Long Tian was still following the map's directions, heading in a certain direction. Elsewhere, Bai Xiaohong's group was also being attacked by withered creatures. The Withering Glory realm was very large, as it had once been Ancestor Ku's territory. The sect has wanted to explore the Withering Glory realm for a long time, but it's been delayed, a man said. He was handsome and had obsidian eyes. He was both sharp and intelligent, and his face was like a sculpture. He had a heroic air about him, but it was covered by a gentle aura that made him not too eye-catching. As he spoke, his eyebrows rippled slightly. He was Bai Xiaohong, the junior ancestor of the Frigid Immortal sect. There were 4 people behind Bai Xiaohong, 3 men and 1 woman. Shang Qing was one of them, and the other 2 men looked exactly the same. They were clearly twins. There was also a woman with delicate features and a gentle demeanor. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, and there wasn't anything special about her. However, if she could accompany Bai Xiaohong to the ruler's realm, she was clearly not an ordinary person. I heard that the Frigid Immortal sect has a secret technique that was passed down by Ancestor Ku. It seems that young Ancestor Bai is quite familiar with the Withering Glory realm, the graceful woman said with a smile. Bai Xiaohong smiled and said, I just happened to obtain the Withered Ancestor's secret technique, so I don't know much about the Withered Glory realm. However, I'm still a step ahead of the other 3 forces. As he spoke, an endless number of withered creatures appeared in front of them, charging towards them like an army. Behind Bai Xiaohong, one of the twins walked out. It was unknown what he did, but the withered creatures were confused at first. Then, they scattered and stopped attacking them. Shangqing was astonished. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Dongshan used Ancestor Ku's inheritance. Bai Xiaohong smiled, let's go to the Spirit Void Temple first. Not going to the guiding place. They're all heading there. The woman was puzzled. The corner of Bai Xiaohong's mouth curled up. There's no rush. No one can take away my things. In the distance, there was also a group of people heading in the same direction. The leader was a woman with an elegant and luxurious temperament. Although she was only wearing ordinary clothes, it was difficult to hide her noble and pure temperament. The woman's appearance could not be described as beautiful and could only be described as ordinary. However, no matter who looked at her a few more times, they would be captivated. Some people said that the most important thing about a woman was not her appearance, but her temperament. This woman's temperament was unparalleled. In the Sovereign Realm's Withered Glory realm, even if it was dusky, it could not hide her snow-white skin. She was Wang Su, the young ancestor of the Wang family. Behind Wang Su were Yuhua Mavis, Ming Guang, Nong Sanyang, and Prince Gui Qian. At this moment, they were also being attacked by withered creatures. Ming Guang's domain was far more powerful than Lu Yin's, and his force field was enough to isolate the attacks of countless withered creatures. However, when a strange creature that was as large as a mountain appeared, Ming Guang's force field could no longer be contained. Nong Sanyang took action, turning the dead bark that had accumulated over countless years into a field that trapped all of the withered creatures within 1,000 kilometers. Wang Su looked around and frowned. Reverse growth. Ancestor Ku's power is rather troublesome. Nong Sanyang sighed. It's rumored that Ancestor Ku controls the secrets of withered creatures and eternal life. He can cause a person to wither until they die, but he can also transform them into eternal life. These creatures should have died long ago, but they're restrained by Ancestor Ku's power. If that's the case, then Ancestor Ku is more like those monsters, Prince Gui Qian said in a gloomy tone. Wang Su looked at Prince Gui Qian. Don't speak nonsense. A progenitor's power is unfathomable. Perhaps because of what you just said, we will die here. Prince Gui Qian looked up and met Wang Su's gaze. It's not that mystical. Your Wang family has an ancestor, but so does my ghost abyss. An ancestor is still a human, and it's impossible for him to know everything, let alone a dead ancestor. Wang Su indifferently replied, that's because you don't know enough. Prince Gui Qian did not say anything else. Nong Sanyang removed the white towel from her head and wiped her face. She even wiped her arms without caring about her image. Let's go. We need to reach the land of guidance before the others and obtain the origin item. The White Dragon clan, the Frigid Immortal sect, and the Wang family had all been attacked by the withered creature, and Shinwu Plain was no exception. However, compared to the other three forces, Shinwu Plain was clearly much more insignificant, as their junior ancestor, Xia Shunfei, was still sleeping. Xia Taili's face was red with anger as he glared hatefully at the man whose head was being propped up by star energy. Stupid bro, stinky bro, when are you not drunk? Why are you drunk now? Just you wait. When we get back, I'll definitely tell Grandpa that you're confined. Behind Xia Taili, Yao Xian had a strange expression on his face, not because of Xia Shunfei, but because of Wu Taibai. He had never dreamed that Wu Taibai would be a supreme from Shinwu Plain. When he had first seen Wu Taibai on Shinwu's junior ancestor planet, he had been secretly delighted, as he had thought that they could work together to deal with the others. However, after learning that Wu Taibai was from Shinwu Plain, he had been stunned. Yao Xian had always been calm, and as the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire, he had learned to remain calm in the face of danger. This was the core of the so-called imperial path, but he had been stunned at that moment. What made him even more confused was that Wu Taibai had not exposed him, which made things even more interesting. Wu Taibai's expression was calm, and he did not seem surprised at all when he saw Yao Xian. It was as if he did not recognize this person. Aside from the three of them, there was also Lu Hao. The four of them dragged Xia Shunfei along in a miserable manner as they headed in a certain direction. Behind them was an endless sea of withered creatures. Long Tian's group smoothly advanced for 2 days under Lu Yin's domain's probing. Finally, they were ambushed by some creatures, which were flies that had grown out of dead skin. These flies were not as strong as the strange bats, but there were so many of them that they blotted out the sky. They were like the terror ants that they had encountered in the mortal realm, and they took on all sorts of forms. The group was so frightened that they hurriedly returned to the surface. Long Shi was astonished when he saw the empty land around him, as well as the weapons that had been stabbed into the ground and countless withered bones. Is this a battlefield? They had come out from underground and had immediately arrived at this place, where they saw a long stretch of corpses strewn across the ground. With a single movement, dust was stirred up. The withered bones turned into ashes. Even the clothes and weapons turned into dust, vanishing into thin air. It was clear that too much time had passed. In ancient times, when we fought against those monsters, the progenitors were always at the forefront. The withered glory domain was at the edge of the sovereign realm, and it had always been under attack from those monsters. Half of the people on the ground were humans, while the other half were monsters, Wanidi said with a sigh, as if he was reminiscing about the ancient times. Long she spoke up. If not for the protection of our ancestors, we humans would not be where we are today. What's that? Lu Yin saw a towering stone tablet in the distance and walked over. Long Tian had already walked over and read the words on the tablet. The Spirit Void Army, the Spirit Void Army commanded by the withered ancestor. All of them have been buried here, and someone has erected a memorial tablet. Lu Yin was shocked. A progenitor had led an entire army, but the entire army had been buried. That progenitor had most likely perished as well. When Wanidi saw the tablet, he suddenly thought of something and touched it, causing it to turn to dust. His face went pale, and he turned to run. Run! Long Tian and the rest reacted quickly as well. Although they did not know why Wanidi was running, they still ran after him. Elsewhere, at the edge of the battlefield, Wang Su and the rest saw the weapons that had been stabbed into the ground, as well as the bones that had been reduced to dust upon contact. There must be something left behind in the ancient battlefield, Gue Qian said. Wang Su indifferently replied, in ancient times, humans were at an absolute disadvantage. After many battles, we lost more than we won, and even if we won, less than 1 in 10,000 would survive. Even so, we still managed to repel those monsters. Do you know why? Nong Sanyang sighed. Because we perished together. Obscurity and Winged Mavis did not understand this. Wang Su explained, once humans realized that they had lost a battle, they would use a method of mutual destruction. Although they could not win, they could at least fight to a draw. Because of this, we were able to successfully defend this region of space and have descendants like us. Thus, mutual destruction methods are often used in ancient battlefields. When encountering an ancient battlefield, avoiding it is the best choice. Let's stay further away. Once someone accidentally enters the center of the battlefield, the mutual destruction method will be activated, and no one will be able to escape, Nong Sanyang said. Gue Qian did not object. Who would give up on such an opportunity? Since it was said, it had to be true. However, just as he finished speaking, a formless energy swept up into the sky 100 meters away from them. The branches that came into contact with it quickly withered, and at the same time, it moved towards them as if it was shrinking the battlefield. Wang Su was shaken. Attack! They attacked together, but they were unable to break through this formless energy. Winged Mavis punched out, but her fist was corroded by this energy, revealing her white bones. She was shocked and quickly retreated. Don't fight it head-on. This is the power of the desolate ancestor. Let's go. Wang Su shouted and rushed towards the battlefield. Nong Sanyang was furious. Someone must have reached the center of the battlefield. Are they idiots? They've implicated us. Obscurity was speechless. They were too unlucky. They were only 100 meters away from the battlefield. They should have stayed far away, but they had been implicated. Could a progenitor's power survive? Although the humans who fought the monsters in ancient times were very brave and would rather perish together than be defeated, they were not monsters and did not want to die. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1422. On the other side, someone else had been dragged in as well. It was Xia Taili. She looked at Lu Hao and Yao Xian who were outside the invisible force, as well as the drunk Xia Shunfei who was floating in the air. What the hell? She immediately took action, but she couldn't break through this force. Yao Xian, Lu Hao, and Wu Taibai also took action to save her, but it was useless. They could only watch as she was forced towards the center of the battlefield. Bai Xiaohong's group was also close to the battlefield, but he was cautious by nature. The moment he realized that there was a battlefield in front of him, he immediately retreated and avoided being dragged in. I wonder which unlucky bastard entered the center of the battlefield and triggered the mutual destruction mechanism, the graceful woman said with a laugh. Bai Xiaohong looked towards the center of the battlefield. It would be best if the other three were dragged in as well. At the center of the battlefield, Long Tian's group saw the invisible force sweeping towards them from afar, and their expressions changed. It should be that power that caused this battlefield to be devoid of life. Everyone in the battlefield has died, said Wen Xingyi. Attack! Long Tian barked, and a spear appeared in his hand. He brandished it in a strange arc and stabbed towards the force. At the same time, Long Shi also pulled out her own spear and stabbed out. At this moment, Lu Yin felt that even though Long Shi and Long Tian both used spears, there was a slight difference. This difference could be felt from the moment they held their spears. He had seen sword techniques and spear techniques in the sword steel, but Long Tian's spear technique gave him a feeling that surpassed Long Shi's. From the side, Lu Tian and Mu Xian attacked with the 11th sword. When Shizi attacked at the same time, overlapping runes appearing in his palms as he attacked the force. Lu Yin didn't stay idle either, and he attacked with an empty palm. 5 attacks landed at the same time, but they were all dissipated by the force. Long Shi pulled Lu Yin back. Long Tian's expression turned ugly as the force rushed towards them. Retreat first, Long Tian ordered as he turned towards the center of the battlefield. Everyone, there's no need to hide our strength anymore. Let's attack together. If we don't break through this force, none of us will survive, Long Tian continued. Lu Yin suddenly spoke up. There's someone here. His domain was constantly open, and he had sensed a powerful force at the edge of it. Since there was someone here, Long Tian immediately led the group in the direction Lu Yin had pointed out. At the edge of Lu Yin's domain, Wang Su and the rest were also running towards them. Invisible Light replied, that domain just now was Long Seven's. The ones who triggered the mechanism were the White Dragon Clan's people. Nong Sanyang gritted her teeth. A bunch of idiots. Wang Su's expression was calm. Not long later, he met up with Long Tian's group. Lu Yin and Invisible Light looked in another direction. There's someone else. Everyone's expressions were marvelous. It couldn't have implicated everyone who entered the sovereign realm, right? This was truly unlucky. Nong Sanyang gloated. I hope it's those guys from the Frigid Immortal sect. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that the Frigid Celestial sect was the leader of the Four Direction Scales, and Bai Xiaohong's group was the strongest among the Four Direction Scales. It would be perfect if Bai Xiaohong and the others were involved. Their chances of survival would be greatly increased. Unfortunately, only Xia Taili came. Which idiot dragged me into this? Xia Taili's face was full of indignation. She was very angry. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Was it his fault? He hadn't known about this situation. They had been in the middle of the battlefield the moment they emerged from the underground, and they hadn't taken the normal route. Hey, it's you, right? There's something wrong with your eyes. Xia Taili stared at Invisible Light. Are you too ashamed to open your eyes? Invisible Light replied, I've always been like this, and it's caused some misunderstandings. Alright, let's cut the crap. There are 11 people here, and if we all use our power vessels to attack, I don't believe that we can't break through this force, Wang Su said. Long Tian said, don't hold back anymore. Use your strongest power vessels. This force once destroyed an entire battlefield. At that time, no matter what we did, we couldn't break through it. However, the passage of time has eroded too much, and this force has weakened to the extreme. If we all attack together, we'll definitely be able to break through it, Wen Shizi said firmly. Xia Tai Li rolled her eyes. Thank you, but I don't need you to explain. You're really smart. Wen Shizi was speechless. Lu Yin glanced at Xia Tai Li. This girl's mouth was really venomous, and it reminded him of Hai Chi-Chi. It's here. Attack! Long Tian shouted as he retrieved a large seal from his cosmic ring. The moment it appeared, it stirred up the void, and everyone felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. This was a power vessel that definitely surpassed the power of an envoy, but no one knew exactly how much power it had. Wang Su also took out a power vessel that caused the world to ripple. Long Shi, Wen Shizi, Xia Tai Li, and the rest all took out their power vessels as well. Lu Yin took out the circle that Long Shi had given him and was about to throw it out. That's for defense, Long Shi shouted. There was no time to think, and all of them threw out their power vessels at a single point. The next moment, the entire void was torn apart as an indescribable shock erupted from the withered glory realm, transforming into an unparalleled storm that swept out in all directions. Lu Yin didn't even see what had happened before he was blown away. He subconsciously put on his universal armor, which could withstand an attack with a power level of nearly 700,000. Its defensive capabilities were even above that of the circle. With the protection of the universal armor, Lu Yin forced himself to open his eyes, only to see cracks in the void. It was as if a giant monster had been born and was spreading out in all directions. His body flew at high speed, and he didn't even know where he had been blown to. It took him a while before he landed and smashed into the ground. If not for the universal armor, he would have definitely been injured. Above his head, a black dot descended, and Lu Yin's expression changed. It was a woman. The first person he thought of was Long Shi, and he immediately put away his universal armor. Ah! There was a scream as Xia Tai Li crashed down towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged, but Xia Tai Li's body was wrapped in a power vessel that looked like a seaweed. He crashed into the ground, and the huge force caused the accumulated debris on the mother tree's branches to fly away. The seaweed power vessel was very tough, and it had saved Xia Tai Li from being smashed. Xia Tai Li rubbed his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He then looked up and saw Lu Yin. The two looked at each other. Pull me up. Lu Yin stretched out his hand, and Xia Tai Li grabbed him. He stood up and put away the power vessel. He rolled his eyes at Lu Yin. Are you a man or not? You don't even know how to catch it. Where's the arrogance you had when you pointed your gun at me? Lu Yin was helpless. The force of the fall was too great. I couldn't catch it. Xia Tai Li snorted and patted his clothes. He looked around. Where are we? Lu Yin looked around as well. We shouldn't be too far from the battlefield. We got separated from the others. Thanks, but I don't need you to remind me. Xia Tai Li sneered. Lu Yin finally understood Wen Shigui's feelings, and he didn't say anything. Alright, since we got separated, we'll go our separate ways. Take care of yourselves, Xia Tai Li said and looked around. See you later. He turned to leave. Lu Yin said, the ruler's realm is very dangerous. After the previous origin ceremonies, many people who explore the ruler's realm die. It's not safe for you to go alone. I'll go with you. No need. I'll go find my brother. Luine persisted. We're both part of the four balances, and you're still a girl. It's not safe for you to go alone. I'll protect you. Xia Tai Li's face twitched, and he stared at Luine. I said, no need. You can call me brother-in-law, Luine said seriously, his gaze sincere. Xia Tai Li gritted his teeth. No need means no need. Don't you understand human language? At that moment, there was a tremor in the distance. The two looked over, and their expressions changed. They saw a group of withered creatures charging towards them with a figure at the very front. Wen Shigui. When Wen Shigui saw the two of them, he shouted, "Run! It's dangerous!" Luine and Xia Tai Li didn't even need to say anything as they subconsciously ran in the opposite direction. However, it wasn't just Wen Shigui's direction, there were also many withered creatures in the direction they were fleeing in. They were surrounded. We fell into the nest, Xia Tai Li said with an ugly expression. Luine fully released his domain and scanned his surroundings. He then pointed to his right and said, "There's less of them here. Charge!" He then raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm strike towards the withered creatures that were surrounding them. The empty palm smashed a withered creature into pieces, but by the time it reached the second one, the withered body of the creature had recovered quite a bit, and its body had grown a lot bigger. This was the most troublesome thing about these creatures. Any attack had to be above the threshold of what they could withstand, or it would only increase their strength. Xia Tai Li's seaweed power vessel appeared once more, and he viciously lashed out at the withered creatures in front of him, killing them. The last one that survived was much larger, and its aura rose to that of an enlightened as it roared. In the distance, even more withered creatures charged over, and there were even withered bats on top of their heads. Luine frowned, as they were in big trouble. Wen Shigui rushed over with a large group of withered creatures. Run! You'll die of exhaustion if you fight with these things. There were even more terrifying creatures behind them. Xia Tai Li was furious. Nothing good ever happens when I see you. Can you stop talking? Wen Shigui was helpless. I didn't want this to happen either. Countless withered creatures surrounded them from all directions, and one of them, a strange giant creature, raised its claw and swiped down. Above its head, all sorts of bats circled around, and its tail even had a head. It was a sinister and terrifying sight. Xia Tai Li's seaweed swept out in all directions, but it also frequently increased the strength of some of the creatures. Wen Shigui's power vessel was his fan, and every time he waved it, it would cause a bone-corroding gale that far surpassed the curse wind that Luine had faced before. A single wave of the fan could scrape away a withered creature's flesh, but it would also increase the strength of some of the withered creatures. Luine also took out a power vessel, the giant's right arm. It had been upgraded 6 times in the past, and it had consumed more than 1,000,000 star essence to raise its strength to the level of an emissary. The giant's right arm was actually not very useful to Luine, as his own strength was enough to threaten an emissary, which exceeded the limit that the giant's right arm could provide. However, his current power level was around 400,000, which was comparable to Dragon Quarry's. Using the giant's right arm had increased his strength by quite a bit. Furthermore, the giant's right arm was quite large, and a single wave of it could wipe out a large area. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1423. Even though the giant's right arm had a wide range, its power still couldn't compare to Xia Tai Li's seaweed or Wen Xingyi's fan. After a round of attacks, the other two could at most increase the strength of 1 or 2 withered creatures, while Lu Yin could increase the strength of 4 or 5 withered creatures. There was a thump, and Wen Xingyi dodged. A giant withered creature roared where he had been standing, and it was an enlighter. He raised a hand and fanned out with his fan, causing a bone-eroding gale to sweep past and dissipate the creature's flesh. Brother Long 7, don't use that power vessel. Let's just fight them one by one. At least they won't cause trouble, Wen Xingyi reminded him loudly as he fanned himself into the sky, preventing the bats from approaching. Lu Yin sheepishly put away the giant's right arm. Although it was slow, he wouldn't allow too many withered creatures to increase their strength. Half a day later, the three were tired, and there were many giant withered creatures around them. Above their heads, the bats suddenly clumped together as if they had fused together to form a giant bat that pressed down on the three. Wen Xingyi was startled, and he raised his hand, causing golden ancient characters to form a literary prison that trapped the bat. Next, a second literary prison appeared, followed by a third, a fourth, and a seventh. Sevenfold literary prison. Xia Taili was shocked. You've actually cultivated to the 7th layer. Lu Yin was astonished. The literary prison had such a trick up its sleeve. Wen Xingyi looked very tired, and he panted heavily. I surpassed my realm. Now it's your turn. Xia Taili was confused. Wen Xingyi said, use a power vessel to protect us first. Otherwise, there's no end to these creatures, and we won't be able to kill them all. Xia Taili thought about it and realized that he was right. She then wrapped her seaweed power vessel around her body to protect herself. She smiled at Wen Xingyi. Thank you for reminding me. I told you that the people from Yi Xian Academy are the smartest. Lu Yin had a bad premonition when he saw Xia Taili smile. Wen Xingyi was stunned. What about us? Xia Taili shrugged. Good luck. This is the ruler's realm, and we're competitors. She then smiled even more brilliantly. You guys don't think that I'll help you, do you? She then turned to Lu Yin and smiled. Brother-in-law, bring out the same aura you used to stab me. These monsters will be enough for you to play with. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. This word didn't sound nice. He looked at Wen De, and Wen De looked at him helplessly. Brothers, goodbye. Xia Taili smiled and waved her hand. With the protection of the water plant treasure, it was enough to protect her as long as she didn't encounter any creatures that were too powerful. Wen Yi said, Princess Taili, my Yi Xian Academy is willing to accept people from the Xia clan to study there. I wonder if this condition can be exchanged for the protection of a heavenly treasure. Xia Taili's eyes lit up as he looked at Wen Yi. The seaweed opened up a little. Come in quickly. You are just joking. Is there a need to exchange benefits? By the way, how many spots are there? Wen Shisui sighed. With my status, 3 spots. 5. Xia Taili opened his hand. Wen thought about it for the first time and agreed. Just as she was about to enter the seaweed, Lu Yin rushed in first. Xia Taili didn't even have time to react. Lu Yin's speed was extremely fast, but Xia Taili didn't care about that. She stared blankly at Lu Yin and grew angry. Who said you could come in? Get out. Lu Yin seriously replied, you call me brother-in-law, so I should protect you. The ruler's realm is too dangerous. The two of them had said the same thing when they had first landed here. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Was that the Shi family's Lai Gu body strengthening technique? In the distance, Crown Prince Gue Qian was shrouded in a black fog. His bones extended from the surface of his body, transforming into weapons that resembled spider legs. He crazily slaughtered the withered creatures around him, and the black fog would occasionally wrap around his bones, constantly consuming and replenishing them. He was like a ghost. Gue Qian also saw Lu Yin's group, and his bones propped up from the ground. He suddenly jumped up and crossed the void, landing right in front of Lu Yin's group. When Gue Qian appeared, black and white fog churned in Lu Yin's heart. He immediately lowered his head to hide the shock in his eyes. The black fog around Gue Qian's body was death energy. This person was from the Spectre clan. There were specters in this region as well. And the battle technique just now was clearly Xia Xiaoxian's Lai Gu body strengthening technique. Wasn't this the same technique that Xia Xiaoxian had used in the past? This Gue Qian was using the exact same technique. On the fifth mainland, the Spectre clan and the Shi clan had fought until both sides had suffered great losses. They had no choice but to rely on the Neo-Human alliance. If Gue Qian was able to use the Shi clan's battle technique in this region, then he was either a member of the Shi clan or a member of the Shi clan. However, it was impossible for the Shi clan to use death energy. Back then, Xia Xiaoxian had cultivated with the bones of a Spectre clan member, which was why she had not been affected by death energy. If Gue Qian was able to use death energy directly, then there was only one possibility: he was a Spectre clan member. "Take me with you," Gue Qian said, his tone terrifyingly low. Xia Taili was unhappy. "Why? Do you think you're so shameless?" Gue Qian stared at Xia Taili, not saying a word as he stabbed the bones from behind him. The seaweed in front of Xia Taili hurriedly blocked the attack and shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you attacking us?" Gue Qian's eyes were bloodshot. "If you don't take me with you, then we'll die together." He then took out a black bone from his cosmic ring and stabbed it into his body. Blood flowed down his body, and death energy surged from the bone, causing the entire region to darken. "Choose for yourself. Or, you can kill me before you leave." "Madman!" Xia Taili was furious, and he glared at Wen Xingyi. "Attack!" Wen Xingyi was helpless. Anyone who can come to the ruler's realm isn't simple. It's not worth it to fight to the death with him. Xia Taili was furious. "Are you going to be threatened by him?" Lu Yin spoke up. "It's better than dying here." "Shut up. You have no right to speak, you rascal." Xia Taili scolded Lu Yin before glaring at Gue Qian. "Come in." Gue Qian did not hesitate to enter the area protected by the seaweed. "Thank you," he said indifferently. Xia Taili was extremely unhappy. This was his own power vessel, so he should have taken the initiative. How had things turned out this way? Wen Xingyi felt like he had suffered a loss once again. Why didn't Gue Qian pay a price for entering? He had been too naive. Just like that, under the protection of the seaweed power vessel, the four struggled to make their way into the distance. There were simply too many withered creatures outside, and the seaweed had to push them forward step by step. From time to time, powerful withered creatures would attack, and Wen Xingyi and Gue Qian would take turns to clean them up. A day later, the number of withered creatures in the area decreased. "We're finally out," Lu Yin sighed. Xia Taili rolled her eyes at him. "Useless man, 3 grown men expecting a single woman to protect you. Useless, useless." Lu Yin pretended not to hear. Wen Xingyi was helpless. "I had to pay the price. So it works." Xia Taili was not polite at all. He was not happy with anyone. Wen Xingyi stopped talking. Not long after, the silhouette of a building appeared in the distance. Xia Taili's eyes lit up. "What's that?" Wen Xingyi looked over and said solemnly, "It should be the Spirit Void Temple." Xia Taili was shocked. The Spirit Void Temple where the desolate ancestor once lived. Wen Xingyi nodded. Rumor has it that the desolate ancestor left behind his inheritance there, but according to ancient records, he didn't have the time to leave behind his legacy when he died. No one knows what's inside the Spirit Void Temple. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1424. Come, let's go there. Xia Taili was very excited when he heard that it was the Spirit Void Temple. He looked at the three of them vigilantly and said, "Listen up, I gave you your lives. Don't try to take them away from me, got it?" Wen Yi pursed his lips. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Crown Prince Gui Qian snorted coldly, angering Xia Taili so much that he wanted to kick him out. Right in front of the four, outside the Spirit Void Temple, Yuhua Mavis had already arrived. She had been thrown nearby, but her luck had been good and she hadn't encountered any withered creatures. It was also possible that the withered creatures had been lured away by Lu Yin's group. She didn't know what the Spirit Void Temple was, but it was definitely abnormal for such a building to appear in the ruler's realm. She looked up at the Spirit Void Temple in front of her and sighed, not at the building itself, but at the cultivators who had been reduced to skeletons. It was almost the same as what she had seen on the battlefield. The building in front of her was also dilapidated, and she couldn't see any trace of its former grandeur. Ascension Mavis lifted her foot and walked towards the Spirit Void Temple. Coincidentally, two people were also coming towards her. It was Long Tian and Long Shi. They were also thrown into the vicinity like Ascension Mavis. Long Shi's face was pale. She wanted to find Lu Yin, but the ruler's realm was vast, so where could she find him? Her only hope was the Spirit Void Temple. Anyone who saw this building would definitely come. Yuhua hadn't expected to run into Long Tian and Long Shi here, and the two were also surprised to see her. Long Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Wang family's helpers have been dealt with. He then disappeared in a flash, moving so fast that Yuhua couldn't even see him clearly. Long Shi had once told Lu Yin that the White Dragon clan's White Dragon roaming steps could allow them to temporarily touch the astral source universe that only envoys could touch. At this moment, Long Tian was showing Yuhua what speed was, and it far surpassed Wang Yi's. The moment Ascension Mavis saw Wang Su, she had already determined how terrifying her junior ancestor's strength was. Now that she was faced with Long Tian's unprecedented killing intent, a stifling pressure suddenly descended upon her. It was as if she was facing Lu Yin after his Grim Reaper transformation. She raised her hand without hesitation and threw out dozens of punches. It didn't matter if she couldn't see her opponent, as long as she couldn't get close to her. Long Tian knew that since Ascension Mavis was able to enter the Dominator realm, her strength would definitely be recognized by Wang Su. However, he didn't expect that a woman would be so strong. It was so strong that he thought that this woman had used the Wang clans for uniques. Long Tian's figure appeared, and one of Yuhua Mavis' punches was aimed directly at him. Long Tian did not take the attack head-on, and instead, his body twisted at an unimaginable angle as his star energy transformed into a spear. The spear's handle was bent, and it was released as it smashed towards Yuhua Mavis. Ascension Mavis raised her leg and kicked out. With a loud bang, a huge force swept out in all directions, turning the ancient ruins around the Spirit Void Temple into dust. In terms of strength, other than Lu Yin and Wang Yi, there was almost no one in the same generation who could match up to Ascension Mavis in terms of strength. However, Long Tian's strength was different from Wang Yi's. He had broken through the middle finger, and was considered to be 2 levels above Ascension Mavis. The difference in levels made up for the lack of strength, and he was able to force Ascension Mavis back with a single strike. Ascension Mavis was stunned, as she did not underestimate Long Tian at all. That kick from before had been filled with her greatest strength, but he had still been forced back. Long Tian stabbed out with his spear as he stared at Ascension Mavis. He had also been shocked by that attack, as this woman's strength had exceeded his expectations. If someone from the Fifth Mainland's Neoverse was present, then they would definitely warn Long Tian not to meet the Mavis family's gaze. When Long Tian met Ascension Mavis' gaze, it was destined that he would not be able to kill this woman. A jade-green light flickered, and Long Tian instantly fell into a daze. Ascension Mavis did not take the opportunity to attack. Regardless of whether it was the competition between the 5 Scions of the Stars or the Sovereign Tournament, there would always be people who would quickly awaken from the rhythm of life, and Long Tian would be even faster. She did not even think about it as she rushed towards the Spirit Void Temple. Just as she left, Long Tian regained his senses and looked at Ascension Mavis in shock. You can still control yourself. You can't escape. He then waved his hand. White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. 5 medallion-like items trapped Ascension Mavis, and Long Tian's spear spun as he stabbed out. The tip of the spear distorted the void and almost tore it apart. This attack had already reached the limit of an Enlighter's strength, and he needed to quickly deal with this woman before Wang Su arrived. Someone who could instantly control him could not be allowed to live, even if it was only for an instant. In the distance, Long Shi stood quietly without moving. Now that she had been targeted by her elder brother, unless she was also a junior ancestor, no one else could save her. It was over. That spear represented Ascension Mavis' fate, and she could neither block nor evade it. Ascension Mavis stared at Long Tian's attack, opened her mouth, and swallowed a fruit. The next moment, a terrifying aura spread out, and a green leaf symbol appeared on her forehead. With a wave of her hand, she broke through the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror and even tore through the void. Long Tian's attack was blocked by Ascension Mavis. Astral Power. Ascension Mavis grabbed the spear tip and exerted her strength, causing the tip to shatter. The force spread out and caused the entire spear to shatter. She then punched out, and an incomparably powerful force caused a towering tree to appear behind her. Long Tian looked at the phantom tree behind Ascension Mavis and then at the green leaf symbol on her forehead. His pupils shrank, and he blurted out, "Mavis, you're from the First Mainland's Mavis family." Bang! Ascension Mavis sent Long Tian flying with a single punch, and the enormous force shattered the void and sent Long Tian crashing into the ground. In the distance, Long Shi was astonished, but she still did not move. Ascension Mavis stared at the ground, and then leaped up and punched out again while staring at Long Tian. Long Tian opened his eyes, which had turned scarlet from shock. His body flashed, and this time, Ascension Mavis saw him. She saw the Astral Source universe and Long Tian rushing towards her. She retracted her right arm and punched out. Long Tian's feet suddenly stopped, and fine draconic tattoos appeared on his body. A majestic aura soared into the sky, illuminating the land. White Dragon Transformation. There was a loud boom, and Long Tian was forced back once more. Ascension Mavis had consumed the Mavis fruit and temporarily raised her strength to the level of an emissary, just like when Yuhua Mavis had fought Yan Qing during the border war. Facing the power of an emissary, even if Long Tian used his White Dragon transformation, he still could not take her down. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and he wiped it away before suddenly laughing. Mavis family, you ancient remnant clans really have a lot of good stuff. Unfortunately, is it useful? How long can you last with this kind of power? Ascension Mavis coughed, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, and even after using her power as an emissary, she still could not kill Long Tian. As expected of the junior ancestor, he could actually resist an emissary. Furthermore, he was not being too serious, or at least not using a power vessel. How long can you last? Long Tian took out a real spear that glowed. It was clearly a power vessel. He was serious now, and as he stabbed out, the spear came with a power vessel. The power of the spear shocked Ascension Mavis, and she did not hesitate to turn and charge towards the Spirit Void Temple. She could not win this fight. Long Tian shouted, "You can't escape." Ascension Mavis borrowed the power of an emissary, and even Long Tian could not catch up. Long Shi arrived behind Long Tian. The Mavis family. Long Tian snorted. When the first continent collapsed, only the Mavis family survived. They are very good at protecting themselves. I've never heard of the Mavis family in this part of the universe. Long Shi was puzzled. Long Tian sneered. Stowaways. The abandoned lands. Long Shi was shocked. Long Tian's voice was low. The Mavis family did not choose to come to the starry sky of trees, and they chose to stay in the abandoned lands. Only the abandoned lands have people from the Mavis family. Those stowaways are here again. This woman is not called Ascension, but Ascension Mavis. If Ascension Mavis is here, then there must be others. Let's see which rats have stowaways. At this point, Long Tian suddenly recalled something. He turned to look at Long Shi and asked, "Is this woman the one who helped Long Qi find out where the three Guan brothers hid the evidence of Redback?" Long Shi had also thought of this and nodded. What's her relationship with Long Seven? Long Tian's tone was a little cold. Long Shi looked at him. You can't be thinking that the members of the White Dragon tribe are stowaways, right? Long Tian looked back at the Spirit Void Temple. Even if they aren't, they're still connected. Find that woman immediately and silence her. Otherwise, if Long Seven is implicated, no one will be able to explain themselves. Don't worry, Long Seven doesn't know this woman. Back then, she exposed the three Guan brothers because she didn't like them and told Long Seven where they were. She didn't contact Long Seven. Long Tian heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. The White Dragon tribe won't give the frigid immortal sect any excuses. Long Shi's eyes flashed. Long Tian didn't suspect Long Seven because he truly believed that Long Seven was a member of the White Dragon tribe. However, only she knew that this was a lie. That person wasn't the real Long Seven. She had forgotten to ask for his name all this time. What was his relationship with Ascension Mavis? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. How could a member of the White Dragon tribe's branch have the guts to disobey the orders of the main branch? What secrets did this Long Seven have? Long Shi's feelings were complicated. She didn't want to think about it anymore, but this only proved that her suspicions were correct. Let's go and catch up to that Mavis girl, Long Tian urged from the front. Long Shi hurriedly caught up and took a deep breath. Regardless of whether Long Seven had a problem or not, this matter couldn't be told to anyone else. If there really was a problem with Long Seven, she would personally take care of it. The door to the Spirit Void Temple was ajar, and the 100-meter-tall door was constructed from an unknown material. Even after so many years, it hadn't been completely damaged, just like this building. A progenitor could destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a single glance, and even destroy a myriad of realms. A building that could support a progenitor was naturally extraordinary. Ascension Mavis rushed into the Spirit Void Temple, but all she saw was a thick layer of dust. As soon as she entered, a gale swept up the dust and scattered it all over the Spirit Void Temple, as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. With just a glance, he headed in a certain direction. At the same time, he attacked in all directions to hide his whereabouts. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1425. When Long Tian and Long Shi entered the Spirit Void Temple, all they saw was dust, and they couldn't find any trace of Yu Hua Mavis. Just as they were about to search in a certain direction, a tremor came from the depths of the Spirit Void Temple, and cracks spread across the ground. Long Tian's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the source of the tremors. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared and stared at him. Long Tian was startled and quickly shifted his body, only to see a withered corpse king charging towards him. It raised its hands and grabbed at him. Long Tian snorted, "I didn't think that there would still be a monster here after so many years." He stabbed his spear through the corpse king's body, shattering it completely. At the same time, the tremors in the depths of the Spirit Void Temple stopped. Long Tian guessed that Yu Hua Mavis had also encountered the Corpse King. "Let's go." Suddenly, the Spirit Void Temple trembled, but it wasn't the result of a battle. Instead, it was as if the entire temple had come to life. Rays of light rose from the ground and floated outside the Spirit Void Temple, eventually forming an umbrella that slowly rotated. Outside the Spirit Void Temple, Xia Taili and the others were attracted by the huge umbrella from afar. When Yicheng's eyes burned with passion, that should be the Spirit Void umbrella that the withered ancestor once made. It's rumored that any Spirit Void umbrella has the power of the withered ancestor and can bring the dead back to life. Its defense is enough to resist a half-ancestor powerhouse, and it was once the weapon of the Spirit Void army's upper echelons. Bring the dead back to life. That powerful? Lu Yin was shocked. When Yicheng replied, the withered ancestor grasped the secrets of aging and eternal life. This might be an exaggeration, but he definitely grasped the highest mysteries of life. These mysteries transcend medicine and are almost at the level of a secret technique. Let's go. Xia Taili excitedly put away the aquatic plant and rushed towards the Spirit Void Temple, ignoring the withered creatures around them. Lu Yin and the rest rushed out at the same time. The sudden appearance of the Spirit Void umbrella meant that someone had entered. A group of people also appeared in another direction, and it was Bai Xiaohong's group. They hadn't been caught up in the battlefield's trap and were steadily moving towards the Spirit Void Temple, but they were still a step too late. The trap had sent Long Tian's group out of the Spirit Void Temple, and now the Spirit Void umbrella had been activated. Bai Xiaohong's group, and the group's group. In the end, the two sides met 100 miles away from the Spirit Void Temple. Xia Taili and the others had not expected to bump into Bai Xiaohong and the others. When Bai Xiaohong saw Xia Taili and the others, he immediately sent out a palm strike. That palm strike traversed the void and landed directly in front of first one. No one had expected Bai Xiaohong to suddenly attack. Not to mention talking, they didn't even have time to react. When first rank 1 was struck by a palm, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. The moment he landed, he pressed his palm into the ground, and a golden light flashed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he glared at Bai Xiaohong. Attack! Capture Xia Taili alive! Kill the other 3! Said Bai Xiaohong. He didn't care about the Yi Xian Academy behind number 1, or the Ghost Abyss behind Prince Guiqian. To the frigid immortal sect, there was virtually nothing in this starry sky that they feared. When Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest. The palm imprint was deeply imprinted in his body. This palm was not a pure palm power, but a power that could take away his vitality. It drained his qi and made his body tremble uncontrollably. However, Wen Xingyi was not a weakling. Even though he was heavily injured, he still used his magic the moment he landed. Just as Bai Xiaohong was about to attack, Wen Xingyi trapped him with 7 layers of literary prison. Bai Xiaohong hadn't expected first rank to react so quickly, and he was momentarily trapped. You're courting death. Behind Bai Xiaohong, the twins attacked. Lu Yin immediately took out a circle and stepped inside. Xia Taili waved her water plant power vessel in an attempt to bind Bai Xiaohong and the others. However, even though she had a power vessel, Bai Xiaohong and the others had one as well. The only woman in their group spat out white smoke that bound the water plant power vessel. Yuntingting. Xia Taili was shocked. The woman called Yuntingting looked at Xia Taili. "We won't hurt you. Stop." The twins, Dong Shan and Dong He, attacked Prince Gui Qian together, but the prince's bones transformed as he resisted the two. Shang Qing attacked Lu Yin. The two knew each other and had a tacit understanding. Shang Qing's attacks were very vicious, but they were all blocked by the circle. From the moment they encountered Bai Xiaohong's group, Xia Taili and the others were forced into a passive position. When first rank saw the killing intent in Bai Xiaohong's eyes, but he endured his injuries and used literary prison once more. Bai Xiaohong had already broken through 3 layers. Yuntingting's control over the white smoke was very mysterious, and when Lu Yin saw it, he immediately thought of the smokescreen mountains. "Surrender, and you might still be able to live," Shang Qing threatened Lu Yin mercilessly. Bai Xiaohong looked in the direction of Shang Qing and Lu Yin, or more accurately, at Lu Yin. His gaze turned cold. "This person must be killed." Lu Yin frowned. Bai Xiaohong had only glanced at him, and 5 of his literary prison had been broken through. This meant that this person's desire to kill Lu Yin far exceeded that of the others. Perhaps Shang Qing had attacked just to kill Lu Yin, but why hadn't he attacked Lu Yin at the start? While he was thinking, Xia Taili used a strange attack to lock the woman called Yuntingting up. He really locked her up. Yuntingting's arms were locked in place. The Xia family's secret technique, lock. Yuntingting was shocked. There was such a secret technique. Lu Yin found it strange. There was a thump as Gui Qian was forced back by the combined attack of the twins. However, he was not injured, and he used a power vessel to protect himself. Without hesitation, he charged towards the Spirit Void Temple. When first rank coughed up blood as his literary prison continued to stack on Bai Xiaohong's body. However, the moment Gui Qian escaped, the prison collapsed. Bai Xiaohong ignored when first rank and looked at Gui Qian instead. People from the Gui abyss deserve to die. He then raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. In that instant, the void froze. This scene would have been normal in the 5th mainland, as any enlighter or hunter could freeze the void. However, in the astral tree domain, only envoys could do it. Now, Bai Xiaohong had done it with a single finger. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw Bai Xiaohong's finger. It was this finger, the dream finger. Although the finger he had felt in his dream did not have the frigid air of freezing the void, the feeling was exactly the same. It was also the same as the finger of Elder Qing Xing from the frigid immortal sect that Bai Shan had seen. This finger really did come from the frigid immortal sect. Bai Xiaohong's finger descended and pierced through the void to crush Gui Qian. Gui Qian turned around, and his eyes suddenly turned golden. "You underestimate me too much, Bai Xiaohong. Do you really think that I'm not your match?" His death aura then condensed into a finger that met Bai Xiaohong's. The 2 fingers, one black and one white, collided, and the other froze. The other melted, separating heaven and earth. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold, as well as a horrifying chill. Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. How arrogant! His finger expanded and froze the death aura before pressing down on Gui Qian. Gui Qian gritted his teeth. He had just broken through to the lower finger, while Bai Xiaohong had broken through to the middle finger. There was a gap of 1 level between them, or else the death aura would not have been defeated by the frigid immortal sect's immortal guides the way. Evil secret art, omnidirectional borrowing. As soon as he finished speaking, the lock that had trapped Yun Tingting appeared in Gui Qian's hand and locked onto Bai Xiaohong. Bai Xiaohong's eyes went wide the moment he was bound. Cloud fall. In the sky, the finger turned into a cloud that suddenly descended and covered the ground. It was as if the sky was being reversed, sweeping past everyone's bodies. Lu Yin felt his entire body turn cold, and then a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He looked down, and his expression changed as he realized that he was gradually being frozen. Even though he was in the circle, he was still frozen. This was a secret technique. Gui Qian was also frozen. He had locked onto Bai Xiaohong, but he was also trapped by Bai Xiaohong's secret technique. Xia Taili and Wen Shishir were the same. Only Yun Tingting and a few others were unaffected. Shengqing looked at Bai Xiaohong in fear. What a terrifying secret technique. This kind of group attack was the most troublesome. Combined with the power of that finger, there was no way to deal with it. The only way was to break free, but it was not that easy to do so. As expected of the young ancestor of this region, Shengqing was definitely not a match for him in terms of strength. He could only fight if he used the ancestral qi of the three sons. Kill them. Bai Xiaohong shouted. The twins immediately attacked Gui Qian. Gui Qian was about to use a power vessel, but the ground suddenly changed and split into orderly plates. This was farmland, followed by a strong binding force. When they saw the land turn into farmland, everyone knew that Nong Sanyang had arrived. Only a farmer would have such a strange battle technique. How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Nong Sanyang quickly arrived and scanned the area before finally stopping on Bai Xiaohong. Young ancestor Bai, the Gui Qian that you want to kill is helping Wang Su. She's about to arrive, so how about you give me some face? Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. Attack! As soon as he spoke, one of the twins struck out with his left palm while the other struck out with his right. Their combined star energy transformed into a flag that descended from the sky and pressed down on Gui Qian. This was their combined battle technique, the mountains and rivers flag, and it was enough to suppress an absolute expert. Gui Qian's expression changed, and his bones extended from his body to forcefully shatter the ice. A bone that flickered with gray light shot into the sky and crashed into the flag. At the same time, Bai Xiaohong unlocked his sealing technique and raised a hand to strike at Gui Qian. Nong Sanyang frowned, and her star energy transformed into a hoe. She raised it high in an ungraceful manner and smashed it down at Bai Xiaohong. Farmer's battle technique, farming. With a loud shout, thousands of figures seemed to cross through space and time and converge on the hoe. The hoe seemed to represent the blood and sweat of countless people as it clashed with Bai Xiaohong's palm. There was a loud boom, and a terrifying force transformed into a visible storm that swept out in all directions. Bai Xiaohong and Nong Sanyang both retreated at the same time. At that moment, the distant spirit void temple trembled once more, and a powerful suction force pulled Bai Xiaohong and the others into the temple. No one was able to escape, not even Lu Yin. However, everything returned to normal in an instant, as if there had been no battle at all. A gust of wind blew past, covering even the traces on the ground. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1426. In a corner of the Spirit Void Temple, a figure flew in from the outside and smashed into a pillar, leaving a human-shaped crack in it. The figure was clad in battle armor, and the moment he smashed into the pillar, he got up and left to observe his surroundings. The figure was naturally Lu Yin. He had been watching Bai Xiaohong and Nong Sanyang fight, but he had not expected to be caught up in it. He immediately donned his universal armor as his survival instincts were abnormally strong. This was the Spirit Void Temple. The fight must have caused too much of a commotion and provoked the Spirit Void Temple, which was why they had been sucked in. A low roar came from around the corner, and Lu Yin's gaze shook. He turned around and met a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. The Spirit Void Temple was enveloped by a giant Spirit Void umbrella, and there were many small red dots on the umbrella that slowly rotated. When everyone was sucked into the Spirit Void Temple, one of the red dots disappeared. Bai Xiaohong stood in a corner of the Spirit Void Temple, leaving deep footprints on the ground. In front of him, a corpse king with scarlet vertical eyes appeared. He raised his hand and mercilessly struck out, shattering the corpse king's head. The moment the corpse king died, one of the red dots on the Spirit Void umbrella disappeared. Bai Xiaohong could feel the aura of the Spirit Void umbrella, as if he could control it. He suddenly thought of something, and his body was suddenly pulled away. He disappeared and landed in another place. He did not know where he was, but he knew that another corpse king had appeared in front of him. Its strength was about the same as the previous one, but it was only an explorer. He had easily killed it, and his perception of the Spirit Void umbrella increased. He understood that the Spirit Void umbrella had sensed the aura of his battle with Nong Sanyang and dragged them all into the Spirit Void palace to clean up the remaining king corpses. The reward was the Spirit Void umbrella itself. Whoever killed the most king corpses would be the one to control the Spirit Void umbrella. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaohong's eyes lit up with a faint sense of confidence and pride. This umbrella would definitely be his. The Spirit Void Temple was huge. After all, the desolate ancestor and the Spirit Void army had resided here. There were many corpse kings that had survived since ancient times, and it was difficult for them to meet each other. Long Tian retracted his hand and raised his head. Although he could not see the Spirit Void umbrella, his feeling towards the Spirit Void umbrella was getting more and more obvious. At the same time, he could feel other chi appearing, wanting to fight with him for the Spirit Void umbrella, and there was more than one. Unfortunately, the number of corpse kings he had killed had already surpassed these people. As the corpse king fell to the ground, Long Tian's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he felt a terrifying aura. He subconsciously used his white dragon transformation and took out a rare treasure. He stabbed out with his spear, but the corpse king caught the spear. Long Tian's expression changed. The corpse king in front of him was infinitely close to the power of an emissary. Corpse kings had always had the upper hand when fighting against humans. They didn't know pain and didn't care about life and death. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they could freely choose their own talents. Once they started to cultivate, their progress would increase by leaps and bounds. Because of this, in ancient times, humans had lost more than they won, and had no choice but to use the tactic of mutual destruction. Even though Long Tian was the young ancestor and could deal with any warrior below the level of an emissary, it was still difficult to deal with a corpse king that was infinitely close to the level of an emissary. On the other side, Lu Yin had also guessed what was going on. When he had killed the first corpse king, he had sensed the Spirit Void umbrella's aura. It wanted to borrow their strength to clear out the Spirit Void temple. The ancient powerhouses were worthy of respect. Even after their deaths, their remaining strength still wanted to deal with these monsters. Lu Yin clenched his fist. It was time for him to use his hollow palm and pierce through a corpse king's body. It was time to use his full strength. He wanted to obtain the Spirit Void umbrella that could bring people back from the dead. The hollow palm's advantage lay in its speed and power. Lu Yin killed another corpse king and then reappeared at another location. When he saw another corpse king, he used his hollow palm. When he used his full strength, his power far surpassed what he had used during the Sovereign Tournament. He was now an 18-cycle hunter, and with the boost from his breakthrough, even Wang Yi wouldn't have been able to withstand such power during the sovereign tournament. He fully activated his domain and unleashed his hollow palm. Lu Yin's speed in killing corpse kings actually surpassed that of Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. This was also related to the fact that the corpse kings he encountered weren't that strong. Finally, after killing nearly 100 corpse kings, he encountered a corpse king that was close to the level of an emissary. There was a thump, and his full-strength hollow palm only managed to push the corpse king back 100 meters. It wasn't enough to cause any fatal damage to its body. The corpse king raised its scarlet eye and charged madly at Lu Yin. Countless years had passed. Even if the corpse king had once possessed intelligence, it had now gone mad. This made it easier to deal with. A body without intelligence could only take a beating. However, this body was far too sturdy, and even after a series of hollow palm strikes, he was only able to leave a mark on the corpse's body. He still wasn't able to penetrate it, and it would take him some time to completely deal with this corpse king. What he lacked the most right now was time. Lu Yin frowned as he felt the auras on the spirit void umbrella grow stronger. He thought about it for a moment, and since his die had appeared, it was time to upgrade his external items. He tapped out, and the die spun. 4 pips, time stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a grayish-white space. As long as he appeared in the ashen-white space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. This was the best result. Lu Yin rolled it 5 times, and on his 6th try, he finally rolled 3 pips. He looked at the 2 layers of light in front of him and tossed in the sphere that he had stolen from Madame Lan. When they had attacked the Blaze Realm, Madame Lan had wanted to use the sphere to deal with them, but Lu Yin had used the Yu's secret art to steal it. This sphere contained powerful flames, and its rune lines had a power level of 500,000. Now, Lu Yin wanted to upgrade it and use the flames to increase the speed at which he killed the corpse king. After tossing in the sphere, Lu Yin began to crazily use star essence. Although the flames within the sphere could injure his enemies, if he didn't use them well, he could also injure himself. Lu Yin wouldn't upgrade it too much, and he only upgraded it 3 times. The 3rd upgrade cost him nearly 8 million star essence. As he held the sphere, Lu Yin could feel the surging heat of the flames, which far surpassed the dark lava that Long Tian had given him back on Junior Progenitor Planet. Lu Yin couldn't endure such heat right now, and he would need to become an enlighter at the very least to be able to endure it. He glanced at the time and saw that there wasn't much time left. Lu Yin calmed down and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin returned to the real world. No matter how much time had passed in the grayish-white space, only 1 second had passed in the real world. However, that 1 second was more than enough for a powerhouse, and the corpse king was already in front of him. Before Lu Yin could react, it viciously swiped at him with its claws and sent him flying. Fortunately, Lu Yin was wearing his universal armor, so he was fine. Otherwise, this attack would have severely injured him. The corpse king charged at him again, and Lu Yin raised the sphere and released it at the corpse king. He only released a small amount of flames, but the moment they touched the corpse king, it was burned to ashes. Lu Yin felt that the sphere was burning his hand, as it could probably threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000. That corpse king was only close to an emissary's strength, and no matter how strong its physical body was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack without using any cultivation techniques. If this corpse king had undergone a corpse king transformation, then the outcome would have been different, as these flames might not have been able to burn it to death. Lu Yin's body vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in front of another corpse king. The further he went, the stronger the corpse king became. This corpse king was similar to the previous one in that it was close to an emissary's strength. Without hesitation, he used the sphere's flames to burn it. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yin didn't even know how many corpse kings there were in the spirit void temple. He only knew that the flames in his sphere were running out, and his control of the spirit void umbrella was becoming stronger and stronger, surpassing everyone else's. Bai Xiaohong could feel that someone was killing the corpse kings faster than him. He had already used a power vessel, but the corpse kings became stronger as time passed. Even if he used a power vessel, it would take him at least half an hour to kill one corpse king. But now, someone was even faster than him. Could it be that they hadn't encountered a corpse king with such strength? That shouldn't be the case. The spirit void umbrella wasn't human, and it didn't have any intelligence or bias. The strength of a corpse king was definitely related to the number of kills and the speed at which it was killed. The faster it was killed, the greater the number of kills, and the stronger the corpse king would be. If that was the case, then this person had to have an even stronger power vessel to be faster than Lu Yin. Bai Xiaohong's eyes flashed. Not everyone could use a power vessel, and the stronger the treasure, the greater the burden on the user. Otherwise, with the frigid immortal sex foundation, he would have been able to use a half-ancestor level power vessel without any hesitation. Who was it? Long Tian, Wang Su, or Xia Shenfei? Long Tian was also guessing. He had entered earlier than the others, but someone had actually killed more corpse kings than him. How could this person be so fast? Could it be that all of the corpse kings were explorers? That shouldn't be the case. If that was the case, then he could only try his best. He took a deep breath and took out another power vessel. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian both started using their most powerful power vessels. For a moment, the spirit void temple trembled incessantly, and the red dot on the spirit void umbrella disappeared faster and faster. The umbrella's control was switched between the three of them, and the umbrella spun continuously. 2 days later, after the last corpse king had been killed, the sphere in Lu Yin's hand finally shattered. The flames within had been exhausted. In that instant, Lu Yin's vision changed, and he suddenly saw the entire spirit void temple. He saw a place where the tribulation crystal pillar was stored, as well as 2 boxes. His eyes burned with passion. Was that the desolate progenitor's inheritance? Lu Yin's vision returned in an instant, and he immediately rushed out. He knew where the inheritance was. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who had seen this scene. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian had also seen it. All 3 of them had made the same decision to snatch the inheritance. This was a competition of speed, but no matter how fast Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian were, they couldn't compare to Lu Yin. The inheritance was placed closest to him. In less than 15 minutes, Lu Yin found the unassuming secret room and saw Wen Yi along the way. He rushed over as fast as he could, giving Wen Yi a fright as he thought that another corpse king had appeared. Lu Yin entered the secret room and immediately put away the tribulation crystal pillar. There were 2 boxes on each side, and Lu Yin's figure flashed as he appeared in front of one of the boxes. He picked it up and placed it in his cosmic ring. At this moment, Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian arrived outside the secret room. They were only separated by a single wall, and under normal circumstances, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1427. Lu Yin glanced at the other box and realized that he had a second to take it away, but he decided against it. He stepped forward with his right foot, and a chessboard appeared beneath his feet and extended outwards. Secret plan, scattered stars. Everything on the chessboard was a chess piece. Lu Yin, Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, the walls, the stones on the ground, and even the air. This was a secret technique. Plan, move. Lu Yin moved himself far away to avoid Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's line of sight. The next moment, the two charged into the secret room and immediately spotted the last box. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed, and he pressed down with one hand. Cloud fall, another secret technique that covered a radius of 50 kilometers. Clouds descended, and Lu Yin looked up, surprised by Bai Xiaohong's reaction speed. He rushed out at top speed, but he still couldn't break out of Cloud Fall's range. The clouds descended and swept past Lu Yin's body, sealing him in ice. Bai Xiaohong waved his hand, and a surge of star energy swept out of the secret room, shattering the walls and pillars. The energy swept towards Lu Yin. Once the walls in the middle were completely destroyed, both Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian would be able to see Lu Yin's true appearance. Lu Yin would not allow that to happen. The freezing power was too strong, and he couldn't break free for a moment. Helpless, he pulled out an item from his cosmic ring and threw it behind him. It was the long-awaited super flash urge. Tear bombs. These urges. He had used the materials that Brother Hui from the technocracy had given him to create these tear bombs. He had upgraded them 31 times, and they were enough to blind an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's strength far exceeded that of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but it was still enough to blind them for an instant. All Lu Yin needed was that instant. Super flash urged, the tear bomb exploded, and a glaring light illuminated a corner of the Spirit Void Temple. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian had never imagined that someone would use such a move, especially Bai Xiaohong. He had guessed that someone had taken the box before them, but that person definitely hadn't gone far. Cloud fall had also allowed him to sense that someone was trapped, so he had stared in Lu Yin's direction, not for the person, but for the urge. At that moment, Bai Xiaohong was nearly blinded by the tear bomb. Lu Yin shattered Cloud Fall's ice seal with a single palm and used the planned secret art once more to reappear far away. By the time Bai Xiaohong could clearly see his surroundings, Lu Yin was already far away. He couldn't believe his eyes, and he was enraged. Who would use such underhanded methods? Who? After saying that, he turned around and saw that the remaining box was in Long Tian's hands. If it weren't for the box, the two of them would have definitely chased after him. However, there was still the box, which caused sparks to fly between the two of them. It was rumored that Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian had a close relationship, but only they knew that it was just an exchange of benefits. Bai Xiaohong was born in the frigid immortal sect, the leader of the four sides of balance. Because of this position, it was easy for him to be suppressed by the other three sides. Long Tian's personality was cold and his methods were ruthless. Xia Shenfei and Wang Su didn't like him either, so they could only create a false impression that they were close to each other to make the other two feel apprehensive. At this moment, they were the only ones here. Brother Long, can you guess who that person was? Bai Xiaohong asked. He had already calmed down from his rage. Long Tian did not put the box into his cosmic ring. Once he did, Bai Xiaohong would not give up, and they would fight to the death. There was a crucial point in the competition, whether or not the item inside the box was worth it. At the end of the day, Long Tian was still worried about Bai Xiaohong, or rather, the White Dragon tribe was worried about the cold immortal sect. If Bai Xiaohong had obtained the box, he would not have hesitated. Brother Bai, you didn't see clearly? Long Tian asked. Bai Xiaohong's tone turned cold. That person's methods were too despicable, but his strength was not bad. Not only was he able to quickly break through Cloudfall's secret technique, but he was also able to disappear from right under our noses. It's a pity that we didn't see clearly, or we might have been able to recognize him. Those who are qualified to enter the ruler realm are all experts, so it's not strange for them to have such methods. However, I have to remind you of something, Brother Bai. Long Tian's tone was low as his expression turned serious. There are stowaways among us. Bai Xiaohong's eyes went wide. Are you sure? Of course. I met someone from the Mavis family, Long Tian said. Bai Xiaohong sneered. I guessed that there would be stowaways. Mavis family. They've been stowaways before, and now they're here again. I remember that there's someone in your group whose background is unknown. Are you sure you've investigated him? Long Tian asked. Bai Xiaohong replied, that person came from the nest, so you don't have to worry about him. I'm just curious about what's inside the box. Can Brother Long take it out and take a look? Long Tian gripped his spear tightly. According to the rules of the ruler realm, it belongs to whoever obtains it. That depends on who gets it. Bai Xiaohong raised his head and disappeared in a flash. Long Tian used the white dragon roaming steps at the same time, and the two of them began a battle that no one else could see clearly in the small room. A moment later, the void cracked open and extended outwards. In the distance, Lu Yin turned back and sighed in relief. They hadn't chased after him. As expected, not taking the box had been the right choice. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape unscathed if the two junior ancestors had chased after him. This time, he had gained quite a bit. The tribulation crystal pillar was about the same size as the one Long Ding had used to break through, so it should be able to help others break through as well. As he thought about this, Lu Yin took out the box and opened it to find a jade-like object inside. He reached out and picked it up, and in an instant, information flooded his mind. Lu Yin's body froze, and he almost fell over. Thankfully, he managed to react in time and put his right foot forward to stabilize himself. The jade-like object in his hand cracked open and shattered into pieces. Lu Yin stood in place, his eyes flashing. He closed his eyes and tried to recall what had happened before opening them again. He hadn't expected the desolate ancestors' inherited battle technique to be hidden here. They were at least a realm higher, and they believed that they could defeat Shangqing. However, this palm was completely useless against Shangqing. Shangqing allowed Dong He's palm to land on his chest. He raised his gaze and a stream of air surged out, colliding heavily with Dong He's right shoulder, shattering half of his shoulder. Dong Shan leapt out with a shocked expression. Shangqing raised a hand, and the current swept out. Dong Shan waved his hand and used the Yu's secret art, Void Transfer, to forcefully change the direction of the current. Shangqing was astonished. The Yu's secret art. If he hadn't remembered incorrectly, then this was Lu Yin's secret technique. The frigid immortal sect even had the Yu's secret art. Another wind god slash came from Dong Shan, and at the same time, Dong He used immortal guides the way. The two of them worked together to deal with Shangqing. Shangqing's gaze was as calm as still water. During the sovereign realm, Lu Yin, Wang Yi, and the others had all teamed up to deal with him, and he was the least afraid of enemies teaming up. However, he couldn't use the full power of the three young ancestral qi right now, which was a little troublesome. Suddenly, Shangqing thought of something, and he took out his spirit void umbrella. He whipped it out like a staff and scattered the wind god slash and immortal guides the way. The aftershock swept out and forced Dong Shan and Dong He back 1,000 meters, causing them to cough up blood. The two were furious, and they used their spirit void umbrellas. Shangqing was pleasantly surprised, as he didn't know how to use the spirit void umbrella's power. However, the umbrella itself had some residual power that could help him easily defeat the twins. Thank you. Lu Qi's first wife, Bai Xianer. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1428. Shang-Qing, the spirit void umbrella is something that the young ancestor wants. How dare you take it for yourself? Dong Shan roared furiously. Shang-Qing looked up. Before coming to the sovereign realm, young ancestor Bai said that it belongs to whoever obtains it. Why is he trying to steal something that belongs to me? Impudent. The young ancestor isn't someone you can slander. I think you don't want to stay in this universe anymore. Dong he shouted. Shang-Qing didn't say anything, as he had never thought of staying in this universe. Shang-Qing, hand over the spirit void umbrella now, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Dong Shan's tone softened. Shang-Qing put away the spirit void umbrella. Sorry, I can't do that. Dong Shan gritted his teeth. Do you really think you can defeat us with the help of the spirit void umbrella? The spirit void umbrella does indeed have the power to resist the power of a half-ancestor, but it's not something an ordinary person can use. Even the young ancestor can't immediately use that power, let alone you. At most, you can only use the remaining power of the spirit void umbrella to fight against us. How long can you use that power for? And it's not like we don't have any power vessels, Dong he threatened. Shang-Qing narrowed his eyes. Dong Shan was right, he could only use the spirit void umbrella as a staff. It was impossible for him to use its full power. The power of a half-ancestor was not something he could control. Even if he used a bit of it, it would take him a long time to figure it out. However, if he wanted to defeat these two brothers, would he really need the spirit void umbrella? Shang-Qing's eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought about it. A stream of energy wrapped around his feet, and he subconsciously wanted to float up and display his godlike side. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the other side and continuously punched the twins. The twins hadn't expected a sneak attack and hurriedly tried to block, but the opponent was too strong and sent them flying in different directions. Shang-Qing was shocked. Emergence Mavis. The attacker was Emergence Mavis. The moment the spirit void umbrella's power disappeared, she didn't dare stay and immediately tried to leave the spirit void temple. On the way, she happened to run into Shang-Qing and the twins fighting. Emergence Mavis glanced at Shang-Qing, especially the spirit void umbrella in his hand, and then sped away. By the time the twins wanted to counterattack, she was already gone. Who attacked us? Dong Shan was furious. At this time, the spirit void temple shook even more violently. The walls and stone pillars all began to collapse. The ceiling completely shattered, revealing the mother tree trunk that covered the starry sky outside. It was like countless horizontal continents. The three of them rushed out at the same time to avoid being buried by the ruins of the spirit void temple. It was the same for the others. Lu Yin used his fastest speed to distance himself from the battle between Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. He also jumped up and rushed out of the spirit void temple. With a rumbling sound, the spirit void palace completely collapsed. In the corner, the battle between Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian tore through the void, opening a crack in the void above everyone's head. Many people were left speechless. Stop! Long Shi shouted. She raised her hand, and the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror trapped Bai Xiaohong. On the other side, Yun Tingting acted, and a mist appeared, trapping Long Tian. The twins immediately rushed to Bai Xiaohong's side, while Lu Yin also subconsciously rushed in Long Tian's direction. With the collapse of the spirit void temple, everyone was exposed. Xia Taili, Prince Guiqian, Nong Sanyang, Wen Xingyi, and the two sides of the confrontation, a total of 11 people were standing on the ruins. Bai Xiaohong had shattered the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror, while Long Tian tore through the mist and stared at each other. Brother Bai, the outcome of our battle won't be decided anytime soon, Long Tian said with a faint smile. They seem to be quite harmonious. Bai Xiaohong's lips curled up, and his gaze landed on the box. There is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Sooner or later, we brothers will decide the victor. As long as we don't hurt each other's feelings, it's fine. Then, how about we call it a day? Long Tian asked. The White Dragon clan's standpoint was different from the frigid immortal sect's. Even if Long Tian wasn't liked because of his personality, he wouldn't be treated as an enemy. Maintaining a seemingly friendly relationship with Bai Xiaohong was just for the sake of the bigger picture. Bai Xiaohong clasped his hands behind his back. This battle will happen sooner or later. It can happen today, and it can happen tomorrow. Let's see if the price is worth it. Long Tian's eyes narrowed, and he lifted the box before opening it. Everyone looked at the box. It was Ancestor Ku's inheritance, and no one could ignore it. The Ku's secret word. A secret technique. Long Shi cried out. Long Tian was shocked. It was actually a secret technique. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong was disappointed. The frigid immortal sect had the Ku's secret word, and Dong Shan had studied it. This item was worthless to the frigid immortal sect, but it was still very valuable to others. No one could ignore a secret technique like this. Brother Bai, what do you say? Long Tian asked. Dong Shan walked up from behind Bai Xiaohong and whispered, Junior Ancestor, if the White Dragon clan obtains the Ku's secret word, they'll be even more difficult to deal with in the future. After all, it's a secret technique. Bai Xiaohong looked around. Everyone was quietly watching. Even Xia Taili, who had always been lively, was silent at this moment. If Xia Shenfei was here, she would have the right to speak. But at this moment, Xia Shenfei was sleeping somewhere. She was not qualified to discuss conditions with Bai Xiaohong and Xia Taili, even if she really wanted to obtain the withering secret symbol. Gue Qian seemed to be staring at the Ku's secret word in Long Tian's hand, but he was actually looking at Lu Yin out of the corner of his eye. Aside from him, no one else knew that this person had been the first to take the inheritance. He had seen Lu Yin take the tribulation crystal pillar and a box, but he hadn't seen anything else. They had thought that this person had been captured by Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. They did not expect him to have the ability to escape from them and safely take away Ancestor Ku's inheritance. Hidden among all the people present, this legendary son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, a man who had unintentionally married Long Shi because he was forced by the cold immortal sect, was the most well-hidden of all. Even Gue Qian wasn't confident that he could completely conceal himself under such circumstances. This person was definitely not simple. Bai Xiaohong's gaze finally landed on Lu Yin, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He smiled at Long Shi, long time no see. Long Shi frowned, my brother is asking you a question. Bai Xiaohong smiled, what do you want me to do? I'll listen to you. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became a little strange. Xia Taili's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously looked at Lu Yin with a gloating expression. You're so thick-skinned, bastard. Now you're out of luck. Someone openly flirted with your wife. The others had more or less heard of the story between Bai Xiaohong and Long Shi, and now that he said this, everyone fell silent. Long Tian subconsciously glanced at Lu Yin. Long Shi's eyes widened, Ancestor Bai, please conduct yourself with dignity. Bai Xiaohong smiled, why should I conduct myself with dignity when it comes to you? You'll be mine sooner or later. Everyone held their breaths, this sentence was even more explicit. Xia Taili's eyes lit up, this was too exciting. He hadn't expected to see such a scene. Behind Bai Xiaohong, the girl called Yun Tingting looked at Lu Yin curiously. Any man wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Shang Qing glanced at Lu Yin strangely. This guy was really unlucky. Enough, Bai Xiaohong. Stop spouting nonsense. Long Shi was furious and couldn't help but look at Bai Xiaohong. Even though they were husband and wife and hadn't done anything, she still thought of him immediately after hearing Bai Xiaohong's words. This person wasn't a block of wood, he was a person, and he was her husband. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Long Tian remained calm and didn't react. Everyone looked at Lu Yin one after another as if he was wearing a hat full of vegetation. Xia Taili's eyes, in particular, were shining. Lu Yin was in a bad mood. Did he like Long Shi? It hadn't been that long, but Long Shi was still his wife. How could someone openly confess to her, or even flirt with her? No one would be able to tolerate this. What Bai Xiaohong did was no longer a matter of not caring about his reputation. Instead, Bai Xiaohong had trampled on his reputation repeatedly and completely ignored him. Thus, he moved and walked out. Long Shi raised her eyebrows and glared at him. What are you doing? Go back. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Long Shi looked at Lu Yin's cold eyes and for some reason, her heart softened. She knew what this person was going through. No man would tolerate this, but he had to. Long Shi urged him in a pleading tone, go back, he's trying to provoke you. Go back and treat it as helping me. Lu Yin clenched his fists. This was the first time she had spoken to him in such a tone. Bai Xiaohong had given her too much pressure and he didn't want to cause any conflict. Lu Yin held back his anger and almost raised his hand to give Bai Xiaohong a hollow palm. But seeing Long Shi's pleading eyes, he held himself back. If he made a move here, he would expose his strength and the fact that he was a stowaway. He could just walk away, confident that even Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian wouldn't be able to stop him. But what about Long Shi? This woman was cold on the outside but kind on the inside and had always treated him well. If he made a move, she would have to bear the consequences. If he didn't have the confidence to solve everything, he couldn't let her bear it. Bai Xiaohong sneered when he saw Lu Yin stop. Long Tian spoke up, all right, brother Bai, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. My sister is already married, and there's no fate between the two of you. Now, what do you plan to do with this item? Bai Xiaohong looked at Lu Yin with disdain before meeting Long Tian's eyes. Long Shi has already spoken. Even if she didn't say it explicitly, I know what she meant. All right, this item will be my gift to the White Dragon tribe. Junior ancestor. Dong Shan couldn't help but want to say something, but Bai Xiaohong stopped him. Long Tian was surprised, but he nodded. He was someone who valued benefits and didn't care about the process. Thank you, brother Bai. Bai Xiaohong smiled and looked at Long Shi. Are you satisfied? Long Shi ignored Bai Xiaohong and walked to Lu Yin's side. Have you forgotten why we got married? Lu Yin fell silent. Long Shi whispered, I've already said that I don't want you to dazzle the heavens. I only want you to live a peaceful life. I will do my best to protect you during this trip to the ruler's realm. I only hope that you can endure it. Bai Xiaohong will think of ways to provoke you, so endure it and return to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yin looked at Long Shi's tired face and sighed helplessly. I understand. Long Shi relaxed, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. No woman would want her man to lower his head in front of others, but what else could she ask for? This was already the limit, and Long Chi's performance was much better than she had expected. This was enough. She didn't ask for him to be comparable to the junior ancestor, but it was enough. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 14:29. Seeing that Lu Yin had held himself back, Xia Taili lamented, "It's a pity that they didn't fight. How could a man hold himself back?" Her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Lu Yin looked up at her. She glared at him provocatively, pretending to be disdainful. Lu Yin rarely suffered such humiliation, and he looked at Bai Xiaohong. Coincidentally, Bai Xiaohong was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, unable to hide their killing intent. 11 people. Where's that woman? Long Tian's voice rang out as he looked around. Bai Xiaohong looked away from Lu Yin and shouted, "There's a woman with great strength. Has anyone seen her before?" Dong Shan and Dong He looked at each other. "Junior ancestor, we were ambushed by a woman when we were confronting the Shangqing. She escaped before the Spirit Void Temple collapsed. She escaped really quickly. Everyone, remember that the Mavis stowaways have infiltrated," Long Tian said coldly. Everyone was shocked, and Lu Yin and Shangqing looked at each other. Yuhua Mavis had been exposed. Across from them, Bai Xiaohong frowned and looked at the twins. "What confrontation?" Dong Shan pointed at Shangqing and said sternly, "This person stole the Spirit Void umbrella." Everyone looked at Shangqing. He had obtained the Spirit Void umbrella. The Spirit Void umbrella was a power vessel that the desolate ancestor had left behind in the Spirit Void Temple, and it was at least at the level of a half-ancestor. It was extremely precious, and they had come here partly to obtain it. It was said that the desolate ancestor had grasped the secrets of life and immortality, while the Spirit Void umbrella had the power to bring the dead back to life. Shangqing remained calm in the face of everyone's gazes, and he didn't seem nervous at all. Bai Xiaohong looked at him and his eyes flashed. "According to the rules of the sovereign realm, it belongs to whoever obtains it." He then looked at Long Tian and the rest. "The Spirit Void umbrella has been obtained by Shangqing, so no one can take it." Long Tian said indifferently, "I want to find that rat right now." Bai Xiaohong looked at Xia Taili. "Where's Brother Shinfei?" "Not here yet." "Or are you saying that you're here but are hiding?" Xia Taili raised his brows. "What do you mean, Bai Xiaohong?" Bai Xiaohong said coldly, "A rat slipped away from the Spirit Void Temple and took some things. Based on strength, only Brother Shinfei or Wang Su can do it. Are you looking down on us?" Xia Taili ground his teeth, looking like he was ready to fight at any time. Lu Yin was speechless. What kind of brain circuit was this? That wasn't the main point. Other than that box, there are other inheritances inside. Nong Sanyang was surprised. Bai Xiaohong looked at her. "Where's Wang Su?" Nong Sanyang pointed in a direction. "I saw her being flung in that direction." Looking in that direction, Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and Xia Taili's expressions changed at the same time, a trace of anxiety flashing in their eyes. That direction was the direction indicated by the map. The item of origin should be there. He mustn't allow Wang Su to obtain it first. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian looked at each other. "Looks like we need to speed up." Long Tian nodded, then suddenly made a move. With a wave of his hand, 5 medallion-shaped objects surrounded Nong Sanyang and the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror. No one expected Long Tian to suddenly make a move. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong wasn't slow either. He tapped out with a finger and used the frigid immortal sect's battle technique, Immortal Guides the Way. The finger descended in front of Prince Gui Qian, who was covered in black gas. "I knew you were up to no good." The bones on his back sprouted out and danced around like blades, shattering Bai Xiaohong's Immortal Guides the Way. "Attack! Get rid of Prince Gui Qian and Nong Sanyang." Long Tian barked, spinning his spear and thrusting it towards Nong Sanyang. They wanted to eliminate these two. Nong Sanyang frowned. Let's go first. An enormous hoe appeared in her hand, and she swung it down viciously. This hoe was clearly a power vessel, and it was much stronger than the previous one. Not only did it shatter the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror, but it also sent a shockwave towards Long Tian. Long Tian's spear was unable to advance, and he was forced back. Nong Sanyang wanted to escape, but it wasn't that easy. As soon as she retreated, Long Tian chased after her. Sanyang, our families are on good terms. Surrender and I won't hurt you. If Bai Xiaohong attacks, things will be different. Nong Sanyang snorted. All sides are the same. There's no friendship between us. She swung the hoe again, and with a shout, she smashed it down viciously. Even the void was torn apart. This hoe clearly had more power than an emissary. However, the power of the hoe was great, and so was the recoil. Not only did it not hit Long Tian, but Nong Sanyang herself was injured. Long Tian waved his hand again, and the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror trapped Nong Sanyang. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong's attacks against Prince Gui Qian were even fiercer. He used Immortal Guides the Way repeatedly, shattering the prince's bones. Dong Shan and Dong He joined forces to use the mountains and rivers flag, smashing it towards Prince Gui Qian. Xia Taili suddenly attacked, using his water plant to bind Dong Shan and Dong He and toss them to the side. At the same time, he used his secret technique to bind Bai Xiaohong again. Bai Xiaohong was indifferent as he looked at Xia Taili. You're courting death. Xia Taili sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? After dealing with them, your next target will definitely be me. Just as she finished speaking, smoke rose from beneath her feet and wrapped around her like chains. She frowned. Yun Tingting, you're really troublesome. Yun Tingting smiled. You attacked Ancestor Bai, so I had no choice but to attack you. Sorry. Xia Taili sneered. Do you really think that I'm joking with you? She then covered her face with her right hand and gathered a stream of energy in her palm. Lu Yin was shocked, he had seen this pose before. During the Sovereign Tournament, Wu Taibai had used it during his battle with the Prime Clear. Divine Martial Qi. Xia Taili's entire aura changed, turning her into a war goddess. She waved her hand and tore through the smoke, aiming at Yun Tingting and blasting out a stream of energy. Yun Tingting's expression changed, and she tried to retreat, but she found that her surroundings had been solidified by the divine martial qi. She felt like she had fallen into a swamp, and there was no way for her to retreat. With a thump, her abdomen was pierced through, and she couldn't resist the destructive power of the divine martial qi. Xia Taili wasn't happy at all after defeating Yun Tingting. Instead, she grew even angrier. Another clone. Yun Tingting, you're too treacherous. At that moment, another stream of energy descended and smashed towards Xia Taili. Xia Taili was shocked, but she quickly waved her hand and sent out her divine martial qi to collide with the incoming stream. The stream was easily destroyed, but it quickly recovered. The Prime Clear had made a move. Xia Taili glared at the Prime Clear. Bai Xiaohong ignored the battle and used his secret technique, Shattering Lock. Crown Prince Gui Qian had appeared out of nowhere and was staring at Bai Xiaohong with strange eyes. Bai Xiaohong's pupils shrank as the legend of the Ghost Abyss appeared in his mind. He watched the battle between Bai Xiaohong and Crown Prince Gui Qian, and when Gui Qian stared at Bai Xiaohong, Lu Yin knew that the Spectre Clan's eye technique had appeared. He had thought that even if Bai Xiaohong could suppress Gui Qian, he wouldn't be able to escape from the eye technique so easily. He hadn't expected Gui Qian to be the first to succumb and let out a howl. Bai Xiaohong's eyes, which had been filled with fear, suddenly regained their brightness and sharpness. Who gave you the courage to use an eye technique on me? He placed a hand on Gue Qian's chest and sent him flying with a thump. Bai Xiaohong didn't stop there, either on purpose or because he had other ideas. He used the frigid immortal sect's ultimate battle technique, Sky Split. He raised his right index finger and pointed at the void. The void seemed to be fixed at a point. Then, his finger moved horizontally and pointed at a point half a meter away. After fixing it again, his right finger suddenly moved in the opposite direction and overlapped with the first point. Everyone felt their hair stand on end as the space around them became unstable. Lu Yin's expression changed, and a chill spread from his back. He watched as Bai Xiaohong's finger moved back and overlapped with the first point. A black line appeared between the 2 points and spread out in the blink of an eye, tearing apart space and Gue Qian's body. This attack tore through the void. It was not just an ordinary spatial crack, but a horizontal cut in space. The cut was very neat and extended very far. Anyone who was hit by this attack would be annihilated, unless they were at the level of an emissary and could resist it for a while. Long Tian, Xia Taili, and the others all stopped, looking at this scene with shock and fear. This was the frigid immortal sect's ultimate battle technique, Sky Split. It really could split open the sky. Gue Qian was cut in half, and his body fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. Everyone was silent, and Lu Yin looked at Bai Xiaohong with fear. This attack was too powerful. Bai Xiaohong pulled back his hand and turned to Long Tian with a smile. Long Tian narrowed his eyes. This was a show of force, and he couldn't be underestimated. Nong Sanyang's shocked expression hadn't faded when Long Tian said, "Sanyang, I won't kill you for the sake of the friendship between our families. I'll just make sure you can't participate in the next fight." He opened his hand and bent it, as if he was grabbing something. Nong Sanyang's face paled, and she turned to leave. Long Tian's hand moved like a dragon's claw, twisting the void like a curtain as he grabbed at it. Lu Yin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Long Tian grabbed at space. Long Tian swung his hand and smashed the void in his palm towards Nong Sanyang. Nong Sanyang turned around and swung her hoe, but it failed to touch the void. The void was formless, it brushed past the hoe and slammed into Nong Sanyang's abdomen. Nong Sanyang spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At this time, Long Tian waved his hand again, and Nong Sanyang's back was hit by the void, sending her flying back. She was like a punching bag being beaten mercilessly. Lu Yin was stunned. Long Tian could control the power of space. How could this be? The others were also shocked, speechless, including Bai Xiaohong. He knew that Long Tian was hiding a powerful innate gift, but he hadn't expected it to be space. Could space be controlled like an innate gift? It shouldn't be. His sister had said that space and time were the most mysterious powers. How could Long Tian control the power of space? If it wasn't space, then what was it? He refused to believe that Long Tian had an innate gift of space. Nong Sanyang crashed to the ground and coughed up blood. She looked at Long Tian in shock. "You, space." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1430. Long Tian looked down at Nong Sanyang. "Don't resist. I know that the Nong family's secret technique is difficult to deal with, and you have an innate gift as well. However, that attack just now heavily injured you. Even if you manage to escape, you won't be able to participate in the next fight." Nong Sanyang wiped the blood from her mouth and stared at Long Tian. "I just want to know if it was a spatial innate gift that defeated me." Not just her, but everyone else wanted to know as well. Long Tian's lips curled up. Yes. The crowd was shocked, it really was a spatial innate gift. Luwin frowned. A spatial innate gift. She was truly blessed by the heavens. Long Shi remained calm, but there was a trace of mockery in his eyes that no one noticed. Bai Xiaohong looked at Long Tian in a different light. No wonder you never revealed your innate gift during the origin will sacrifice. Long Tian looked at Bai Xiaohong. I'm sorry, Brother Bai, but this innate gift is very difficult to grasp. If you're not careful, you might die. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed. Brother Bai, your innate gift doesn't seem to have been exposed either. Bai Xiaohong smiled. It's not worth mentioning. Is that so? Long Tian smiled as well. Not worth mentioning. Only an idiot would believe that. Nong Sanyang had no intention of resisting. Prince Gue Qian was dead, and the only person who didn't belong to either team was Xia Taili. Everyone looked at Xia Taili. Xia Taili was terrified, and even his divine martial qi was withdrawn. He looked like he had accepted his fate. This is too much. So many people are attacking me alone. Long Tian smiled. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. He then raised his hand, and the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror trapped Xia Taili. He then looked at Wen Xingyi. Wen Xingyi acted, using his 7-layered literary prison to surround the white dragon heaven-inspecting mirror. Following that, smoke condensed in one direction and turned into Yun Tingting. She raised her hand, and a cloud of smoke wrapped around the literary prison. The 3 sealing powers completely trapped Xia Taili. Xia Taili's aquatic plant could only defend, but it couldn't break through the sealing powers. Long Shi walked in front of Xia Taili and opened his hand. Give it to me. Xia Taili blinked and feigned ignorance. What? Long Shi replied, Cosmic ring. Xia Taili cried out, You want to steal my cosmic ring? Stop dreaming. You've gone too far. Since when did the White Dragon tribe become robbers? Long Shi, you've fallen. Where did you learn this from? Long Shi looked at her calmly. Cosmic ring. Xia Taili angrily rebuked, Long Shi, don't forget that you are a princess. How can you rob us? What does the White Dragon clan not have? I'm just a weak little girl. There's nothing good about me. Go away, go away. Long Shi looked at her calmly. I'll hand it over to Xia Shenfei. Give me your cosmic ring. Everyone looked at Xia Taili calmly. Only the heavens knew if she had some sort of offensive power vessel in her cosmic ring that could break through these defenses. Xia Taili really did have one. She had thought that these people had forgotten about it, but Long Shi still remembered it. She gritted her teeth and glared at Long Shi, just you wait, I won't let this go. I'll remember this. She then glared at Lu Yin, and you shameless bastard. How dare you take advantage of me? I'll tell my brother. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Yin. Take advantage. Even Long Shi was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Lu Yin, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. Lu Yin was speechless. Please explain clearly. I just borrowed your power vessel to avoid being hunted down by those creatures. Brother Wen can testify. Wen Yi replied, That's right, don't misunderstand. Everyone looked away, feeling that it was a pity. It would have been more interesting if there had been some sort of scandal. Long Shi looked at Xia Taili with even more displeasure. Hurry up and give me your cosmic ring. Xia Taili snorted. Just you wait. My brother won't let you off if you gang up on me. She then took off her cosmic ring and threw it on the ground, stomping on it twice. Long Shi waved his hand and grabbed the ring. He didn't even look at Xia Taili as he turned to leave. Long Tian glanced at Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang before leading the way. Bai Xiaohong and the rest also headed in the same direction. It didn't take long for the two groups to walk away. Xia Taili kept cursing and muttering to herself. Not too far away, Nong Sanyang was also trapped by the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror and Literary Prison. However, she was heavily injured and could only use healing pills. Don't be angry. From their perspective, what they did was right. We can only blame ourselves for being unlucky, Nong Sanyang said helplessly. It's better than dying. When she said this, Xia Taili subconsciously looked at Gue Qian's corpse. That guy was the unlucky one. Something wasn't right. Xia Taili noticed something and stared at the corpse. Sanyang, look. Isn't the blood flowing from that guy's corpse too red? Nong Sanyang turned around and her expression changed. Indeed, it was too red. Blood was red, but once it flowed out, it would gradually darken and not be as red. Come out, Gue Qian. You're not dead. Nong Sanyang shouted. Xia Taili's hair stood on end. Gue Qian really lived up to his name, not dying even after being cut in two. In the distance, the two halves of Gue Qian's body moved and gradually approached each other. Finally, under the horrified gazes of the two women, the halves fused together. Gue Qian's closed eyes opened, but there was no change in them. Ah! Xia Taili screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Nong Sanyang's face paled. You're really not dead. Gue Qian moved his arm. Playing dead isn't easy. Nonsense, Nong Sanyang snapped. She wanted to play dead too, but she didn't have the skills to do so. You. How did you play dead? Bai Xiaohong isn't stupid. Xia Taili felt as if he had seen a ghost. Gue Qian said indifferently, it's just a body that was cut in two. I can just reconnect it. Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang fell silent. Reconnect. That was easy to say. If it was that easy, then no one would die. Bai Xiaohong's attack hadn't just cut his body in two, it had also severed space. Even if they wanted to reconnect the two halves, it would be impossible. Gue Qian's resurrection wasn't any easier than that. It could only be said that they had underestimated Gue Qian's strength. Everyone had been afraid of Gue Qian all this time. The four cardinal scales had been suppressing Gue Qian, but they didn't understand why. Now, they understood that Gue Qian had unfathomable strength, and even Bai Xiaohong had been fooled. Alright, it's time to make a deal. Gue Qian looked at Xia Taili. I know you have a map of where they're going. Give it to me, and I'll promise you one thing. Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Only an idiot would give it to you. Don't you know how to follow them? Gue Qian said indifferently, you're dreaming if you think you can follow Junior Ancestor without being discovered. It's good that you know, Xia Taili said. Gue Qian looked at her seriously. I promise you that I'll help Xia Shenfei when we get there. That's my condition. Xia Taili was tempted. Bai Xiaohong's team was now complete, and although Long Tian's team was missing one person, there was no guarantee that that person would join them. Wang Su's team was missing two people, and Big Brother's team was missing one person. If Gue Qian helped Big Brother, then Wang Su's team would be missing three people, and Big Brother's team would have an advantage. Nong Sanyang frowned. Gue Qian, Wang Su was the one who brought you here. If you betray them so easily, who will trust Gue Qian in the future? Gue Qian said indifferently, I forced Wang Su to bring me here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to bring anyone else. What happens in the future has nothing to do with me. Nong Sanyang said, "You can betray Wang Su now, but who can guarantee that you'll help Xia Shenfei after you get the map?" Xia Taili was on guard. "That's right." Gue Qian looked up. "Even if I don't help Xia Shenfei, I'll still be Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's enemy. An enemy's enemy is a friend." Xia Taili fell silent. Gue Qian waited patiently. After a while, Xia Taili gritted her teeth and handed over the map. The map was not in her cosmic ring, but she had kept it as a backup. "Remember what you promised me. Help my brother. Even if you can't, you have to cause trouble for Bai Xiaohong and the others." Gue Qian replied, "Don't worry, Bai Xiaohong killed me once." He then followed the map and headed in the direction of Long Tian and the others. As she watched Gue Qian leave, Nong Sanyang asked, "Do you really believe him?" Xia Taili rolled her eyes. "Only an idiot would believe him. However, he'll definitely cause trouble for Bai Xiaohong. That's for sure." Nong Sanyang nodded. Bai Xiaohong had not expected Gue Qian to be able to revive, and Gue Qian's main opponent was Lu Yin instead of Bai Xiaohong. Even when he had been surrounded, Gue Qian had not revealed that secret, as he had wanted to keep the map for himself. At this moment, Lu Yin was also in trouble because Yuhua Mavis had been exposed. When Long Tian asked him about his relationship with Yuhua Mavis, Lu Yin could only say that he did not know her. As for the fact that Yuhua Mavis had helped the three Guan brothers hide the evidence of Redback, Lu Yin had suffered the consequences of his own actions. It was all Guan Hai's fault for dragging Lu Yin down with him. "Brother, what are you trying to say?" Long Shi asked coldly. Long Tian's group headed in a certain direction, and as they walked, he said, "I just don't want the White Dragon clan to be implicated because of that woman. You should know how hateful those stowaways are. If not for them, our region might have had a few more progenitors." Long Shi frowned. "Now is not the time to talk about this." Long Tian stared at Lu Yin for a moment before turning to look ahead. Lu Yin felt guilty and subconsciously glanced at Long Shi. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. Long Tian did not know, but Long Shi knew that he was not from a branch of the White Dragon clan. Furthermore, she had never asked him about his origins. Long Shi was the princess of the White Dragon clan and one of the four sides of the scale. Her status was respected, and she did not care about an ordinary cultivator like him. This was normal, but Lu Yin believed that she would investigate him thoroughly after the trip to the ruler's realm. The moment he joined the humble school, he had been very high profile, capturing spies and exposing redbacks. These were not things that ordinary people could do, and many of them were too coincidental. It would be better if he did not think about it carefully, but once he did, it would be easy to expose his flaws. After the trip to the ruler's realm, he might not be able to escape unscathed from Long Shi's interrogation. Even now, Long Shi looked at him with a complicated gaze and a trace of vigilance. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1431. Not far away, Bai Xiaohong's group was not calm either. The Dongshan and Donghe brothers were clearly on guard against Shangqing. Bai Xiaohong was the same, and he secretly ordered Yun Tingting to keep an eye on Shangqing. Shangqing was still as calm as ever. So what if he was on guard? He was their enemy anyway, so he would be discovered sooner or later. At least for now, Bai Xiaohong would not attack him. He had to thank Long Tian for revealing his spatial innate gift, which made Bai Xiaohong quite wary. Lu Tianmu met up with invisible light right in front of Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. They had been left behind in this direction, so they could meet up now. 10 people came, but only a few of us made it to the sovereign realm. No wonder Elder Chan told us not to force ourselves, Invisible Light said. Lu Tianmu looked around and saw a huge withered creature rush out like an earthworm. She cut it to pieces with a single slash. So what if they're here? It's still hard to fight for the opportunity. The main thing is that we got separated, so we don't even have a chance to fight for it, Invisible Light said. Lu Tianmu was a cold person and did not speak much. I don't know where to go, so I'll just wait. There were many withered creatures in this area, and every now and then, a new batch would rush out. Half a day later, Invisible Light frowned. It's been 2 hours, and there haven't been any attacks. Something's not right. She expanded her domain and gradually spread out. Suddenly, her expression froze. A large group of withered creatures is moving to the right. What's going on there? Lu Tianmu stood up. Let's go. Not long after, the two of them saw the withered creatures moving to the right as expected, as if they had been summoned by something. After a while, the two of them saw a large number of withered creatures' corpses in front of them, which spread all the way to the south. There were many traces of attacks on the ground, and the ones that caught Lu Tianmu's attention the most were the sword marks. Lu Tianmu's eyes flashed. Lu Hao's sword marks should be from the Shenwu Plain. They're heading south. In front of them, a large group of withered creatures roared. Xia Shenfei was still drunk and was floating in the air. Wu Taibai and Demon Hall followed behind them as the group headed south. They killed many withered creatures along the way, and finally, they were close to where the map was. Because Xia Shenfei was still unconscious, both Xia Taili and Wu Taibai had a map to prevent accidents from happening. Now that Xia Taili was missing, it was all thanks to Wu Taibai's map that they were able to gradually approach that place. The divine martial aura Qi whizzed past, shattering a huge withered creature. Wu Taibai retracted his hand, and the ground was littered with corpses. All the withered creatures that had chased after them had been exterminated. Yao Xian panted heavily as he looked at Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai glanced at him. Brother Yao's spirit is so strong that it's rarely seen among your peers. Yao Xian frowned. This fellow was purposely pretending not to know him. What a strange person. He was clearly someone from Shenwu Sky, but he didn't care about a stowaway like him. Brother Wu's divine martial energy is also admirable, said Yao Xian. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he remained silent and continued to head south. There was a bumpy branch in front of them, which was the joint of one of the branches in the withered glory domain. The path in this place was rugged, and it was as if the mountains were stacked on top of each other. The sky was covered by dense leaves, and it was dark and gloomy. A woman with a slender figure stood at a high vantage point, staring into the distance. She was none other than Wang Su. The chaotic space of the battlefield had left her in the lead. Looking at the map, Wang Su's eyes flashed. This is the place. She then leaped down. The map pointed to the area below the protruding joint, and Wang Su could already see the entrance. She didn't know who had pierced through the branch, but the place the map pointed to was inside the underground abyss. Wang Su jumped down into the abyss where the branch had pierced through. Her body suddenly shifted in midair, and a stream of green liquid shot out into the distance. She turned around and saw a bug the size of a small mountain. These bugs were usually only the size of a finger and lived on trees. However, this bug was the size of a small mountain, and it stared at Wang Su with its large black eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out another stream of green liquid. The green liquid was enough to distort the void and corrode the air. Wang Su frowned, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. She waved her right hand and used the Four Absolutes technique, Skyblade. The void distorted, and a sharp gale flashed past. The bug's body was severed, and it writhed violently. Wang Su felt even more disgusted by this scene. She blasted out star energy from her palm and swept it across the area in front of her, destroying the bug. Only then did she relax. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel comfortable coming into contact with bugs, let alone such a large one. She looked down and saw that there wasn't just one of these bugs. The bugs in the distance noticed her and immediately wriggled over, as if they wanted to surround and attack her. Wang Su's gaze turned cold, and her pupils suddenly dilated. Suddenly, a formless wave was released from her body, sweeping out in all directions and sweeping past the bugs. The bugs stared at her, and their eyes were filled with fear. They then turned around and left as if they had seen something terrifying. Wang Su only relaxed after all the bugs left. It was too disgusting. She lowered her head and looked at the abyss. Without hesitation, she jumped down and entered the area indicated by the map. A day later, Xia Shenfei and the rest arrived at the same place. With a thud, Xia Shenfei fell to the ground, and his head smashed into the ground. He screamed and woke up. Who beat me up? Xia Shenfei jumped up and glared. His face was red, and although his eyes were wide open, they were still drifting around. It was obvious that he was still drunk. His body was unstable, and compared to Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, he looked more like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on Xia Shenfei. He was the most powerful descendant of the divine martial plane, and he had cultivated the divine martial transformation, a technique that no one had successfully cultivated in the past 10,000 years. He also possessed a secret technique and a strange innate gift. No one knew Xia Shenfei's bottom line. Even during the original sacrifice, the battle between the four young ancestors had ended in a draw. Seeing Xia Shenfei like this, even Wu Taibai felt a bit helpless. We're here. Xia Shenfei blinked blankly and looked at Wu Taibai. What's here? Wu Taibai. When did you come back? Didn't you betray us? Wu Taibai said, We're at the place indicated by the map. He raised his hand, and a drop of water formed and splashed onto Xia Shenfei's face. Xia Shenfei finally woke up after being splashed with cold water. He shook his head and looked at Wu Taibai, then at Lu Hao and Yao Xian. He then asked, Where's my sister? I don't know where she was tossed to, Wu Taibai replied. Xia Shenfei was furious, and he grabbed Wu Taibai by the collar. You dared to toss my sister aside. To think that she was so devoted to you. Beside him, Lu Hao raised his sword and blocked Xia Shenfei. Star energy fluctuated, and Xia Shenfei was forced to take several steps back and almost fell. We encountered a battlefield, and Tai Li was tossed out by the spatial collapse. We were separated. Xia Shenfei rubbed his head. I really can't drink too much of 100 Flowers Planet's wine. It looks strange, like poison, but it's even worse after I drink it. Even I have a hangover now. Yao Xian glanced at Xia Shenfei strangely. This wasn't a hangover problem. Ever since he had arrived at Shenwu Minor Ancestor Planet, this guy had been drunk and only occasionally sober. My sister was separated. Where are the others? Where's that treacherous Bai Xiaohong? And where did that brute Long Tian and that ice block Wang Su go? Xia Shenfei asked. Lu Hao replied, I don't know, and there's no need to know. Xia Shenfei rubbed his head again. Then, you should know who the two following us are. Wu Taibai and the other two's expressions changed, and they suddenly turned around. Were they being followed? In the distance, Lu Tianmu and Invisible Light felt their hearts skip a beat. The next moment, Xia Shenfei looked up, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the void as he saw them. We've been discovered, Invisible Light said. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of sword chi swept out from the void. Lu Hao had attacked. Lu Tianmu stood up, gripped his sword hilt, and slashed out with the first sword of the 13 swords. Sword chi collided with sword chi and cancelled each other out, transforming into 4 waves of energy that slashed out in all directions. At that moment, a puddle of green liquid smashed towards the group, enveloping Xia Shenfei, Lu Tianmu, and invisible light. Xia Shenfei looked up and saw the mountain-like bug. He bared his teeth. Disgusting. He then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. His divine marshal's astral energy surged up and pierced through the green liquid. At the same time, the bug's mountain-like body shattered, causing even more green liquid to splatter everywhere. Invisible Light hurriedly used his domain to shield himself, and Yao Xian used his spiritual force to sweep the area. Only then did they not get covered by the green liquid. Lu Hao leaped towards Lu Tianmu. Back off. Lu Tianmu raised his head. I've been wanting to experience it for a long time, number 1 descendant of the family. As they spoke, the two were less than 100 meters apart. Lu Hao's sword was strange, but it also contained ferocity and dexterity. Whenever he stabbed out, it would cause others to feel uneasy. Lu Tianmu immediately used the 10th sword of the 13 swords, Star Slasher. With a clang, the 2 swords collided, and sword chi swept out for thousands of kilometers, tearing apart the dead skin on the branches. Every sword strike had a scalp-numbing sharpness. Even Yao Xian and Wu Taibai had no choice but to retreat when faced with the aftershocks of the sword chi. It was not because they were afraid, but because it was not worth it to face the aftershocks head-on. Xia Shenfei sighed. What a powerful girl. Right, they seemed to know each other from their conversation. No one answered him. Wu Taibai and Yao Xian did not know what Lu Tianmu was called in this region, so they would not casually speak. Lu Hao had been wanting to fight Lu Tianmu for a long time, but now was not the time. The Lu family sent both you and me. Do you want to fight with me? Lu Tianmu's sword swept away Lu Hao's sword chi. Man and sword became one, sword and domain became one, and then man and domain became one. The 4th sword was an unconventional move. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. He did not use any powerful sword techniques, but he was still able to break through the 4th sword and directly destroy the 10th sword. In terms of sword techniques, he was superior to Lu Tianmu. You shouldn't have attacked, Lu Tianmu said in a low voice. Lu Hao shouted, this opportunity belongs to the 4th young ancestor. Anyone who tries to stop you is an enemy. You can't win, and you'll just be throwing your life away if you go down. Back off. Invisible Light stood behind Lu Tianmu and did not attack. Their opponents had 4 people, but they had only sent Lu Hao. If he attacked, he would attract the attention of the other 3, which was not worth it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1432. Unfortunately, things didn't develop as Xia Shenfei expected. I'm hungover anyway, so I'll lend you guys some exercise. His expression changed, and his playful expression became cold and murderous. If you guys die, don't blame me. With a bang, Xia Shenfei made his move. Invisible Light did not hesitate to use his domain to suppress Xia Shenfei. His terrifying domain surpassed all of his peers, causing the earth to tremble. The piles of branches and dead bark seemed to come alive as they buried Xia Shenfei. This was the domain of the spirit transformation realm. Xia Shenfei easily dispersed the surroundings and bent his middle finger. His divine martial aura condensed into a single finger, which tore through the void and blasted towards Invisible Light. Invisible Light suddenly opened his eyes, and his domain replaced everyone's view of the sky, covering everything around him and forcing Xia Shenfei into the ground. At the same time, he avoided the finger's attack. Invisible Light's domain erupted, and even Xia Shenfei had to be careful. Lu Hao's opinion of him increased, not understanding why he was with Lu Tianmu. When Xia Shenfei reappeared, his surroundings were black as if space had been cut off. Innate skill, black coffin. Sharp spikes emerged from the coffin, and Lu Hao forced Lu Tianmu back with a single sword strike. He looked over in shock. What an unfamiliar secret technique. Behind him, Wu Taibai frowned. He had been exposed. There were traces of blood on the spikes, and everyone stared at them. Invisible Light was certain that the black coffin had heavily injured Xia Shenfei. Was the junior ancestor so easily injured? An unfamiliar secret technique. Then you must be a stowaway. Xia Shenfei's voice came from behind Invisible Light. His scalp was about to explode, and the extreme danger made Invisible Light use an innate skill that he had never revealed before. A black sphere appeared in front of him. Xia Shenfei slapped his palm towards Invisible Light's forehead. However, the moment his palm got close to Invisible Light's forehead, the divine martial Gang Qi in his palm changed direction and was attracted by the black ball. At the same time, his entire body was uncontrollably attracted by the black ball. Although Invisible Light reacted quickly and revealed his innate skill of gravity, Xia Shenfei's palm still landed on his shoulder. Even though it was deflected and the divine martial aura was attracted by gravity, the palm still landed squarely on him and sent him flying. Invisible Light's legs left a 100-meter mark on the ground as he struggled to stop. His left shoulder was in intense pain. He looked at Xia Shenfei. How? Not only him, but Lu Tianmu and Yao Xian were also shocked. Wu Taibai exhaled. Divine Martial Heaven's ultimate inheritance, the 9 clones technique. When Yao Xian heard that, his pupils shrank. What did you say? 9 clones technique. The gravity sphere in front of Xia Shenfei disappeared. He looked at Yao Xian and raised his eyebrows in surprise. You don't know. Looks like you're also a stowaway. Meng Guang stared at Xia Shenfei. Wasn't the 9 clones created by progenitor Qin? Xia Shenfei's lips curved up. Ancestor Qin. Oh, that's right. Indeed, my Xia clan does have an ancestor Qin. His name is Xia Shang, and he's extremely talented. It's a pity that he's willing to stay in this wasteland. Do you think that the 9 clones technique was created by him? Of course not, this is a secret technique of the Shenwu Plain. He then looked at Wu Taibai. You deal with that Xiao Bai, and I'll deal with this blind man. He then looked at Lu Tianmu with a strange expression. You're with this blind man. Are you a stowaway? Lu Hao wanted to know the answer to this question as well, even though he had already guessed the answer. Lu Tianmu did not answer. Instead, he raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Hao. Come. Lu Hao shook his head and said regretfully, I thought that a genius had appeared in this branch, but I didn't expect him to come from the wasteland. What a pity. If someone from the wasteland defeats you elites, where do you think the real wasteland is? Yao Xian provoked. Wu Taibai raised his hand. You'll have to defeat us first. Xia Shenfei was helpless. How troublesome. Every time I go to the ruler's realm, I have to deal with rats like you. Meng Guang's strength was not at the peak of his generation, but he could still fight anyone he met. This was especially true when he revealed his innate gift. Against someone like Xia Shenfei, who had broken through the middle finger, he could even fight him. Meng Guang's gravity was not like a planet's gravity, which only attracted items. Instead, it could also attract battle techniques. Xia Shenfei looked at the numerous black gravity spheres around him and was astonished. This innate gift is amazing. Beneath his feet, the dead skin that had fallen off from the tree branches spread along his legs, trying to bury him again. Xia Shenfei's divine martial force formed large hands that grabbed the gravity spheres and then smashed them back at Meng Guang. Meng Guang waved his hand and used the secret technique, Black Coffin. This time, Xia Shenfei was not trapped, and he twisted his body to avoid the coffin. Meng Guang was about to attack again when another Xia Shenfei appeared behind him. The power of the 9 clones technique was displayed, and Xia Shenfei's technique was clearly much more powerful than Xia Zhou's. Each clone had terrifying strength, and they could split up and fuse at will. With a bang, Meng Guang was hit in the back by Xia Shenfei's clone, and he fell heavily to the ground. In front of him, Xia Shenfei landed with a smile. His right hand pressed down from above, and his divine martial force was enough to crush Meng Guang. Suddenly, the air in front of Xia Shenfei twisted, and he heard a divine explosion. A terrifying explosion of essence, qi, and spirit caused Xia Shenfei's brain to shake. Xiuguang took the opportunity to hit Xia Shenfei's abdomen with a black gravity bowl. In the next moment, Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu's sword qi, Wu Taibai's divine martial qi, and Yao Xian's essence, qi, and spirit attacks were all absorbed by the gravity bowl. All of the attacks were directed at Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei kept retreating. Looking at the gravity sphere in his abdomen and the surrounding attacks, he shook his head. What's the point? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and for the first time, his gaze became terrifying. The surrounding space twisted and gradually cracked open. Finally, visible divine martial force covered his entire body, turning into an armor that directly shattered the gravity sphere. Xia Shenfei raised his hand, and without seeing him do anything, Meng Guang and Yao Xian were sent flying, coughing up blood at the same time. Lu Tianmu looked over in surprise. Lu Hao was shocked. The divine martial change, the most powerful inheritance in the divine martial sky. No one has been able to learn it for 10,000 years. It's a battle technique that's even more powerful than divine martial force. I've finally seen it again. After using the divine martial change, Xia Shenfei had become a completely different person. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, shooting 2 beams of energy at Meng Guang and Yao Xian. Both of them were pierced through at the same time, and blood spilled everywhere. This was the difference between them. Xia Shenfei was the junior ancestor, and he had broken through the middle finger and received the most powerful inheritance in the starry sky tree. Just like Bai Xiaohong's sky-splitting and Long Tian's spatial innate gift, he could instantly decide the outcome of a battle. Only the junior ancestor could fight against them. Lu Tianmu sighed. While Lu Hao was still in a daze, he raised his sword, looked at Xia Shenfei, and closed his eyes. Xia Shenfei didn't notice Lu Tianmu's strange behavior. In the distance, Meng Guang and Yao Xian struggled to get up. Who does this overwhelming power remind you of? Yao Xian exhaled as he stared at Xia Shenfei in the distance. Meng Guang's photon computer showed a Grim Reaper's figure. In the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Xia Shenfei had fought against all the other experts by himself. That power was truly overwhelming. Perhaps he was the only person in the entire Fifth Mainland who had the power to defeat the junior ancestor. Xia Shenfei's divine martial force had transformed into an armor of air that was boiling and tearing through the void. At this moment, he would even dare to fight against an emissary. There's no way to break through the 3 stages in the abandoned land. This is a cultivation gap. You're already quite strong, and you're comparable to the others who are only second to us. Unfortunately, It's unrealistic to think that you can take something away from us, or rather, steal something from us. Xian Yao was also helpless. The divine explosion just now was already his most powerful attack, yet it had not affected Xia Shenfei much. This was truly terrifying. His assimilation secret technique was also useless here, and there were no astral beasts around. As for his spiritual body, it was impervious to physical damage. Against such an expert, it was even more nonsensical. Back then, even Wang Yi had been able to severely injure him with a single move. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die. I'll send you on your way. Xia Shenfei's expression was solemn as he bent his knees. Just as he was about to attack, his heart trembled. He looked at Lu Tianmu as if he had sensed something, and his expression changed. At that moment, Lu Tianmu attacked. The 13th sword could be transformed into a sword as long as one had emotions. Lu Hao didn't even notice, and he was focused on the divine martial transformation, which gave Lu Tianmu the opportunity to attack. The 13th sword was formless and invisible, and it was impossible to dodge. The Shangqing had been injured the first time in the mountain and sea realm, and Wu Taibai had been injured as well. The only one who hadn't been affected was Lu Yin. Back then, Lu Tianmu's control over the 13th sword hadn't been good enough. But now, after using the 13th sword several times, he was no longer injuring himself as well as his opponent. This sword surpassed all of his previous attacks. Lu Hao's sword techniques surpassed Lu Tianmu's, but he couldn't stop this sword. Sword qi transformed into wind, and by the time Xia Shenfei felt a gentle breeze, the 13th sword had already ended. Where did the 13 swords come from? Even the sword sect didn't know. They only knew that the 13th sword had become the ruler of the 5th mainland sword, and the Lu family had become the ruler of the sword. After Wu Taibai had received the 13th sword during the sovereign tournament, he had said, "So this is the 13th sword. No wonder there are rumors about it." He had been referring to the starry sky tree. Before this, Lu Tianmu had only been able to use the 10th sword. Because it wasn't enough to defeat Lu Hao, it hadn't attracted much attention. But with the 13th sword, her sword techniques had been revealed to everyone. Xia Shenfei raised a hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. There was some blood there. He had been injured. He looked up and gave Lu Tianmu a strange look. Lu Tianmu had actually been injured by someone from the same generation who hadn't even broken through to the lower realm. How exciting! Lu Hao stared at the scene in shock and blurted out, 13 swords. He turned to look at Lu Tianmu. I was wondering why your sword technique felt so familiar. This is the 13th sword, a sword technique that has been lost to the Lu family for generations. So it was in the wasteland. Although Lu Tianmu had a slight grasp of the 13th sword, it wasn't enough for him to use it freely. His body was still weak. A sword technique that has been lost to the Lu family. Thank you. Star Stomper Jojo Brothers tip, I'll update at 3 p.m, thank you. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1433. The 13 swords originated from the sword steel. A long time ago, a senior of the Lu clan went missing, and he was the only one who learned the 13 swords. He carried the 13 swords inheritance with him, but after he went missing, the 13 swords became extinct. Who would have thought that senior would go to the wasteland, and you're his descendant? Hearing Lu Hao's words, Lu Tianmu narrowed his eyes. Hand over the 13 swords, and I can let you live. After all, you're also a descendant of the Lu clan, said Lu Hao fiercely. He wasn't greedy, he pursued the sword Dao, and the 13 swords were extremely attractive to him. Lu Hao, back off, said Xia Shenfei. His tone was a bit strange. Lu Hao frowned and turned to look at Xia Shenfei. He saw the excitement in Xia Shenfei's eyes, as well as an indescribable expression. His expression changed. Not good, Xia Shenfei had gone too far. Brother Xia, this woman is a descendant of the Lu clan. Please stay your hand, said Lu Hao. Xia Shenfei laughed excitedly. I'll let her live. Back off. I'll play this game. Lu Hao was helpless. He understood Xia Shenfei. Normally, he was very casual, but once he went too far, he couldn't provoke him. Otherwise, no matter how close they were, they wouldn't have a good ending. Thinking of that, he leapt to the side. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they were still a level below the junior ancestor. That level was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference in the yuan will sacrifice was so great that it was impossible to make up for it. Suddenly, Lu Hao noticed something strange. The tree branch that had been pierced through was where the map had indicated, and there were some insects there. Thinking of that, he leapt down. On the other side, Xia Shenfei made his move. He took a step forward and appeared right in front of Lu Tianmu. He raised his hand and attacked. Lu Tianmu performed his 12th sword attack, but it was shattered by Xia Shenfei. The godly explosion and the gravity ball appeared at the same time. Xia Shenfei used the godly martial transformation to destroy them. With one palm attack, he pushed Lu Tianmu back. At the same time, Yao Xian and Invisible Light were pushed back. At this moment, danger appeared behind him. Xia Shenfei turned around and kicked out. The mountain river seal was smashed into pieces by Xia Shenfei's kick. Looking into the distance, Wu Taibai covered his face with one hand, and the divine martial qi appeared. Xia Shenfei grinned. You're finally willing to fight. You traitor of the divine martial heaven, did you really think you could escape punishment? I was the one who suggested we kill you in the sovereign world. Divine martial astral energy, he looked at Xia Shenfei. I know. Are you sure you can kill me? 4 against 1. Even you would have a hard time. Xia Shenfei frowned. It is indeed a bit difficult. Don't forget that Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and Wang Su are all on the same level as you. Is the origin item more important than us? Wu Taibai asked. Xia Shenfei laughed heartily. Wu Taibai, oh Wu Taibai, when have you ever seen me, Xia Shenfei, cower in fear? Since I've decided to deal with you, don't even think about leaving the sovereign realm alive. Brother Xia, someone went in. Lu Hao shouted from underground. It should be Wang Su. Xia Shenfei's expression changed. Without hesitation, he charged into the ground and left them there. Yao Xian was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Xia fives. Wu Taibai wasn't surprised. Xia Shenfei was just like that. His words were no different from farts, but he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he was a righteous man. In fact, it was all an act. Let's go too. We won't get anything if we're late. Xia Shenfei rushed underground. He followed the map and came to the bottom. He then saw traces of man-made excavation. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It's impossible to make such a mark on a tree branch without the strength of a half-ancestor, Lu Hao said in a deep voice as he looked at the winding tunnel in front of him. Xia Shenfei frowned. Stay here and block those 4 rats. I can't, Lu Hao said directly. He was confident that he could suppress any one of them, but he couldn't block all 4 of them. Xia Shenfei rolled his eyes. Block them for a while. Let me go in and take a look. If you can't block them, I'll retreat, Lu Hao said seriously. Xia Shenfei was speechless. These people from the Lu family who specialized in the way of the sword seemed simple-minded, but they were all cunning. He followed the winding path into the tunnel, and not long after, the sounds of an intense battle could be heard from outside. Xia Shenfei didn't care about that, as he cared a lot about the origin item. As for what he had just said, did he say anything at all? Not long after, the tunnel opened up, and Xia Shenfei arrived at a spacious area. This should be the interior of the tree branch. He saw the giant tribulation crystal pillar in the distance, the leaf on top of it, and Wang Su, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. 3 days later, Long Tian's group and Bai Xiaohong's group arrived at the joint of the tree branch at the same time. Looking around, Long Tian was astonished. Someone came early. Bai Xiaohong looked at the marks on the ground. The Lu family's sword Qi, and Shenwu Celestial's divine martial Qi, Long Tian said. The group arrived at the edge of the tunnel and looked down. A cold wind blew from below, making it very sinister. Long Shi glanced at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward and released his domain downwards. He discovered that even though there were cultivation methods for domains in this region of space, there weren't many people who cultivated them. Even top experts like Long Tian and Bai Xiaohong didn't cultivate domains, which was very strange. His domain extended all the way down to the very bottom. Someone fought there, and it was very intense. Bai Xiaohong jumped down, and the others followed suit without hesitation. Along the way, they saw insects that had been smashed to pieces. Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. Wang Su. Xia Shenfei should be here as well, Long Tian said. Bai Xiaohong smiled. It seems like we're late. The two sides are fighting quite intensely. Wang Su only has one helper at most. How can that person with his eyes closed fight against Xia Shenfei? Long Tian was puzzled. No one could answer him. Soon, the two teams arrived at the very bottom of the tunnel. They looked at the traces of an intense battle and the spreading sword scars, but neither spoke. Brother Long, we're too late. There might be corpses inside, but there might not be anything we want, Bai Xiaohong said. He wasn't too disappointed, as this place had not been part of their plan. If they hadn't accidentally obtained the map, they wouldn't have come here. The four scales all had their own places that they wanted to explore, and those places had a high chance of containing origin items. Long Tian and Bai Xiaohong exchanged glances. What do you want? Bai Xiaohong smiled. Let's work together and snatch it. Long Tian nodded in agreement. Naturally. Bai Xiaohong looked at Long Shi. It's my honor to work with the White Dragon clan. In the future, our relationship will be even closer. Lu Yin frowned. This guy had not stopped talking trash the entire time, and he had been constantly provoking them. How disgusting. He looked at Bai Xiaohong, but Bai Xiaohong didn't even look at him. He was only focused on Long Shi, completely ignoring Lu Yin. Bai Xiaohong hadn't responded along the way, and he wouldn't react now either. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What a coward. Long Shi's expression did not change. Long Tian said, let's go. We'll talk about the future in the future. Bai Xiaohong smiled and nodded. The two of them led the way, and the group entered the winding tunnel. Long Shi had purposely brought Bai Xiaohong to stay at the back. On Bai Xiaohong's side, Shang Qing was supposed to stay at the end, but Yun Tingting stayed at the end, so he was in the middle. Gradually, the winding tunnel widened, and they reached the center of the branch. It was hard to imagine that so many people were inside a single branch, exploring a single branch. Not long after, a faint light came from the distance. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian exchanged glances and sped up. They turned a corner and saw a spacious area. The first thing they saw was a huge tribulation crystal pillar, a green leaf, and Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and the others sitting cross-legged on the ground. Lu Yin turned the corner and saw this strange scene as well. His mouth fell open as he stared blankly. Wasn't this the place where he had rolled in hands and fused with the corpse? What a coincidence! No matter how strange this place was, no one was as shocked as Lu Yin. He had never thought that he would actually end up here. He looked up and saw that, indeed, there was a dried corpse far behind the tribulation crystal pillar. It was the same corpse that he had merged with, one that was unable to control its own movements. It was too much of a coincidence. Lu Yin retracted his gaze and suppressed his shock so that no one would notice. He looked forward again and saw that the pillar was huge, much bigger than the one Long Ding had used to break through the lower finger. It should be enough for someone to break through the middle finger. There were a few people sitting cross-legged on either side of the pillar. He saw Ming Guang, Lu Tianmu, and the others. Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and the others did not move. They just sat cross-legged on the ground as if they were meditating. There were no signs of fighting, which was too strange. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian did not dare to act rashly. There were a total of 7 people sitting cross-legged on the ground: Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, Wu Taibai, Yao Xian, Lu Tianmu, Ming Guang, and Lu Hao. They were from 3 different teams, and the traces of fighting outside belonged to them. Lu Yin looked at the 7 people sitting on the ground, and his eyes flashed. Not good, Ming Guang's team had been exposed. Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and Lu Hao sat cross-legged on the left while Ming Guang, Wu Taibai, Yao Xian, and Lu Tianmu sat cross-legged on the right. Yao Xian and Wu Taibai were from the divine martial sky. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur. Ming Guang and Wu Taibai had been exposed as stowaways. Lu Yin sighed inwardly. It seemed that he could not hide this any longer. Once they were awakened and the battle started, Ming Guang and the others would definitely not help him hide. Even if he did not awaken them, the Prime Clear group would still fight for the origin artifact. Their goal was to obtain the origin artifact, and they would definitely expose themselves. When he thought of this, Lu Yin looked at Long Shi apologetically. He had endured all this while because he did not want to burden Long Shi too much. Even if he had secretly attacked, as long as he did not expose himself openly, Long Shi would not have to bear too much. But now, it seemed that he could not hide anymore. Bai Xiaohong gave Dongshan a look, and Dongshan shouted, "Junior Ancestor Xia." No one responded. Xia Shenfei acted as if he had not heard anything. Dongshan frowned and shouted again, "Junior Ancestor Wang." Wang Su did not move, and he also acted as if he had not heard anything. Bai Xiaohong narrowed his eyes and looked around. He then looked at Lu Yin. "Release your domain and scout the surroundings." Lu Yin didn't even bother with him. End of chapter. Lu Yin watched as Bai Xiaohong set up the array. Even though he had mastered several sourcebox arrays, he still couldn't figure out the purpose of Bai Xiaohong's sourcebox array. Very quickly, a sourcebox array was completed. Dragon Sky moved and pushed the sourcebox array towards an empty area. Everyone remained vigilant, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The sourcebox array slowly descended and landed on the ground. A formless ripple spread out before finally enveloping the entire area. A beam of light shot out from the ground and towards the sky. This was the sourcebox array's power. It wasn't very strong, but it covered a wide area. Beams of light shot out more frequently, and one of them hit Wang Su and pushed him back. Wang Su suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Xiaohong and the others. He shouted, "Destroy the corpse. This is the meditative ruins." Lu Yin and Shangqing didn't know what the meditative ruins were, but when Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and the others heard this, their faces turned pale. They immediately attacked the corpse behind the tribulation crystal pillar. The corpse's defenses weren't very strong, and Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's combined attacks were able to shatter it. It was also at this moment that Xia Shenfei and the others opened their eyes. Confusion flashed through their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure and stood up. Xia Shenfei immediately charged towards the tribulation crystal pillar, wanting to snatch the green leaf. Wang Su's reaction wasn't slow at all, and the two charged out at the same time to exchange blows in front of the pillar. When Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian saw this, they immediately charged out as well. Attack! Snatch the origin item. As soon as they finished speaking, the rest of the group also charged towards the tribulation crystal pillar. Suddenly, a battle that shook the entire cosmic tree realm erupted in the empty area. The people here were all the top geniuses of the younger generation of the cosmic tree realm, and they were all fighting in this small, empty area. Long Shi pushed Lu Yin back and sternly said, "Stay where you are." "Where's the circle?" Lu Yin obediently took out the circle. "Enter it yourself," Long Shi instructed Lu Yin before charging out and heading towards the tribulation crystal pillar. Around the tribulation crystal pillar, the four young ancestors were entangled together. Each of their attacks caused the void to crack, and the others were forced to retreat. It wasn't easy to determine a victor in a battle between the young ancestors. The light domain landed on the tribulation crystal pillar, but it was torn apart by Xia Shenfei's divine martial force. Xia Shenfei shouted, "Deal with the stowaways first." "Those four." Wu Taibai pointed at Dongshan and Donghe. "That's them. The stowaways. Attack!" Bai Xiaohong was furious. "Don't you dare slander us." He pointed at Xia Shenfei. "How dare you slander my people?" Xia Shenfei was speechless. He waved his hand and used his divine martial force to shatter Immortal's guides. He then pointed at Lu Tianmu and the others. "I'm talking about the four of them." Long Tian glanced over and saw Xia Shenfei pointing at Lu Tianmu. His eyes flashed, but he ignored Xia Shenfei and charged straight towards the tribulation crystal pillar. His white dragon roaming body technique had allowed him to temporarily enter the astral source universe. On the other side, Wang Su used the four ultimate techniques and entered the astral source universe as well. He clashed with Long Tian at the top of the pillar. Intense shockwaves swept out in all directions, distorting the void before finally tearing open a huge hole. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, a crack in the void extended towards him. He picked up the circle and dodged it before escaping into it again. He was very well behaved. Long Shi saw this and heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Hao slashed at Lu Tianmu while Dongshan and Donghe faced off against Ming Guang and Yao Xian. Long Shi faced off against Wu Taibai. Yun Tingting transformed into multiple figures that approached the tribulation crystal pillar from all directions, but she was stopped by one first. Everyone was busy, and no one cared about Lu Yin or Shangqing. The four young ancestors restrained each other, and Bai Xiaohong shouted at Shangqing, "Take the origin artifact." Shangqing leapt out, no longer concealing himself. 3 streams of energy wrapped around his body, making him look like a deity. Many were stunned. Long Tian couldn't take it anymore and looked at Lu Yin. "You go and take it as well. If you can get the origin artifact, I'll let bygones be bygones, and I can even make your position in the clan second only to mine. Long Shi pushed aside Wu Taibai's divine martial force and shouted at Lu Yin, "Don't move, this has nothing to do with you." Long Tian was furious. "Long Shi, don't delay the important matters. Long 7, go and take it. I'll guarantee that you'll have no worries for the rest of your life." Long Shi gritted her teeth but didn't stop him. She knew that the origin artifact was extremely important. If Long Tian could use it to break through to the progenitor realm, then the White Dragon clan would be able to break free from the frozen immortal sect. This was more important than anything else. Now that everyone was being restrained, they could only rely on Long 7 if they wanted to take the origin artifact. The prerequisite was that he could defeat Shangqing. Bai Xiaohong was confident in Shangqing. "Shangqing, as long as you can get the origin artifact, I, Bai Xiaohong, will make the decision to make you an elder of the frozen immortal sect. You'll be able to look down on the astral tree realm." Shangqing seemed to be encouraged. "Rest assured, young ancestor. I'll definitely get it." Lu Yin stepped out of the circle. "Then I'll get it." The two charged towards the tribulation crystal pillar one after the other. Wang Su and Xia Shenfei wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. The others also had their own opponents, so they could only watch. Suddenly, Dong He's eyes flashed as he fought against Yao Xian. He moved his hand and used the Yu's secret art, Void Transfer. The leaf on the tribulation crystal pillar disappeared and then reappeared in his hand. Bai Xiaohong's lips curled up. Had he succeeded? Using Shangqing? No, he had never trusted this person. The only person he had trusted was Dong He. Everyone's attention had been focused on Shangqing and Long 7, which had given Dong He the opportunity to act. The Yu's secret art was the best method to snatch something. No one had expected Dong He to have such a move. Long Tian was vexed. He knew that Dong He had the Yu's secret art, but he hadn't expected it to be used in such a manner. This was troublesome. Once the leaf entered Dong He's cosmic ring, it would be difficult to snatch it. Not only would he have to take the ring, but he would also have to take Dong He's blood. Yao Xian had been careless, and Dong He had used the Yu's secret art to snatch the leaf right under his nose. Yao Xian instinctively tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. Dong He was just about to put the leaf away when it suddenly disappeared. He blinked. Where was it? In the distance, the leaf reappeared in Lu Yin's hand. Everyone stared at him blankly. Yu's secret art. Dong He blurted out. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed. What? The Yu's secret art. Long Tian, Long Shi, Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and the rest had not expected that someone else would know the Yu's secret art. Lu Yin coughed. Lu Yin coughed. Being stared at by everyone made him feel a little guilty. Long 7, put it away. Long Tian was excited, thinking that the leaf was his. How dare you? Bai Xiaohong roared. He immediately attacked Long 7, but Long Tian stopped him. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to put the leaf away, but he didn't notice that a black stream had appeared on the ground at some point. Just as the leaf was about to be put away, the stream surged upwards and transformed into Crown Prince Guiqian. His golden eyes stared at Lu Yin as the bones on his back slapped the leaf away. The leaf fell to the ground and was engulfed by the black stream. Lu Yin hadn't expected Guiqian to be able to conceal himself. It was only because he couldn't see any rune lines in this region that he could blame. Otherwise, he would have definitely been able to discover him. Thank you. Starstamper Jojo brother, I'll give you a tip. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1435. Prince Gui Qian, you're courting death. Long Tian barked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Gui Qian sneered at him, you're really stupid, ancestor Bai. The person who escaped right under your noses in the Void Spirit Temple was Long 7. Long Tian was stunned, what did you say? Gui Qian sneered, but his body suddenly split apart and transformed into a black stream of energy that fled outside, dragging the leaf with him. He wanted to disrupt the situation so that these people wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Lu Yin instinctively used an empty space palm, which pierced through the black stream of energy and struck the ground. Gui Qian's methods were strange, and his body was gone. He tried to escape, but 4 rays of light appeared in the void and bound him. In the distance, Wang Su's gaze turned cold as he used forbidden secret technique. Gui Qian's black aura surged, causing the void to distort. His strength completely erupted at this moment, breaking through the lower threshold. He used the death aura's characteristics to break free from Wang Su's secret technique and escape. You're courting death. Long Tian growled, his right hand grabbing at the void. A palm print appeared in front of Gui Qian, piercing through the void and smashing into the death aura. The death aura was strange, but Long Tian's innate gift wasn't simple either, and Gui Qian was forced back. Lu Yin knew how terrifying death aura was, and it was enough to strike fear into the depths of one's heart. At the same time, it was unpredictable, and it wasn't something that could be stopped by ordinary methods. Otherwise, Gui Qian wouldn't have been so confident that he could escape. The 4th young ancestor represented the 4 sides of the scale, and he controlled the entire astral tree domain. His methods were so sharp that Gui Qian couldn't escape. Gui Qian regretted coming out so early. Shangqing's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Gui Qian, grabbing at the leaf. Gui Qian sneered, he didn't try to protect the leaf against the 4th young ancestor's attack. Instead, he tossed it to Mingguang and the others, here you go, stowaways. Donghe immediately used the Yu secret art, but Yao Xian wasn't slow this time. Just as Donghe was about to attack, his spiritual force bombarded Donghe, almost knocking him out. On the other side, Lu Yin used the Yu secret art and obtained the leaf. Long Tian's eyes brightened, Long 7, take the leaf, and I'll pretend that the Void Spirit Temple incident never happened. Wasn't this the item that Mr. Mu had used to restore his physical body back in the space of the Golden Ocean? Wasn't this the item that Mr. Mu had used to restore his physical body? The only difference was that one was a leaf. One's origins item. Long's eyes, Long's SSSSS. His words caused many people to be stunned. Even Wang Su and Xia Shenfei were astonished. Long S's, what? Long S's. Even if you want to get the origin item, you can't do it without a bottom line. It's not like the young ancestor of the frozen immortal sect. Bai Xiaohong looked at Lu Yin seriously. Yu Chen once dealt with Draconic 7 in the humble school. At that time, he was the one who helped Draconic 7 reverse the situation. Long Tian's gaze changed. There was anger and killing intent, but he wasn't surprised. He wasn't stupid. When Yuhua Mavis was discovered to be a stowaway, he had already begun to suspect Long Qi. However, when the 3 Guan brothers were revealed to be redbacks, Long Qi and Yuhua Mavis didn't reveal their relationship. It was only because Yuhua Mavis couldn't stand the actions of the 3 Guan brothers that she told Long Qi her location. That excuse was barely passable. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But when Gui Qian had said that Long 7 had stolen the 3rd inheritance from the Spirit Void Temple, Long Tian was almost certain that Long 7 was a stowaway. Although he didn't know how Long Seven had managed to hide it from his family and successfully marry Long Shi, a branch family member shouldn't have been able to improve so quickly even if he had received Kuei Luo's and the Sword Steel's inheritance. The 4 young ancestors had all received progenitor's inheritance before. They hadn't said anything to numb Long Seven since the leaf was in his hands. They hadn't expected Bai Xiaohong to say it out loud. The battle for the origins had changed. Everyone looked at the leaf in Lu Yin's hand, recalling Bai Xiaohong's words. Was this person a stowaway? Long Shi's face paled as she stared at Lu Yin, her amber eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Lu Yin wanted to quibble, Bai Xiaohong, just because you know a stowaway, you're a stowaway. Young ancestor Wang even brought in Yuhua Mavis and Obscurus, and young ancestor Xia also brought in Yao Xian. What, they're all stowaways. I'm from the White Dragon clan, and the princess can testify that she personally tested my bloodline. Everyone looked at Long Shi. Lu Yin also looked at Long Shi as he stored the leaf in his cosmic ring. Bai Xiaohong barked, "Take it out." Star energy whizzed out and transformed into a palm that slammed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin took out the circle, which blocked Bai Xiaohong's palm. You want to steal it, Bai Xiaohong? Long Tian, I've made you stupid with just a few words. Idiot, block him. Long Tian seemed to have woken up from a dream, and his spear stabbed towards Bai Xiaohong subconsciously. Bai Xiaohong barked, Shangqing, keep an eye on Long Seven. The ground trembled as a beam of light blasted Lu Yin and the circle away. This was the sourcebox array that had been used to awaken Wang Su and the others. This was Bai Xiaohong's backup plan. The sourcebox array activated and enveloped Obscurus and the others, causing them to be at a disadvantage. Lu Tianmu, in particular, had been weakened by the 13th sword and had been unable to withstand Lu Hao's sword techniques. Lu Hao had even used his sword energy, which had pierced through her shoulder and pinned her to the wall. Dongshan and Dong had joined forces and used the mountains and rivers flags to force Obscurus and Yao Xian back. Since Lu Yin had taken the leaf, Wang Su and Xia Shenfei no longer tangled with each other. The two charged towards Lu Yin from different directions. Yao Xian glanced at Lu Tianmu and saw that she was in imminent danger. He then saw Wang Su and Xia Shenfei charging towards Lu Yin and shouted, "If you don't act now, all of you will die." He did not care about Lu Tianmu, but only by joining forces would they have a chance to leave this region of space. Yao Xian's words caused many to subconsciously look at Lu Yin. Was he talking to him? Lu Yin obediently stayed within the circle with an innocent look on his face. In front of him, Wang Su and Xia Shenfei were rapidly approaching him. Even further away, Long Tian was blocking Bai Xiaohong, his eyes filled with anxiety. A single circle was not enough to stop a junior ancestor. Even if it was not their own strength, which of these junior ancestors did not have a power vessel? Lu Yin watched as the two junior ancestors approached him. In the distance, Long Shi's face paled. Run! Wang Su stretched out a hand, revealing a small knife that flickered with a strange light. The knife pierced through the circle's defenses, causing both the knife and the circle to shatter at the same time. Wang Su's hand was about to grab Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his fingers twitched. At that moment, a long knife that flickered with a dark light suddenly appeared behind him, and Lu Yin slashed at Wang Su. Xia family's 3 styles blade intent, celestial. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The ancestor had appeared. Wang Su had not expected someone else to appear, and the flickering blade made her feel a sense of danger. She subconsciously used Heavenly Blade from the 4 Ultimates techniques, and with a whoosh, the dark blade collided with Heavenly Blade. An incomparably sharp shockwave shot out in all directions. Lu Yin immediately dodged to the side. This time, he used the plan's secret art. Prince Gui Qian had already exposed him, and even if he did not know how Gui Qian had discovered him, there was no need for him to hide. Progenitor Qin wielded the dark blade and slashed at Wang Su again. At the same time, another Progenitor Qin walked out, transitioning between illusion and reality as he sent a palm strike at Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei saw Progenitor Qin's appearance clearly, and his pupils shrank. Ancestor Xia Shang. Wang Su was shocked when she heard this. What did you say? Xia Shenfei was struck by the illusory Progenitor Qin's palm strike, and he took several steps back before blurting out, "This is my Xia family's ancestor, Xia Shang." Progenitor Qin from back then. Wang Su was shocked, and her scalp tingled. There were progenitors in this region of space, and there was more than one. They possessed inheritances that far surpassed those of the Fifth Mainland, but even so, the all-powerful Progenitor Qin had still been able to shake this region of space. Progenitor Qin's terror was not limited to the Fifth Mainland. The Sixth Mainland did not dare to record Progenitor Qin in their history, and the Astral Tree Realm also held Progenitor Qin in high esteem. Progenitor Qin was a genius that had not appeared for countless years, and he was also the strongest progenitor in the history of the Xia family. No one had expected to face off against Progenitor Qin here. Xia Shenfei looked up into the distance and saw the calm Shangqing. He also saw the last strand of energy that coiled around Shangqing's body. "It's you." Shangqing floated in the air like a god. At this moment, the true might of the ancestral qi of the three sons was revealed. He was Shangqing, the strongest descendant of the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor. If not for Lu Yin's sudden appearance, he would have been the paragon of the Fifth Mainland's peers. His status was comparable to the four young ancestors of this region of space, and perhaps even higher. This was because no one in the Fifth Mainland could fight against him. During the Sovereign Tournament, Shangqing had been able to fight against Lu Yin, Wu Taibai, and Wang Yi. Wang Yi and Wu Taibai had no choice but to admit that Shangqing's strength had reached the terrifying level of a young ancestor, and this was under the premise that he had not broken through the three stages. Once Shangqing broke through the three stages, the strength of Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Hui would be even more terrifying. This was because Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Hui would definitely break through the three stages. What kind of strength would Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Hui have if they broke through the three stages? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Although the four young ancestors were called young ancestors, it did not mean that they would definitely become progenitors, let alone an unrivaled progenitor like Progenitor Qin. No one doubted that Progenitor Qin was unrivaled among his peers. Unfortunately, the Progenitor Qin that Shangqing had manifested did not have any intelligence, which was his greatest flaw. With a bang, Wang Su retreated and stared at Progenitor Qin, who was wielding a dark blade. His heart was filled with dread, as this was the unrivaled Progenitor Qin of the past. According to historical records, this Progenitor Qin had a terrifying legend of fighting against 9 progenitors by himself. He had killed more than one progenitor, and he was considered one of the strongest throughout history. The illusory Progenitor Qin continuously attacked Xia Shenfei, causing Xia Shenfei's expression to completely change. His body trembled in anger as he looked at Shangqing. "What did you do? How dare you insult the ancestors?" His body flashed, and he split into 9. 9 Xia Shenfeis charged at Shangqing, each of them possessing divine martial qi. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. 9 clones. As expected, Progenitor Qin's 9 clones were not created by himself, but rather originated from this region of space. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." "Thank you." End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1436. Shengqing hadn't expected Xia Shenfei to have 9 clones, but how could he split them apart after fusing them? This completely overturned his worldview. Helplessly, the last stream of energy took form as progenitor Hui appeared. Xia Shenfei had thought that the last stream of energy would be progenitor Qin. He hadn't expected it to be a stranger. The moment progenitor Hui appeared, he began to run around while Shengqing dodged Xia Shenfei's clones' attacks. Xia Shenfei's clones had been separated from each other due to his excessive anger, which naturally weakened his own strength. He had been on guard against progenitor Hui and Shengqing, but he hadn't expected Bai Xiaohong to be the one attacking him. Bai Xiaohong tapped the void, and a black line appeared. Split the heavens. The black line tore through the void and slashed at Xia Shenfei's back. Xia Shenfei was instantly heavily injured, and one of his 9 clones disappeared. The other clones immediately merged and looked back at Bai Xiaohong. Long Tian was astonished as well, as he had thought that Split the Heavens had been targeted at him. Wang Su frowned. Bai Xiaohong was too despicable and unscrupulous. In Bai Xiaohong's eyes, no matter how strong Shengqing was, he was still a stowaway from the abandoned lands and would never be able to compete with him. Bai Xiaohong only saw the junior ancestor, who was on the same level as him. Xia Shenfei was still too emotional. Shengqing hadn't expected Bai Xiaohong to attack Xia Shenfei either. He glanced at Bai Xiaohong. This person was like a venomous snake that could bite at any moment. Lu Yin also stared at Bai Xiaohong warily. This guy was too sinister. Long Qi, behind you. Long Qi's voice rang out, and Lu Yin immediately dodged. The mist turned into a white rope that coiled around him. It was Yuntingting. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and dispersed the mist, but it quickly reappeared. It wasn't just in one direction, it appeared all around him and even under his feet. Long Tian barked, "Wen Xingyi, stop that woman." At this moment, Wen Yi was fighting with another Yuntingting. He wanted to stop them, but he was severely injured and had not recovered yet. Yuntingting had a strange doppelganger power. This doppelganger was different from the Xia clan's 9 doppelganger technique. This doppelganger was formed from smoke and was called the smoke cloud doppelganger. It could create 10 doppelganger. Yuntingting kept him busy while attacking Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin was not that easy to deal with. He had gradually revealed his true strength, and Yuntingting was helpless against him. Wang Su used the heavenly blade of the 4 ultimate techniques to repel ancestor Qin from the Xia clan. He then coldly said, "The origin item is of great importance. If it passes through our hands and is taken away by the stowaways, it would be too embarrassing. Thus, we should deal with the stowaways first." "I agree." Bai Xiaohong was the first to agree. Wang Su once again dodged the Xia clan's ancestor Chen's blade, and his gaze swept over to Bai Xiaohong. "Bai Xiaohong, let's temporarily work together. If you attack us again, I, Wang Su, swear that I'll make you pay the price." Xia Shenfei also dodged ancestor Chen's attack. Although he was unwilling, he had to consider the bigger picture. "I agree." Long Tian stepped back, no longer bothering with Bai Xiaohong. "I also agree." Shengqing frowned. Not good, the thing that he was most worried about had happened. Once the 4 young ancestors joined forces, they would not be a match for them. He then looked at Lu Yin and gave him a look, indicating that he should think of a way to escape. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Brother Long Tian, the origin item is with me. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it back to Dragon Mountain safely and help you break through the Wisdom Gate." Lu Yin's words provoked Bai Xiaohong, and he pointed at Lu Yin. This person has to hand over the origin item. He might be a stowaway as well. Let's deal with these stowaways first, then we'll fight. No, I don't agree, Long Tian said. Bai Xiaohong shouted, this Long 7 might be a stowaway. He's just pretending. Can't you tell? Wang Su was just about to speak when Shangqing immediately attacked her. The Xia clan's ancestor Chen's blade was even more ferocious, forcing Wang Su to swallow her words. Long Tian did not care whether or not Lu Yin was a stowaway. He was a selfish person, and as long as he obtained the origin item, it did not matter if Lu Yin was a stowaway. Furthermore, there was no evidence to prove that Lu Yin was a stowaway, and it was just speculation. The four young ancestors kept each other in check, and Long Tian had to protect Lu Yin and obtain the origin item. Even if Lu Yin was later confirmed to be a stowaway, his life or death would have nothing to do with Long Tian. Bai Xiaohong, you want to steal the origin item, so you're accusing me of being a stowaway. Lu Yin shouted. Bai Xiaohong was furious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You're courting death. In the corner, Gue Qian, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly attacked, not at anyone but the Tribulation Crystal Pillar. He stored it in his cosmic ring and fled without hesitation. Everyone's attention had been on Lu Yin, and no one had expected Gue Qian to attack the pillar. By the time they reacted, the prince had already turned the corner and was about to flee. Lu Yin didn't neglect Gue Qian. If it hadn't been for this guy, he wouldn't have been exposed. Thus, he didn't stop Gue Qian from taking the crystal pillar away, and when Gue Qian fled to a corner, he made his move. Plan, Astral Chess. Gue Qian was just about to turn the corner when the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He was in the innermost area while Lu Yin appeared at the corner and fled. Gue Qian had failed to escape for the second time. Lu Yin sped up and rushed out. As long as he escaped with the origin item, the four young ancestors would definitely chase after him, and Obscurus and the others would be safe. Unfortunately, he had been too optimistic. Gue Qian could not escape, and neither could he. No one could easily escape from the four young ancestors, even if they used a secret technique. Lu Yin rushed out as fast as he could, only to find that he was going in the opposite direction. What was going on? Brother Long, you're going too fast. You'll run into a wall, a voice rang out beside his ear. Lu Yin turned around and saw Xia Shenfei. What had he done? This was one of Xia Shenfei's clones. He had dealt with the Shangqing before, but because of Bai Xiaohong's sneak attack, he had not merged all of his clones as a precaution. He seemed emotional, but he was actually more shrewd than anyone else. Gue Qian had said that Lu Yin had escaped right under the noses of Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, and he had been waiting for this moment. If Lu Yin could escape once, then he could do it a second time. This was his chance. Things had developed well, and this person had almost escaped using a secret technique. Fortunately, Long Tian had been guarding this place the entire time. Give it to me. Xia Shenfei's body was covered in divine martial qi as he grabbed at Lu Yin. In the distance, Long Tian, Bai Xiaohong, and Wang Su wanted to help, but they were stopped by others, especially Bai Xiaohong. Xia Shenfei's main body had directly blocked him. Even if it was just a clone, the power of the young ancestor's attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. At that moment, Huizu appeared beside Lu Yin and disappeared with him. He then passed by Xia Shenfei and continued to rush out. This was Huizu's strength. He could run all over the place and set up countless spatial coordinates that allowed him to constantly teleport. During the Sovereign Tournament, the Shangqing had used this technique to disgust many people. Huizu rushed out with Lu Yin, but the void distorted in front of him as if it was being grabbed by someone. Lu Yin knew that things were bad. Long Tian had attacked. His innate gift was spatial, and distance was meaningless to him. Without someone at the same level to block him, he would still be attacked even if he escaped to the outside world. Let him go. Long Tian barked as he retracted his right hand. The void in front of Huizu blasted him apart, and half of his body turned into a stream of air. Long Tian intentionally avoided Lu Yin, as he wanted Lu Yin to escape. The origin item was in Lu Yin's hands, and the White Dragon clan had every reason to take it back. Would they be afraid that Lu Yin would use this opportunity to break through the Wisdom Gate? That would be impossible. Long Tian had thought that Huizu was holding Lu Yin hostage, which was why he had attacked. However, he had also been delayed for a moment, which allowed Xia Shenfei to catch up. Long Tian continued to attack, trying to use space to obstruct Xia Shenfei, but he was stopped by Xiaohong, who interfered with Long Tian's attacks. He looked at Xia Shenfei and said, "Brother Xia, bring Long 7 here." "All right." Xia Shenfei shouted. Outside the corner, his clone grabbed at Lu Yin, the divine martial qi in his palm, ensuring that Lu Yin could not resist. Long Shi's expression changed. Long 7, run. Obscurity, who was fighting with Dong Shan, opened her eyes helplessly. "It's time to act, boss." On the other side, Dong Shan was confused, as he did not understand what was going on. Yao Xian, Lu Tianmu, Shangqing, and Wu Taibai all looked around the corner, waiting for the shocking scene. Lu Yin, who had challenged everyone in the sovereign tournament, was about to appear. Xia Shenfei's hand descended, and he was just about to grab Lu Yin when Lu Yin sighed and looked up. "Is it fun?" Golden light suddenly appeared around his body, and he raised his hand to meet Xia Shenfei's. Both sides exerted their strength at the same time, and Xia Shenfei's expression changed. "This is..." There was a thump as Xia Shenfei's clone was slammed into the wall. "It's over." Lu Yin's empty palm ferociously exploded with 250 stacks wrapped in golden battle force. The attack pierced through Xia Shenfei's clone. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. How was this possible? That was Xia Shenfei, one of the junior ancestors. Even if it was just a clone, its strength was comparable to Wang Yi and the others. In the distance, Xia Shenfei spat out another mouthful of blood. Another clone had fallen. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. 10-lined battle force. You've actually cultivated 10-lined battle force. Bai Xiaohong and the rest were stunned. Battle force was not difficult for them to cultivate, but the difficulty lay in the 10-line battle force. That required an unparalleled spirit, and only by reaching 10-line battle force could one be considered to have touched upon that level. They had not overly cultivated their domains or battle force because they had too many inheritances and had enough to cultivate. They had never expected Lu Yin to have cultivated 10-lined battle force. 10-lined battle force was comparable to the divine martial qi. Lu Yin suddenly did not want to leave. He had the ability to do so, but why? Since he had been exposed, he might as well fight. Besides, he had a guess that he needed to confirm, and that guess had to be confirmed here. Long Shi stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was enveloped in golden light. She had already confirmed that this person was a stowaway. Only a stowaway could hide such strength. Long Tian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline was actually a stowaway. If news of this spread, it would be a huge joke. "Thank you. Your beauty no longer belongs to me." pp_Peganorix boss is awesome. Back view a reward from a brother. Last day of the month, afternoon update. Thank you for your support, thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1437. Bai Xiaohong raised his head. He was very happy, very happy. If this person was a stowaway, then his marriage with Long Shi did not count. Shang Qing looked at Lu Yin. You're not leaving. Anytime. There's no rush. Wang Su's brows rose as he looked at Lu Yin. If you don't leave now, then don't even think about leaving. He then raised his hand and spread out his palm to point at Lu Yin. This action had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. This was the pearl vine of the four ultimates, and it could seal any of his abilities. Lu Yin's figure disappeared in a flash as he casually struck out with an empty palm at Wang Su. Wang Su hurriedly dodged, but at this moment, Lu Yin's strength had increased by a lot since the sovereign tournament. His realm had increased, and he had used the dragon saliva to strengthen his body. He had also broken through the lower threshold, and the power and speed of his emptiness palm had increased once again. It had completely surpassed the limits that Wang Yi had been able to endure back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through Xia Xunfei's clone with a single palm strike. Wang Su wanted to dodge this palm, but it was still a little too late. The palm struck her shoulder, sending her back several meters. A palm print could be seen on her shoulder. Wang Su was astonished and found it hard to raise his arm. What a powerful palm strike! Yun Tingting wanted to launch a sneak attack on Lu Yin, but she was met with an empty palm strike. She wasn't as lucky as Wang Su, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as her body crashed into the wall. Bai Xiaohong's finger landed. Immortal guides the way. Lu Yin stared at Bai Xiaohong. You've been an eyesore for a long time now. You're asking for a beating. He then raised his hand and slapped out with a series of empty palms. Lu Yin's battle force had broken through to 10 lines, and the might of his emptiness palm had left the Shangqing and the rest speechless. If Lu Yin had possessed this level of strength during the sovereign tournament, then he might not have needed to use the Reaper transformation to fight against the Shangqing. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin's current strength was comparable to that of a prime clear expert, which was the battle prowess of a junior ancestor. This was because the Prime Clear's 3 Sons' ancestral chi was fully unleashed, allowing him to challenge a junior ancestor alone. The emptiness palm enhanced by golden battle force combined with Lu Yin's current strength not only shattered Bai Xiaohong's immortal guides the way, but it also enveloped Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, who was not far from him. Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. How arrogant! He then raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Bang! Bai Xiaohong was an enlighter and had even broken through the middle finger. Regardless of whether it was in terms of realm or power, he was superior to Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin's physical strength, combined with his golden battle force, was simply too powerful, and he was able to suppress Bai Xiaohong for a moment. Bai Xiaohong could not believe it. He had been suppressed. How could this be? Long Tian's figure disappeared as the white dragon roaming steps rapidly approached Lu Yin. He thrust out his spear, sealing off the void. He stared at the tip of the spear, the image of the sword steel's inheritance appearing in his mind. His brain spun rapidly, and he raised his hand to deflect the tip of the spear by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he struck out with his palm at the spear's weakest point, causing Long Tian to almost lose his grip. Long Tian felt the same way as Bai Xiaohong at this moment. He immediately transformed into his white dragon, causing the spear's power to increase explosively as he viciously lashed out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished. He had already set up the greater teleportation array when Long Tian's spear had pierced towards him. Long Tian's spear pierced through the air, and he twisted his body. It was still the white dragon swimming steps. With Long Tian's attainment in the White Dragon's swimming body step, he could enter the stellar source universe in a short time and disappear. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong also relied on his unparalleled strength to enter the stellar source universe. This was the power of a young ancestor. Even though Lu Yin had the strength to compete with the Shangqing and the Shangqing, he was still inferior in terms of absolute strength. The tip of the spear pierced out from an unseen direction, and Lu Yin narrowly avoided it. His arm was still bleeding, and a star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He activated the secret plan and moved. Lu Yin originally wanted to move to a place where no one was around, but he realized that he was moving in the wrong direction. He immediately thought of Xia Xunfei. What kind of ability did this person have to make him make mistakes again and again? Wang Su seemed to be cooperating with Xia Xunfei. The moment Lu Yin appeared, he faced Zhu Luo of the Four Ultimate Techniques. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian appeared and charged towards Lu Yin at the same time. Fortunately, Ancestor Chen's glowing blade and Ancestor Hui's seemingly sealed shut appeared at this time. One forced Bai Xiaohong back while the other trapped Long Tian, giving Lu Yin a chance to catch his breath. Lu Yin stared at the Shangqing. You want me to fight the four young ancestors alone? Make your move quickly. All right, the Shangqing responded, and the illusory ancestor Qin directly merged into the Xia ancestor's body. Ancestor Chen's strength suddenly increased, and he actually forced Bai Xiaohong to retreat. No matter how strong Bai Xiaohong was, he did not have the advantage against Ancestor Qin of the same generation. If not for Ancestor Chen's lack of intelligence, Bai Xiaohong might not have been a match for him in a one-on-one duel. This was the terrifying aspect of the three yang ancestral qi. Even if the Shangqing's ancestral qi only increased by a little, Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Hui would erupt with terrifying strength. Wang Yi and Wu Taibai had both experienced this before. Although Ancestor Qin and Ancestor Hui blocked Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, no one stopped Wang Su. She faced Lu Yin and moved her finger, causing a crack to appear in the void. Four black ropes appeared out of nowhere and bound Lu Yin's hands and feet. Wang family's secret technique, seal. I've already said that you won't be able to escape. Wang Su did not immediately attack. Instead, her entire aura changed, and formless waves swept out in all directions. Bai Xiaohong, who was closest to her, paled. Stop. His words were useless against Wang Su, and formless waves swept out in all directions, sweeping through everyone present. Only the Shangqing sensed danger, and Ancestor Hui appeared and moved him away. Seeing everyone being swept by the waves, the Shangqing frowned. What happened? Wang Su raised her head. At this moment, she was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She left a mark of invincibility and fear in everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and Xia Xunfei subconsciously wanted to worship her. They were unable to attack her. Lu Yin was the same. He was bound by the 4 black ropes and could not move. Being unable to break free was one thing, but more importantly, he did not want to break free. As he watched Wang Su walk over, he had the urge to kneel down and worship her. This was the Wang family's secret technique, Grand Supreme. It was a technique that was enough to make people worship her. In a battle, the slightest bit of hesitation was enough to turn the tide. Grand Supreme was so terrifying that it could make enemies bow down to it. Even Bai Xiaohong and the rest were wary of it. Wang Su approached Lu Yin step by step and executed Grand Supreme. She was not afraid that Lu Yin would escape. She did not have any desire to escape. At this moment, Lu Yin was more likely to kneel down and submit to her. This was Wang Su's confidence. This was the strength of the Wang family's junior ancestor. Lu Yin watched as Wang Su approached him and raised her hand to grab him. The same scene repeated itself. Previously, it was Xia Shenfei, and this time, it was Wang Su. Lu Yin's gaze changed as he teased, "Do all of you junior ancestors feel that you're high and mighty?" Wang Su's expression changed drastically. "Impossible." Lu Yin growled and suddenly shattered the ropes. He grabbed at Wang Su, and his actions were exactly the same as Xia Shenfei's. Wang Su stared at Lu Yin, and her pupils suddenly changed, becoming very strange. Lu Yin's mind trembled. He widened his eyes and resisted the spiritual force attack head-on. With a boom, the void exploded. The attack came from between Wang Su and Lu Yin. The two of them exchanged spiritual force and retreated at the same time. At this moment, the power of Grand Supreme also disappeared. At that moment, a round ball appeared between Wang Su and Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw it and cursed under his breath before immediately retreating. Xia Shenfei also saw it. Retreat. With another boom, Wang Su was once again bombarded by spiritual force. This was Yao Xian's attack, Divine Burst. He had taken advantage of the moment when Wang Su and Lu Yin had finished exchanging spiritual force to attack. The effect was very good, and he had even injured Wang Su, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. After Xia Shenfei, another junior ancestor had been injured. Lu Yin had also been badly shaken, and he felt dizzy. That lunatic Yao Xian had definitely done this on purpose. Xia Shenfei saw that Wang Su had been injured, and he licked his lips. Has anyone ever told you not to offend a woman? Many people subconsciously looked at Wang Su. Wang Su quietly stood in place with a calm expression. Her head was lowered, and a strange atmosphere pervaded the area. Seeing Wang Su like this, Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian did not attack again. Xia Shenfei looked at Lu Yin sympathetically before looking at Yao Xian and the rest. Actually, the junior ancestor is the junior ancestor because she is fundamentally different from all of you. This difference is something that only we are aware of, and it's time for all of you to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Wang Su looked up, and his body was filled with visible star energy that soared into the sky. A formless pressure suddenly descended and covered the entire area. Following that, a phantom image appeared behind Wang Su and gradually became clearer. Lu Yin and the rest had solemn expressions. From the moment that Wang Su had looked up, they had felt that something was amiss. This region of space was giving the junior ancestor too much preferential treatment. Junior ancestor was literally the ancestor of the younger generation, and anyone who could be called a junior ancestor had a very high chance of reaching the progenitor realm in the future. The progenitor realm was an illusory existence to the fifth mainland, and even Lu Yin, who had become the champion of the sovereign tournament, had not been so revered. At most, his chances of reaching the progenitor realm were higher than others. However, in this region of space, not only had the junior ancestor joined the humble class and become the chief of combat, but he had also obtained the junior ancestor planet and the resources of the entire universe. This was not an ordinary expectation. Previously, although Bai Xiaohong and the rest had displayed strength that surpassed everyone else, they were still not worthy of the title of junior ancestor. But now, as Wang Su looked up and the phantom image behind her became clearer, the two words, junior ancestor, appeared in the minds of Lu Yin and the rest. Xia Shenfei's words echoed in their minds. The junior ancestor was different from them, and they needed to experience it for themselves. Lu Yin silently struck out with his palm, and the hollow palm traversed the void and descended in front of Wang Su. He did not care about anything else. So what if Wang Su was strong? He was confident that he had already reached the peak of his peers. Even if the junior ancestor had some hidden techniques, he would not be that strong. Moreover, did it really matter if they did not fight? They still had to fight. The hollow palm distorted the void and ruthlessly struck in front of Wang Su. Wang Su raised her hand and struck out with her own palm. Although she had acted later, she was the first to arrive and collide with the hollow palm. There was a loud bang that exploded in everyone's ears. The berserk aftershock spread out and flattened the ground. Wang Su had received Lu Yin's hollow palm head-on. Lu Yin was astonished. After coming to this region of space, his cultivation realm and the toughness of his physical body had clearly increased. In addition to his golden battle force, the might of his palm was enough to seriously injure someone at Wang Yi's level. Even if he was facing the junior ancestor, he would still be a threat. Previously, he had forced Wang Su back with a single palm strike, but now, his palm strike was completely useless. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1438. Behind Wang Su, the phantom became clearer. It was a palm, and the patterns on it were clearly visible. It set off Wang Su, giving her a sacred aura. When he saw this, the word imprint suddenly popped up in Lu Yin's mind. Was there an imprint in this universe? No, an imprint was meant to imprint a person, but this was a palm. Lu Tianmu and the rest were shocked. The moment the phantom palm appeared, Wang Su's entire person had changed. She had easily blocked the hollow palm. Her strength had undergone a qualitative change. Opposite them, Lu Hao exclaimed, the visualization technique that originally belonged to the Lu family was divided up by the 4 cardinal scales to create the 4 junior ancestors. Is this the power of visualization? Lu Tianmu heard him. The Lu family. She looked at Lu Yin. Long Tian and the rest retreated. Wang Su had already used the power that only the junior ancestor had grasped, so it was time for this farce to end. What they needed to do now was wait for Long 7 to be defeated so that they could snatch the origin item. Long Shi's face turned pale. She had seen and experienced the visualization technique before, which was why she was certain that the junior ancestor was invincible. Even if she broke through the lower threshold, even if she was given a tribulation crystal pillar to break through the middle threshold and reach the same realm as the junior ancestor, it would be useless. Only the junior ancestor of the 4 cardinal scales could cultivate visualization. In the entire cosmic tree realm, there were only a handful of people who could do so. This was a power that belonged solely to the Lu family, a power that belonged to the master of a continent, but it had been divided up by the 4 cardinal scales. Lu Yin sized up the current Wang Su. The phantom behind this woman was not an imprint, but rather the same as the tree phantom behind Yuhua Mavis. Could it be the same power? Wang Su's body suddenly disappeared, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not good. She had broken into the astral source universe at extreme speed. Without thinking, Lu Yin took out a drop of spring water and dripped it into his eyes. At the same time, he retreated. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Su's cold eyes on his right, but he pretended not to see her. Wang Su circled around Lu Yin and appeared behind him. She waved her hand and used the 4 uniques technique, Skyblade. Lu Yin executed his greater teleportation array and circled behind Wang Su. He then raised both hands and struck out with his emptiness palm continuously. Wang Su had not expected Lu Yin to be able to see her movements. She turned around and struck out consecutively as well. Bang 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 bang, dozens of explosions sounded as their palms collided, tearing the void apart. The power of the collision was more than 500,000 combat power, leaving invisible light, Wen Yi, and the others speechless. Long Shi was shocked. Long Qi was as strong as the young ancestor? With a boom, the two palms collided once again. Both Lu Yin and Wang Su retreated at the same time, panting heavily. Wang Su was astonished. Even after using the visualization technique, he still wasn't able to suppress Sun Mo. This person's strength had definitely reached the level of a junior ancestor. Lu Yin's palm hurt. This woman's palm was fierce and domineering, and he didn't know what she'd added to it. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when it collided with his emptiness palm. Fortunately, she wasn't able to suppress him. This battle reminded him of his battle with Wang Yi. Their strength was almost equal, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. At this moment, everyone had an unspoken rule, and that was to not use any external objects. Among those of the same generation, who didn't want to suppress everyone, Lu Yin had displayed a strength that was enough to fight against Wang Su, and this caused Long Tian's expression to turn extremely ugly. He had been played. This Long Qi possessed such strength, yet he had been treating Long Tian as a joke from the start. How detestable! Bai Xiaohong's originally relaxed attitude turned serious. There was actually someone with such strength in the wastelands? He thought about it and looked at Shangqing. This person wasn't weak either. He hadn't expected that after an epoch, the wastelands would produce more and more elites. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. This wasn't good. He had to deal with this when he returned. Shangqing's eyes narrowed. Even if he and Lu Yin delayed the two junior ancestors, the other two could easily deal with Yao Xian and the rest. It was impossible for them to break out of the encirclement in their current state. Wang Su, end this quickly. Bai Xiaohong suddenly charged over and pressed down with one hand. Secret technique, cloud descent. Wang Su didn't stop him, as this wasn't the time for a fair battle. Lu Yin frowned when the two junior ancestors joined forces. How troublesome. Shangqing hurriedly waved his hand, and Progenitor Qin leaped forward, but he was blocked by Long Tian. Not only did Long Tian block Progenitor Qin, but he also wanted to attack Shangqing. A spear shot out from the void. Shangqing didn't have any spring water, so he couldn't see Long Tian's attack coming from the astral source universe. However, Progenitor Hui could help him evade the attack, and he also gave Long Tian a sealed sourcebox array. The sealed sourcebox array wasn't that easy to break free from, so Xia Shenfei made his move. Do you think you can stop the two of us by yourself? As he spoke, his divine martial force swept out, and Shangqing once again dodged under Progenitor Hui's guidance. However, this space was only so big, and there was no way for him to dodge. In the end, he was still injured by Xia Shenfei's area of effect attack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Progenitor Qin slashed at Xia Shenfei from behind, but Xia Shenfei turned around and raised his hand. Secret technique, reverse. As soon as he spoke, Progenitor Qin's entire body actually retreated. At this moment, Long Tian's white dragon transformation broke free of the sealed sourcebox array, and his spear pierced through Progenitor Qin's body, turning him into a stream of air. Shangqing coughed up another mouthful of blood. He could fight one junior ancestor by himself, but he couldn't fight two of them at once. In the distance, Lu Yin was also in trouble. Bai Xiaohong's cloud descent hadn't been able to trap him, but Bai Xiaohong had never thought of trapping him. After Lu Yin had used the secret art of plan to evade, Bai Xiaohong had immediately found him and pointed at the void. Split the heavens. A black line streaked across, slicing through the void. Lu Yin's face paled, as the secret art was useless. This was a progenitor battle technique, and he hurriedly tried to use his teleportation array. However, he had already exposed many of his techniques during his battle with Wang Su. His teleportation array had been forcefully disrupted by Wang Su's star energy, and he had also just used the secret art of plan. He had no choice but to face Split the Heavens head-on. Bai Xiaohong had absolute confidence that Split the Heavens would be enough to cut this person in half at the waist unless he used a power vessel. However, even if he did, Bai Xiaohong was prepared. Lu Yin raised a hand, and a flow diversion diagram appeared. Split the Heavens slashed horizontally at the diagram, which was capable of diverting power, domains, battle techniques, and even more bizarre attacks. However, it collapsed upon contact with Split the Heavens. Behind the diagram was the Fate Zan, but it was also cut apart and returned to Lu Yin's body. These two defenses had helped Lu Yin hold on for another second, but that was enough. When he had used the secret art of plan to evade the attack, he had chosen to attack Gui Qian. Gui Qian wasn't too far away from Lu Yin, and he stared blankly at everything that had happened. Even someone as sinister as him wanted to curse at this moment, as he was also within range of Split the Heavens. He had been cut in half by Split the Heavens outside the Spirit Void Temple, and he could still remember that feeling. Now, it was happening again. Just as Gui Qian was about to take out a power vessel to defend himself, Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived beside him. He pressed down on Gui Qian's shoulder with one hand. "Let me borrow your death aura." Gui Qian was stunned. "What did you say?" As soon as he spoke, the death aura around his body rapidly flowed towards Lu Yin. At the same time, the death aura within his body flowed towards Lu Yin at an even faster rate and was absorbed by him. Gui Qian was dumbfounded. Who else could use death aura aside from Gui Yuan? This was death aura, and it wasn't any ordinary power. This guy could actually absorb it, and he didn't even know how. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. What? The moment he touched Lu Yin, he felt like he was being suppressed. This was what it felt like to be suppressed by the top. Gui Qian was certain that he hadn't heard wrong. Long 7 had just said that he wanted to borrow death aura, and then his own death aura had been uncontrollably sucked away. This was something that completely subverted his worldview. Other than the practitioners of the Ghost Abyss, no one else should be able to cultivate the death aura. Moreover, even if it was a practitioner of the Ghost Abyss, no one in his generation could absorb his death aura. Not to mention his peers, even an envoy-level practitioner of the death aura would not be able to absorb his death aura. But Long 7 had done it. What the hell? Gui Qian was dumbfounded. Lu Yin could have left earlier, but he'd stayed because he'd clearly sensed that he'd absorbed a bit of death qi when Gui Qian had first attacked. This was something he wanted to confirm. He wanted to see if he could absorb death qi. Reality proved that he could. As Gui Qian's death aura entered his body, Split the Heavens drew closer and closer. At Lu Yin's chest, the black and white mist that had been reduced by a lot surged, merging with the death aura and rapidly spreading throughout his body. Under the astonished gazes of the Shangqing and the others, a black and white cocoon formed around Lu Yin's body. Split the Heavens slashed directly at the cocoon, but it didn't break. However, Split the Heavens didn't disappear either. It seemed to be in a stalemate. 2 seconds later, the black and white cocoon split open, and Lu Yin's appearance changed completely. His eyes were pure black, his hair fell to his waist, and his upper body was half naked. Black gas swirled around his body like a spinning nebula, turning into chains that spiraled around him. His body was branded with an incomprehensible dark red pattern, and his left arm was wrapped in white gas, forming a shield. His right hand held a giant goggle, and the black gas behind him rose like a cloud, occasionally forming a pair of eyes that were still and emotionless. This was the Grim Reaper transformation. The Shangqing and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw Lu Yin's appearance. He had appeared in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. A feeling of despair once again enveloped them. In that battle, everyone had worked together, but they hadn't been able to defeat this Lu Yin. No, they hadn't even been able to make him move a single step. This was the true strength of the fifth mainland sovereign. The Shangqing and the others had been shocked after seeing it once, so there was no need to mention by Xiaohong and the others. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yin. What the hell? Wang Su stared closely at Lu Yin's appearance. It was so familiar, as if he had seen or heard of it somewhere before. Lu Yin looked up, his pure black eyes sweeping over Bai Xiaohong. Bai Xiaohong's heart trembled as an indescribable feeling of fear welled up within him. It was as if he was being suppressed by an indescribable existence. The one who felt this feeling the most was Gui Qian. The moment Lu Yin appeared in the Grim Reaper transformation, Gui Qian's brain felt like it was about to explode. No one understood this form better than Gui Yuan. This was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper wasn't a legend. Even though everyone thought it was just a legend, Gui Yuan knew that an ancient ancestor had truly existed. He had been a true unparalleled powerhouse that had surpassed humanity's understanding of progenitors. He wasn't someone that the four cardinal scales inheritances could compare to. Only the Lu family, which had once ruled over this part of the universe, could. The Grim Reaper's inheritance had actually appeared in the fifth mainland, in the hands of a stowaway in an abandoned land. This was the level that Gui Yuan had always wanted to reach, but it had seemed so far away. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Hanli's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1439. When the black and white cocoon shattered, split the heavens slashed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin raised his left arm, and white gas formed a shield that blocked split the heavens. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What a terrifying attack. Even he felt a little pressure, but it was only a little. After all, it was a progenitor battle technique, and even a secret technique could not divert it. With a whoosh, Lu Yin exerted force with his left arm and flung split the heavens away. Bai Xiaohong's pupils shrank. How was this possible? Split the heavens was actually blocked by someone of the same generation. Long Tian and the rest looked at Lu Yin and felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were facing the Grim Reaper. Lu Yin gripped the giant Go Lian tightly and slashed at Bai Xiaohong. I'll return it to you. Bai Xiaohong faced the Go Lian slash head-on. His subconscious sense of danger made him use his full strength. Just like Wang Su, a phantom image appeared behind him. It was a small pond. As the phantom image appeared, Bai Xiaohong raised his hand and tapped out with Immortal Guides the Way. At the same time, the pond's water was rapidly depleted. Extreme coldness descended. This was the true Immortal Guides the Way of the Cold Immortal sect. The power of a single finger was enough to pierce through the void. Lu Yin's Go Lian slashed head-on with Immortal Guides the Way. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, shattering the void. Lu Yin had thought that this slash would be able to injure Bai Xiaohong, but he had underestimated the young ancestor, a top disciple of the Cold Immortal sect. This slash was blocked by Immortal Guides the Way. However, much of the water in the pond behind Bai Xiaohong had been depleted. How many more slashes can you block? Lu Yin growled. He raised the Go Lian again and slashed horizontally. This time, he was not only targeting Bai Xiaohong, but also Wang Su. He was truly going to fight one against two. Bai Xiaohong could not believe that a stowaway from an abandoned land was actually stronger than him. I'll block it. You attack. Wang Su did not hesitate, and his figure flashed into the astral source universe. Lu Yin had used up the exquisite lake spring water, so he could not see the astral source universe. However, did he need to see it? Black beams of light appeared from all directions and wrapped around Lu Yin. This was the Wang family's secret technique, restriction. Lu Yin raised his left hand and grabbed the black chains that coiled around him like a nebula. He then swept them all around him. The forbidden technique was shattered, and Wang Su walked out from the astral source universe. The phantom palms behind his back congealed, and he sent a palm strike at Lu Yin. It was as if two palms were descending. The palm froze the moment it entered the black gas surrounding Lu Yin's body. Wang Su was astonished. How was this possible? Lu Yin turned around, and Go Lian slashed diagonally. Wang Su waved his left hand, using the Four Ultimates technique, Skyblade. With a bang, Skyblade shattered, but Go Lian's speed didn't change as Lu Yin continued to slash down diagonally. Ripples appeared on Wang Su's body as she used her secret technique, Zenith. The power of the supreme secret technique was terrifying. Even Bai Xiaohong and the others were wary of it. Previously, Lu Yin had relied on reciting the Stonewall scriptures to break free from the suppression of the Zenith secret technique, but this time, he was caught off guard and was instantly suppressed by the technique. However, it was only for an instant, and Wang Su quickly retreated. Lu Yin looked up again, and the Golian slashed out again. Blood splattered everywhere as Wang Su was injured. Bai Xiaohong appeared behind him. Split the heavens. Another split the heavens was unleashed, but this time, its power was even greater than the previous one. Bai Xiaohong's strength had increased once again by relying on his visualization technique, so Lu Yin had to be cautious. Go Lian turned around and slashed out in a huge arc, enveloping everyone within. The entire void was sliced apart. Shunqing, Yao Xian, and the others had been cautious when Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper's transformation. The last match of the Sovereign Tournament had left a deep impression on them, and they knew that Lu Yin was different from his usual self. His actions leaned towards the dark side, and they were afraid of being implicated. The moment Lu Yin slashed out with Go Lian, Shangqing and the others immediately fell to the ground without hesitation. They rejoiced at their actions, as this fellow would definitely implicate them all. Go Lian slashed through the void, causing Long Tian's expression to change. A phantom python appeared behind him, also using visualization power. As for Xia Shenfei, the phantom of a long blade appeared behind him. The four junior ancestors were using their full strength. Under Go Lian's slash, the four junior ancestors simultaneously moved to block it. The others either fell to the ground or allowed the junior ancestors to stand in front of them. Only Dong He was in a situation where no one could defend him, but he had not been able to crouch down in time. The Go Lian slashed past him, and his head fell to the ground. Bai Xiaohong's eyes widened in anger. Dong He had been a top disciple of the frigid immortal sect, second only to himself, but he had actually died. Long 7, I'll have you pay with your life. Bai Xiaohong didn't seem to have done anything, but Lu Yin suddenly saw Night King Zhenwu laughing maniacally. You can't beat me, Lu Yin. You'll never be able to beat me. Look at yourself and your people. I'll kill them all one by one. This is what happens when you oppose the day-night royal family. The next moment, Ming Yan suddenly appeared with tears in her eyes. Brother Lu, father is dead, and I don't want to implicate you. Let me go. She then swallowed the poison of life in her hand. Blood drained from Lu Yin's face. No. He walked forward, wanting to stop Ming Yan from swallowing the poison of life. But even though he was only a few steps away, he felt like he was at the end of the world. He would never be able to touch Ming Yan at this moment, and he could only watch as the poison of life entered her mouth and she died. Lu Yin felt an intense pain in his chest, and he heard someone's roar. Suddenly, his mind trembled, and Ming Yen disappeared from his sight. He could clearly see his surroundings, but there was no light calling out to him. In front of him, Progenitor Qin and Progenitor Hui were blocking Xia Shenfei and Long Tian. He lowered his head and saw that his chest was bleeding. Was he injured? Yao Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The god burst had pulled Lu Yin back to reality, and he looked at Bai Xiaohong in horror. He did not know what this person had done to cause Lu Yin to fall into an illusion. No, it couldn't be called an illusion, as it had not been a spiritual force attack. However, Lu Yin had indeed lost his mind, and he had been struck by split the heavens without any resistance. Bai Xiaohong pointed at the void again and stared at Lu Yin. You can't escape. The blood in Lu Yin's chest stopped flowing. He did not know what Bai Xiaohong had done, but if it had not been a spiritual force attack, then it had to be a secret technique or an innate gift. The frigid immortal sect had countless inheritances, and Lu Yin's fear of Bai Xiaohong had risen to a whole new level. Split the heavens. A phantom line extended towards Lu Yin in front of Bai Xiaohong. At the same time, he looked at Lu Yin again. If he had succeeded once, then he could succeed a second time. This was his innate gift, heart. It was not a spiritual force attack, but rather an unavoidable one. Bai Xiaohong would either see the person he hated the most or the person he loved the most. Lu Yin sighed and recited the Stonewall scriptures in his mind. When faced with such a strange attack, the Stonewall scriptures would be able to defend against half of it. Another scene appeared in front of him, this time with a finger descending. Boundless rage surged into Lu Yin's mind, and he almost shouted, "How dare you!" At the last moment, the Stonewall scriptures pulled him out of the illusion. He heard the shouts of Invisible Light and the others, and not too far away, Hao Xian had been injured by someone. Otherwise, he would have used another divine explosion. Split the heavens was right in front of him, and Lu Yin suddenly attacked. He slashed out with Golian, split the heavens in two. Bai Xiaohong watched in shock as Lu Yin slashed out with Golian again. This time, Bai Xiaohong was unable to escape. A huge slash started from his neck and spread to his legs. His entire upper body was cut open, and blood gushed out. Junior Patriarch. Dong Shan roared and leapt to Bai Xiaohong's side. Lu Yin did not stop there, and he slashed out with Golian again. However, this attack was blocked by a spear. It was Long Tian, and a phantom of the ancestral python appeared behind him. The white dragon's body was covered in dense draconic patterns, and it stared at Lu Yin with a scorching gaze. This is the Grim Reaper. I remember now. Long 7, come back to the clan with me. Idiot, Lu Yin said. Golian pressed down with force, causing the spear to crack. At the same time, his left hand gripped the black nebula chain and smashed it towards Long Tian. Long Tian raised a hand and grabbed at the nebula chain. Lu Yin had not expected that he would actually be able to grab it, and he had actually lost control of the chain for a moment. This was the first time something like this had happened, and he looked at Long Tian in shock. Long Tian's gaze was cold. You underestimate us too much. At that moment, Long Shi's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Big Bro's innate gift isn't spatial, it's grabbing. He can grab anything, including space. Lu Yin was astonished, there was such an innate gift. The chain was grabbed by Long Tian, and Lu Yin slashed out with Golian. Behind him, Xia Shenfei appeared. Reverse, and Lu Yin's slash returned to its original position. Lu Yin was disgusted, it was this move again. Xia Shenfei waved his hand, and star energy enveloped Lu Yin. Although it wasn't an attack, this action scared Long Tian so much that he immediately retreated. Lu Yin instinctively felt that something was wrong, and Long Shi's voice rang out in his ears again. Xia Shenfei's innate gift allows him to relive the past. He can recreate any pain you've experienced, whether it's your soul or your body. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. Each of these fellows' innate gifts was stranger than the last. This was the junior ancestor's strength, and it was no wonder that no one else could catch up to him. Xia Shenfei's star energy enveloped him, and his innate gift was about to be revealed. Lu Yin couldn't avoid it, so he pulled someone else in, Shangqing. Blood spurted out in front of Lu Yin as a large wound appeared on his chest. This wound was the same one that progenitor Qin had used to attack him during the sovereign tournament when he had been trapped by the sourcebox array. This attack had made Shangqing think that the battle was over, but he had activated the Reaper's transformation. Now, this attack had appeared, and it had originated from Xia Shenfei. Shangqing's past also appeared, and it was Lu Tianmu's 13th sword. Shangqing had rarely been injured, and the 13th sword had left the deepest impression on him. Xia Shenfei's innate gift allowed him to experience it once more, and blood trickled down his lips. Punishment, Lu Yin growled. Shangqing was at a loss as to how he had been injured. He thought that Lu Tianmu had attacked, but when he heard Lu Yin's voice, he subconsciously used a secret technique, punishment. Punishment was the Hall of Honor's most disgusting secret technique, and it could perfectly reflect an attack. Xia Shenfei was still at a loss as to why Lu Yin had dragged Shangqing over and injured both of them. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Was he injured? Where did this come from? This injury was familiar. Was it that woman's 13th sword? Xia Shenfei looked at Lu Tianmu and found that he was being suppressed by Lu Hao. How could this be? Don't make me fight all four of you. Hold down one for me, Lu Yin said to Shangqing, and then the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he activated the secret plan. He was about to take the initiative to attack. I'll update at 3 in the afternoon, and I'll stay up all night to write my story. Thank you for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 1440. Lu Yin appeared behind Long Tian. I've always wanted to tell you, but you're full of crap. Go Lian slashed down, and Long Tian tried to grab it, but he didn't realize that his entire body had been bound by the nebula chain. These weren't real chains, but rather Black Death Qi. The moment Long Tian appeared around Lu Yin, he had been bound. With a hiss, Go Lian tore apart half of Long Tian's body, causing blood to splatter onto the ground. Long Tian's eyes widened and narrowed as his body fell to the ground. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person was actually so terrifying. He recalled all the things he had said to Lu Yin before. This guy had been toying with him all this time. Long Shi's face paled, and she was also in disbelief. The junior ancestor was unrivaled among his peers in this part of the universe, and he had been nurtured, looked up to, and even worshipped by the entire universe. Who would have thought that he would be so easily injured by Long Qi? Who was this person? He was truly unrivaled among his peers. Lu Yin glanced at her. If not for Long Shi's sake, that slash would have taken Long Tian's life. He looked at Bai Xiaohong and raised Go Lian up high. Bai Xiaohong felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to fight them alone. This strength was unacceptable, and it had completely overturned his worldview. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Shangqing and the others were as well. Based on Lu Yin's performance in the sovereign tournament, he could indeed fight the junior ancestor alone, but it wouldn't be so exaggerated as to crush him. No one had expected Lu Yin's strength to improve so quickly. His battle force had reached 10 golden lines, and he had broken through several realms after consuming the dragon saliva. His strength had soared once more, and he had even suppressed the junior ancestor. Go Lian landed on the ground. Bai Xiaohong lifted his hand and tapped out with a finger. Immortal shows the way. At the same time, the water in the pond behind him was completely depleted, forming the most powerful immortal shows the way so far. In front of him, fresh blood dripped down. Lu Yin's battle technique was broken through by immortal guides the way. However, Bai Xiaohong had forgotten that before Lu Yin's Reaper transformation, he had also possessed the strength to fight against the junior ancestor. His left hand moved. Emptiness palm. Immortal guides the way pressed down on Bai Xiaohong, while Emptiness palm attacked Bai Xiaohong at an even faster speed. It wasn't just Bai Xiaohong, Xia Shenfei, Wang Su, and Long Tian were all struck by the Emptiness palm at the same time. The three of them had taken the full brunt of the Emptiness palm while in the Reaper's transformation state, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. Bai Xiaohong had just been heavily injured by a single slash, and if the Emptiness palm struck him again, he wasn't confident that he could survive. He had no choice but to use his power vessel to block the Emptiness palm with great difficulty. At the same time, he shouted, "Don't hold back. Use your power vessel to deal with them." Lu Yin's strength put too much pressure on them. Even someone as proud as Bai Xiaohong had no choice but to use a power vessel in advance. This was tantamount to admitting defeat. As long as Lu Yin didn't die, Bai Xiaohong would be traumatized the next time he faced Lu Yin. Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and Long Tian felt the same way. Lu Yin's strength while in the Reaper's transformation state was terrifying beyond imagination. Lu Yin raised a hand and blocked Immortal guides the way with the flow diversion diagram. As the diagram shattered, the remaining power of Immortal guides the way no longer posed a threat to Lu Yin. He was now more concerned about Bai Xiaohong's power vessels, as well as the others. The hearts of Shangqing and the rest sank. It was time to compete for power vessels, and this time, it would depend on their foundations. How could their foundations compare to the junior ancestor of the four cardinal scales? Lu Yin relaxed when it came to competing for power vessels. The death qi that he had absorbed from Prince Gue Qian was almost exhausted, so it would be even better for him to compete for power vessels. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, Lu Yin wasn't afraid. He didn't believe that Bai Xiaohong and the rest could take out more power vessels than he could. Ignoring everything else, just Mount Supreme was enough to suppress them. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they fought for the Genesis item, but they had forgotten that this was a trap. Since the humans' mortal enemies had set up such a trap, and they had even used the true Genesis item and the Tribulation Crystal Pillar as bait, how could it be broken so easily? When the four young ancestors simultaneously used their visualization powers, none of them noticed that the desiccated corpses that had been shattered at the beginning had miraculously recovered. When Bai Xiaohong took out his power vessel and prepared to end the battle, the source box array that he had buried underground suddenly fell into chaos. Lu Yin was the first to realize that something was wrong. He was an origin array master, after all, and he had mastered many sourcebox arrays. His control over star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator, so he immediately sensed that something was wrong. But it was already too late. The corpse opened its eyes, and everyone suddenly froze. Then, their gazes became dazed, and they sat down cross-legged as if they had been controlled. Sitting Oblivion, the ruins of Oblivion hasn't been broken. Quick, escape. Wang Su said with great difficulty. Only she, Bai Xiaohong, and a few others barely maintained a bit of consciousness. They wanted to escape, but they seemed to be struggling. Shangqing was the same. As for the others, they sat down cross-legged and didn't move at all. Lu Yin recited the Stonewall scriptures and barely maintained a bit more consciousness than Wang Su and the others. He looked up at the corpse, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he moved. His body vanished and then reappeared, moving to within 5 meters of the corpse. He locked gazes with the corpse, and their consciousnesses fused together. The Grim Reaper transformation ended, and his body returned to normal. The die had 6 pips. As long as he fused with someone once, he could fuse with them again as long as they were within 5 meters of him. This was Lu Yin's lifeline. He could use the secret art of plan to move around the corner and avoid the ruins of oblivion that Wang Su had mentioned. But if he left, what would happen to the others? This was especially true for Long Shi, who was his wife in name. He subconsciously didn't want to give her up. If he could fuse with the corpse, then he was confident that he could leave at any time. The problem now was how to bring the others away. Lu Yin fused with the corpse's consciousness and moved his hands. He could control them now. He was delighted, this was perfect. First, it was himself. He controlled the corpse to stand up and carry his body on its back. He then approached Wang Su, who was the closest to him. He looked around with a guilty conscience. This place was a trap, so there shouldn't be anyone lying in ambush, right? There shouldn't be. If there was, then there wouldn't have been a need to use the ruins of oblivion. Lu Yin subconsciously coughed, but he found that he couldn't do so while controlling the corpse's body. I'm sorry, but we're all enemies, so I can't do anything overboard. Besides, you can't leave this place, so there's no point in keeping these things. Lu Yin comforted himself as he took Wang Su's cosmic ring, cut her finger, and dripped a drop of blood into it. He then began to frantically sweep through the contents. It was time to collect his spoils of war, and he was a little excited. This was the only thing he could do, which was to save these people. They definitely wouldn't be grateful to him, and at least he was sure that Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian wouldn't. There was also that Crown Prince Gui Qian, who was filled with a sinister aura. Lu Yin couldn't treat his own life as a joke, and he couldn't do anything to them. Humanity's enemies had schemed and trapped everyone in this strange place. If he killed Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and the others, then it would be the same as helping those monsters. He couldn't save them, but he couldn't harm them either. He could only maintain the status quo, and those things could be considered compensation for not harming them. This chapter is not finished. Please continue reading. Lu Yin had thought that Wang Su's cosmic ring had a lot of star essence, but he was disappointed when he took a look. There were at most a few dozen million star essence, which might be enough for the others, but it was too little for him. Aside from the star essence, there were many other personal items in her cosmic ring, but Lu Yin wasn't interested and just glanced through them. Wait, a hairpin attracted his attention. He frowned and took it out to take a closer look. Lu Yin was secretly delighted, as it was actually a lock-breaking tool. This was interesting, a lock-breaking tool was actually a hairpin. It seemed to be similar to someone else's. Lu Yin had almost slipped away when he wasn't paying attention, so he placed it on the ground and continued looking through it. He found some white papers. What was this? Why was there paper in the cosmic ring? It shouldn't be ordinary. He took it out, placed it on the ground, and continued searching. Finally, he found a small knife that was similar to the one he had used to destroy the circle during the battle, but there were some differences. This knife was the only power vessel in the entire cosmic ring, and Lu Yin didn't need to guess to know that it wasn't simple. He took it out, and the sharp aura almost blinded him. It was definitely a powerful power vessel. Lu Yin put it away without any hesitation. Next, he went to East River. That guy was already dead, so Lu Yin carried his own body and walked over. He took off the cosmic ring and dripped a drop of blood into it before sweeping through the contents. There weren't many star essence in East River's cosmic ring, and Lu Yin only found some pills and power vessels, but they weren't anything special. There were also some white papers. What was this? Lu Yin saw a bottle filled with red powder with the words "pepper" written on the outside. Lu Yin was speechless. Pepper. Was this for real? Who would carry pepper around with them? He thought of Silver, who claimed to be a gourmet and always carried seasonings with him. This East River guy actually had seasonings as well. Lu Yin subconsciously put it away. No matter how small a fly was, it was still meat, so he continued. Lu Yin began to sweep through the rings one by one, but of course, he only targeted his enemies. He couldn't kill people he was familiar with like Obscurus and the others. They were lucky, but Lu Yin felt that it was a pity. From Yuntingting, Lu Yin had obtained some star essence, healing pills, a few power vessels that weren't very useful, and some cigarettes. These cigarettes were very mysterious and should have been Yuntingting's final trump card. Lu Yin took them without hesitation. As for Wen Shizhi, he didn't find anything except a pile of books and ink. Lu Yin pursed his lips. Wen Shizhi's attitude towards him had always been good, so Lu Yin decided to let him off since he didn't have anything good to show for it. He looked around and saw that it was Crown Prince Gui Qian's turn. This guy had contributed too much to Lu Yin, and if it weren't for him, the black and white fog in Lu Yin's chest wouldn't have been enough for him to use the Reaper transformation for long. However, this guy had also exposed Lu Yin, and if it weren't for him, Lu Yin would have been able to continue pretending to be Long Qi. Although he wouldn't have been able to keep up the act for long, it wouldn't have stopped Gui Qian from exposing Lu Yin's crimes. Lu Yin felt a little grateful, but of course, he was also a little angry. He didn't stand on ceremony and took the giant tribulation crystal pillar from Gui Qian's cosmic ring. He swept through the star essence and other items, but there was one item that caught his attention the most, a skeleton that seemed to belong to a beast. The moment he took it out, Lu Yin felt waves of pressure. This skeleton wasn't simple, so he took it away. Lu Yin walked over to Xia Shunfei, feeling a little resentful towards him. This guy's secret technique was too disgusting, and it forced people to go against their will. He was simply shameless. Xia Shunfei's cosmic ring was filled with wine, and Lu Yin's first thought was of wine how. These two were a perfect match. End of chapter. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.